That's something in my beard, man. So I can get it out of there. What up, YouTube? I have chat off so I can focus on the video. Now I want to pour myself one drink. I cracked open this bottle of red absinthe. The fans sent it to me in a care package. I appreciate it. I am cutting down on my drinking, to be honest. I poured a mixture of this with some green Mountain Dew into my goblet that you saw me sipping on in yesterday's food hack. I pretty much sipped on that drink combination all fucking day, and I was actually content. You know, if Ozzy Osbourne can cut down on his drinking, so can I. And speaking of Ozzy Osbourne, let's pour one for the Prince of Darkness, huh? Oh, yeah. Ozzy Osbourne is retiring due to health issues, and we're going to watch a video on it, huh? Pour ourselves a little bit of that red goodness. So, yeah, this is a red absinthe from the American Absinthe Superior, proudly crafted in Nashville, Tennessee. Not a sponsor. If I could describe the taste of it, it tastes like black licorice and cherries with distinct notes of wormwood, amuse, and this other stuff. Yeah, so check that out. Beautiful. This stuff is for 21 and up, so that's why I had to age restrict the stream because alcohol is not for minors. You should wait till you're 21 or old enough to drink. And trust me when I say this, it's worth waiting until you're old enough. Underage drinking ain't cool, man. It really isn't. And I have a lot of younger fans who look up to me as King Cobra JFS. And I try to be a good influence on my younger fans, you know. Like, wait till you're old enough to smoke and drink. Trust me, it's worth it. So we're going to watch this video here that I liked on my YouTube. Oof. Now, I uploaded a YouTube short last night. I was fucking around with filters on my phone. And I'm like, whoa, psychedelic. You should blast some Ozzy to this fucking shorts. And I'm like, which fucking song of Ozzy's do I want to do for my YouTube shorts? I'm Immortal. Yes, off of Patient Number 9. Fucking beautiful. Fucking Pete Davidson makes me laugh. You can't grow a beard? That sucks, bro. I love being able to grow a beard. Grow a beard. Mm. Yeah, if you can grow a beard, you gotta check out that tactical soap, coupon code King Cobra, because they have a God of War pheromone beard oil that will leave your shit soft as silk. Well, if you can't grow a beard, you can still rock tactical soap. They have an amazing soap. They have body butter, which is a lotion for your skin. They have cologne sticks. They have deodorant, and they have beard oil. So check it out. I'm a proud affiliate for Scott Carr's product. It works, dude. You know, I don't have to get laid to know that the soap works. I get compliments from women all the time. Ooh, that dude smells good. And you know, I've had the hardest luck with women growing up. I've been told no by every chick I've liked since the fourth grade. Every girl I've liked has told me no. And some of them were not the nicest about it, mind you. And so it's definitely had an effect on my confidence. But when I wear tactical soap, it's like having confidence on your skin, dude. Like my confidence goes through the roof when I wear tactical soap, man. It's a great feeling to go from having women rejecting you to, oh, that dude smells good. You know, even if I'm not getting any, you know, it's definitely a night and day sort of thing. Yeah. I fuck with Manscaped because, well, I haven't tried their razors personally. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with Manscaped because they bring awareness to testicular cancer. So they're doing great things. Personally, I do shave my balls, and Manscaped makes a great razor for doing that. The problem with shaving your fucking bollocks is that you literally you end up getting like cuts and nicks on your sack, and it's ow, dude. I've done that. It sucks ass. But Manscaped has got you covered. The only thing that kills me about Manscaped is that, okay, hear me out for 1 second. Women are sick and tired of men telling them how to shave their body hair. They're always going off about fuck the patriarchy, but like, have you seen Manscaped's commercials? Oh my fucking god, dude. I saw this fucking Manscaped commercial with the hottest fucking blonde, and I was just like, ah. I'm like, that's just funny how that works because men don't give a shit. We're simple like that. Some hot chick is telling us to shave our balls. Of course, we're gonna do it. But it's just funny how like women can tell us how to shave our fucking balls, but if we tell them to shave their pits and their cunt, we're a fucking pig, right? Yeah. Pete Davidson's a funny motherfucker. I would fucking party with Pete Davidson, dude. Oh, oh, so check out Manscaped. Awesome. So I found this video talking about Ozzy retiring from Rockfeed. Check that out. It's in my likes. Ozzy Osbourne's heartbreaking announcements. I've seen several YouTubers cover what Ozzy said on his social media pages, and I like the way they titled this one. One of the YouTubers I was watching titled it something different, way more dramatic than it needed to be, and it was just like, you know, you got to think that Ozzy Osbourne's been doing music since the late '60s, dude, and it's now like 2023, so he's been doing this for a long time, dude. I have mad respect for Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness. He's one of my idols, next to Danny Filth. And I think his wife Sharon is just lovely. Nothing but nice things to say about those two. And when I found out about Ozzy retiring, part of me was like, I don't blame him. He's at that age. But then part of me was also like, oh, fuck off. Last time he said he was going to retire, he'd come out with this new tour that says retirement sucks. And then he starts playing again. So we'll see, dude. For now, at least he's retired, but you never know. He starts getting a lot better health wise. You want my personal opinion? Ozzy Osbourne is a fucking freak of nature, and it's one of the things that I admire about him most. It's his music, how humble he is about his fame, and the fact that he's done every fucking drug on the planet. And at 74, you know, the worst he has to worry about is his surgeries and his Parkinson's disease. All things considered, all the crazy shit that Ozzy Osbourne's fucking done, this is actually pretty tame if you think about it. Dude, yeah, honestly, fuck the doctor that operated on Ozzy Osbourne the first time. That little fucking cunt screwed up the surgeries, and he had to go in and fucking fix it again. I was like, okay, if you're going to a proctologist to have your asshole examined, You don't want some random asshole doing it. But yeah, this absinthe, it tastes like maraschino cherries with a hint of black licorice. I'm not the biggest fan of black licorice personally. It's not my forte, but I'm going to drink this bottle because it was given to me. And despite not being the biggest fan of black licorice taste, I like the taste of this right here. This stuff right here. Yeah. Ugh, man. You could probably mix this with like some Jägermeister and some cherry Dr. Pepper. But like fucking it doesn't taste bad by itself or like with some Mountain Dew. Honestly, I would continue to hold on to your tickets, even if you can't. That's just the kind of loyalty I have to Ozzy Osbourne. Is if I bought a ticket to see him perform and I couldn't see him, I'd still hold on to that ticket. I would keep it in a frame and hang it up on the wall and be like, "We're part of a legacy here, damn it." Oh, I cannot begin to fucking imagine, if I put myself in Ozzy Osbourne's shoes and I couldn't make wands, if I couldn't play guitar, if I couldn't go live on YouTube, and my fans are all screaming, "Cobra, you should go live. Cobra, you should make a video." And I'm like, I can't. I'd feel the same way as Ozzy, to be honest. And that's one thing I like about Ozzy Osbourne more than anything is he really does care about his fans, you know. And to me, that's just how I am with my fans. My fans are the reason why I have this cute little, 50,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's adorable, you know, compared to like Mr. Beast, it's adorable. But for me personally, it's a huge accomplishment. So, yeah, I love you too, Ozzy. And I want to pray to Satan that Ozzy gets better health wise and he's able to start performing again. Now, Ozzy Osbourne has had a crazy life, dude, and honestly, he's tough. He's Iron Man. And honestly, this isn't the first time we've heard him, be like, "Oh, I'm retiring because I'm getting too old for this shit." And then, a couple months later, he bounces back and does like a huge tour. I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it. I'm very fortunate to have seen Ozzy Osbourne twice in concerts. The first time I saw Ozzy in concert was for his Black Rain tour in Fargo, North Dakota. This was back when I lived in Valley City. Ooh, that was a lifetime ago, wasn't it? The second time I saw Ozzy Osbourne perform in concert was at his last show in Colorado before he canceled his last four tours. And I was fanboying super hard, dude. You could hear me in the crowd. Woo! And I tried to make it sound deep like I normally talk, but I was so excited to see Ozzy Osbourne perform in concerts that it sounded like a chick screaming in the crowd. And that was the first time I wore tactical soap too. So I remember that too because I went to a fucking marijuana dispensary and I bought some marijuana to smoke while I was watching Ozzy perform, and that was just a fucking treat. Yeah. I would make a recommendation. As one of Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fans, my loyalty to him will never disappear, to be honest. I want to love Ozzy Osbourne and his music for the rest of my fucking life. I want to be a crotchety old man sitting on a rocking chair in my dream house on my front porch of my clock tower dream house, the portable speaker going, yeah, crazy train. This is real music. I would recommend that Ozzy smoke some of that weed, man, some of that sweet leaf, you know. Right now, that's just my recommendation. Get plenty of rest, smoke plenty of, indulge in the weed, you know, spend time drawing and relaxing and spending time with family. And just, you know, don't worry about not being able to tour. I'd worry about getting better and getting healthy first. You know, that's what I would do. But that's just me personally. That's what I'm saying, dude. If Ozzy Osbourne's only able to do concerts in Los Angeles and that's it, people will travel to see him, dude. He has that kind of love and support. You know, if Ozzy Osbourne was performing live in Los Angeles right now and I had the fucking money and the car and the gas and, you know, everything, if I had to sleep in a fucking car because I couldn't afford a hotel room, I'd totally do it. You know, I totally would. Yeah, 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 100%. As long, you know, honestly, I hope long live Ozzy motherfuckers, but honestly, I hope Ozzy doesn't stop making music. Even if he can't tour, even if he can't do as much, I hope he doesn't stop making music. You know, when I see a 95-year-old Ozzy Osbourne still cranking out music, you know, it just that's just the idea, I guess, you know. You know, to quote Wayne's Wild World when they're meeting the guitarist, you know, if you've seen Wayne's Wild World and they start bowing down like we're not worthy. Yeah. Swing. Honestly, Ozzy, you haven't let me down. I get it, man. You know, if anything, you know, I'm optimistic about this. You know, I love Ozzy Osbourne to fucking pieces. You know, I've already got a fucking record deal going with Alex Ford, but that's not the point. You know, Ozzy's health is more important to me than him signing me. You know, because Ozzy Osbourne is just the shit. I don't care what anyone says, dude. And he's got so many fans that love and care about him. So yeah, you know. If I'm as famous as Ozzy fucking Osbourne by the time I'm 74, then I know I've done something right. You know what I'm saying, YouTube? Oh yeah, dude, 100%, dude. I would fucking butt chug this entire bottle for Ozzy Osbourne if I had to. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Okay, Cobra, calm down. Oh, he's not done yet. Fuck off. He's not done yet. Congratulations on the fuck off with that. Ozzy's not done yet. Come on, man. Ozzy's tough. If Ozzy fucking Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness, has survived every fucking drug on the planet, then I'm confident he'll get back up on stage eventually. Yeah. We got 74 likes on the stream. I like that. If you love Ozzy Osbourne as much as I do, I want you to hit that fucking like button. And if you want to see Ozzy fucking Osbourne get back on stage and do tours again, smash the like. And if you like watching King Cobra JFS go live, hit the like button. So Ozzy and Sharon, I guess, are not moving back to England. They were thinking about it, but they decided not to, which can't say I blame Ozzy. His family's all here, you know. But yeah, a circle of protection around Ozzy Osbourne and his amazing family, so Mo to be in the witch's circle and fuck sickos. Okay, you call yourself an Ozzy Osbourne fan, but do you have Ozzy knuckles? You either get them right here, right here, right here, right here, or right here. Because a real Ozzy fan will rock some knuckles, man. Yeah. My two favorite colors are black and green, and I love Ozzy Osbourne, so that's right there. Yeah. I'm gonna have those the rest of my life. Love it. Fucking hell, it burns. No, that's the thing of it too, is I have heard of the Beatles. I thought they were all right, you know. But because Ozzy Osbourne likes them, I'm like, I'll give him a chance. And now I'm actually a huge fan of the Beatles because of Ozzy. And I challenge myself to be able to sing like the Beatles, Elvis Presley, Johnny Cash, etc. And then I go off on fucking YouTube and I sing it. And on my good days, I sound just like the artist. Hey Jude. For another video to watch on YouTube. I did want to address how I felt about Ozzy retiring briefly on camera, and I'm like, can't say I blame him. But will he be back? Oh, absolutely. You know, I have faith in Satan and Ozzy Osbourne himself that he'll be back. No, I'm watching the I actually own a couple seasons of the Osbournes on DVD, believe it or not. And I'll sit down and watch it on my PlayStation 3 on occasion, you know. And in the I have season 1 and season 2 on DVD at the moment. And in that, you see Ozzy's like, "Oh, I'm gonna retire at the age of 50." You know, he was thinking about retiring, and then he's like, "Fuck that! I'm back on stage." You know what I'm saying? How can I go forward when I don't know which way I'm facing? Not really sure. Oh no. I'm sorry, but Ozzy Osbourne's music Lennon for John Lennon's "How" came up, and I want to listen to it. I want to listen to it. I don't want to get copyright strike on my live video. Take off the pie hi hats. I don't know why the fuck the music plays out loud on the computer when I'm recording a video, even though I have headphones on. It is what it is. If I play just one Aussie song, I think I'll be all right. Don't copyright strike me, YouTube. Please, Susie. Please, pretty please. I'm Aussie's biggest fan. Please, please don't do it. Please. And of course, I'm sure Aussie hears that all the time. Like, I know the feeling because I got a lot of people who idolize me the way I idolize Aussie, you know. I get people who are like, Cobra, dude, I love your videos. I'm your biggest fan. I'm like, thanks, man. I wouldn't be anywhere on YouTube without Danny Filth, Ozzy Osbourne, and my fucking YouTube fans. I can tell you that right now. You know, I'm afraid when I don't know which way I'm facing. And there may be times where I don't sing along to the song and I just listen. Yeah. Move forward when I don't know which way to turn. Oh no, no. I don't know if it's a feeling. So if you're drinking with me right now, let's take a drink for Ozzy, dude. Fucking long live the Prince of Darkness. I saw Mythical Kitchen released a new fancy fast food, so we'll take a look at that after I get done doing this right here. I could spend all day singing Ozzy Osbourne on YouTube, but if you hear the audio, then I could get copyright strike, and then the whole video gets silenced. We don't care if you're Ozzy Osbourne's biggest autistic fan, Mr. Cobra. That is a copyright strike. Now, YouTube gives a fuck more about copyright music strike than they do about kids getting bullied on their website, and that's a fact. Honestly, if I didn't have YouTube fans, I'd probably quit doing YouTube, you know, because I'm so sick and tired of the whole thing, dude. Like, there's been several videos that other YouTubers have talked about where, like, YouTube comes up with some bullshit new rule, and if they don't like the algorithm, you know, they're probably sitting there watching me go live on YouTube from their headquarters going, okay, he's drinking on camera, but he said for 21 and up. So technically, he's complying by YouTube rules. You're allowed to drink on YouTube, but you got to age restrict the video and you got to make it very explicit that this is not for minors. This is for adults who are old enough to enjoy the silly juice or giggle juice. They ought to call alcohol polyjuice potion because you turn into a different person when you drink. Oh. Hmm. Eh, who? That's enough to get my day started. Ew. Honestly, I saw me do it yesterday, man. When I cracked open this bottle, I poured it down to like here, and it was up to here. And I was good for the rest of the day, man. Something if I just don't know how to feel. Oh, look, if Ozzy Osbourne had autism, it was going bald and was like almost 32 and had a goatee and brown eyes instead of green. No, no, I can't oh, can't see sometimes. Oh fuck! It's strong. See, that's why I fucked up. You got to be so strong because the world is so tough, and I still ain't had enough. I apologize. Oh, you call yourself Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, but you fucked up one of his songs. Nice going, douche. You want my personal take on it? When you feel like you've had enough, you got to keep going. You just got to keep going. You know, the song Never Gonna Slow Me Down on my newest album, At the Gates of Hell, was inspired by Ozzy Osbourne, you know, hissing at the full moon instead of howling. Feel the wind in my hair, never gonna slow me down. Yeah. Oh no, okay, right now, if you have not downloaded patient number 9, show God himself, Ozzy motherfucking Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness, some support. You fucking download patient number 9. It's a beautiful album. I love all of the songs on patient number 9, to be honest. But if I had to pick a favorite, it'd be A Thousand Shades. That dueling guitar, just sitting in yesterday, watching it slip away. Isolation. We don't know which way we're facing. We don't know which way to turn. Oh no! Yes. Oh no! Well, check that out. I sounded just like Ozzy Osbourne. And the only thing I did wrong on that cover was I fucked up and I got the lyrics mixed up there. Not that big of a deal. It'd be a lot worse if I was on stage in front of a million people. Well, wait. That's YouTube for you, dude. YouTube is my stage, you know. Although one thing I do find kind of funny about that song is a lot of people love Ozzy Osbourne, so it's just like he's sitting there going, "I ain't really had no love," and I'm like, "Uh huh, right." And I'm not King Cobra JFS. My favorite chips are totally not nacho cheese Doritos. Yeah, dude. I had a fan who did a Photoshop. Okay, they photoshopped me sitting next to Ozzy Osbourne while he's pouring himself a cup of tea and sipping on it. You know, kind of. You've seen the photo where he's sipping on the tea, and they photoshopped me sitting next to him doing this with a vodka bottle pouring into a cup, and it looked so fucking realistic. I was like, yes, that is awesome, and I wanted to put that on a fucking t-shirt on Customized Girl and have it say like "Long Live Ozzy" or some shit like that, you know. But Customized Girl was just like, no, no, you're not licensed to sell Ozzy Osbourne merch. We don't care if you're denied. That's the one thing I like about Customized Girl, you know, is that they approve the design before you list it, so that way I don't get sued by Ozzy or you know what I'm saying, or J.K. Rowling or what have you. Crazy train. No, one of my fans fucking when I woke up yesterday too, getting a shit ton of text messages from people. They're like, "Josh, Ozzy's retiring," and I'm like, "Bullshit." And I looked it up, and it was like, "Oh well." Everything considered, I don't blame him, but knowing Ozzy, he'll get back up on stage as soon as his health improves. It just may take a little bit longer, unfortunately. No, I love Ozzy Osbourne's "Dreamer." It's just such a beautiful fucking song, you know. Every time I hear about mass shootings in our fucking country, it makes me so fucking depressed. I want to fucking drink. You know, that's kind of what I do now. If I hear about these fucking now, not that I need an excuse to listen to Ozzy Osbourne, but like fucking, I love listening to Dreamer whenever shit like that happens in our country because that song it holds so much truth to our society. You know, it doesn't really matter that much to me. Your higher power may be God, Satan, Jesus Christ, what the fuck ever. Without each other's help, there ain't no hope for us. We want all this anger, hate, and bigotry be gone. I can get being pissed off at the world, you know, and having like anger issues. I get that. But like at some point you have to ask yourself, if someone killed someone you cared about in a mass shooting because they were pissed off, how would you feel? How the fuck would you feel? You'd be devastated, you know, and that's just it. It's the golden rule, YouTube. Treat others the way you want to be treated. And if you're feeling angry at the fucking world, I don't know, start a YouTube channel. That's kind of what I did, you know, because I was an angry and very angsty teenager. And I started YouTube to like vent my frustration and like get better at guitar, you know, and be like, oh yeah, Guitar Insight. Oh, I cringe just thinking about it because I was so young back then, dude. Babyface Cobra without a mustache and goatee. Back when I still had more hair. Honestly, if Ozzy Osbourne takes it easy for the next couple of years, fucking smokes a bunch of weed, continues with his therapy, spending time with his family, drawing, doing things he likes to do outside of performing on stage, I have a feeling Ozzy's going to make a full recovery. It's just going to take a little bit longer because of everything. Well, the fucking COVID-19 pandemic fucked everything up, you know. It's like I got to see Ozzy Osbourne in concert for a second time, and I was late getting to the concert. But thank Lucifer I made it just in time to see Ozzy hit the stage, you know. I had a double shot of Jack and Pepsi and a fucking pipe full of weed in my possession. And I'm all sitting, I slammed that fucking drink as soon as Ozzy hit the stage. And then I fucking started smoking hella weed and fucking headbanging as hard as I could. And, you know, the fucking ushers at the concert were giving me shit about it. Like, sir, if you're gonna smoke weed, you need to do that outside the concert. And the look I gave him was like, fuck off. I'm one of Ozzy's biggest fans. I don't get to see this man in concert very often, especially now, mind you. I'm like, you want to get mad at me for fucking doing it? There are fucking 4 or 5 people down the fucking row smoking it, dude. Fuck off. Ozzy Osbourne's playing in concert, and there's like fucking 4 or 5 people in the rows like below me smoking it. You can sit there and smell the green smoke, dude. I'm like, yo, no, okay, it went in Colorado. I actually want to grow my own hybrid strain of cannabis called King Cobra's Chronic. And I would mix the strains Black Magic, Green Crack, Rainbow Kush, Fruity OG Kush, Maui Wowie, Durban Poison, and Gucci Golden Cobra. Those are the 8 strains. I did mention Green Crack because Green Crack is one of my favorite marijuana strains. Oh yeah, and King Bud OG as well. I forgot to mention King Bud OG because that King Bud OG would make the buds like massive, dude. So Black Magic, Green Crack, Rainbow Kush, Maui Wowie, Durban Poison, King Bud OG, Gucci Golden Cobra, Fruity OG Kush. Fucking the Rainbow Kush would make it all psychedelic and pretty colors. The King Bud would make it massive. Fucking marijuana. Fucking long live Ozzy, motherfucker. Fucking but alcohol says long live Ozzy. That's what I say. Fucking oh my god. Brain fart. I'm worried about Ozzy Osbourne and need to quit worrying about it because he's tough. Anyways, going back to the King Cobra's Chronic, fucking that marijuana would be like so fucking potent. And it'd be pretty to look at too, because the Ozzy motherfuckers. It's fucking the nug would be the size of a baseball, dude. You'd be like, this is so pretty, I don't even want to smoke it. Then you smoke it, and like 4 hits or less would get Snoop Dogg retarded. Like, dude. I've said it. I've been saying it for years now. Ozzy's going to live to be 115, even if he's not touring or not. You know, the reason why I say that is because he's got good genetics. Ugh. And then part of me is just like, dude, quit worrying about Ozzy dying and just enjoy the time you have left. You know, because we're all gonna fucking die, and that's just the nature of the circle of life, kind of thing. Yeah. But if Ozzy Osbourne outlived my ass, I'd be cool with it. No, it bummed me out too because when Ozzy Osbourne's patient number 9, he's just like, everybody wants me dead. And I'm like, fuck that. You know, I got the fucking YouTube trolls who talk a bunch of shit because they know I'm one of Ozzy's biggest fans. And then they got me worrying about it. And I'm just like, quit worrying about it, Cobra. Not going away. I don't listen to this song. Fuck it. Otherwise, copyright. Skip the ad. This is not going away, but Ozzy Osbourne off of his Black Daniel CD. No copyright infringement. Good magic. God bless him, Ozzy. Yeah, Ozzy's fucking sick as yours. I love it. Well, I'll go to the Dallas College experience. That's what I At this point, continue to show Ozzy loyalty. Pray to whatever God you can be good. Ozzy, get back out on that. Honestly, when I found out about Ozzy retiring, I was sad. Not because I'm one of his biggest fans, but because fucking I know how Ozzy loves to perform, dude. When you see Ozzy just sit with the half on that show, it's some crazy thing. It takes me overnight. His whole face is lit up, dude. And it was like he was 20 years younger. Sitting there. No, I love him. If I have any fucking fans who want to grow King Cobra's club, Black Magic, Good Bad, Good Good, Food Good Good, Liars, Good Good, Bardo, it's 8 different marijuana strains of plus drugs, taking some like psychedelic, fucking, fucking, the fucking Nazi stolen for victim. You know, as soon as they fucking legalize cannabis in Wyoming, I want to grow my own shit. I'll be able to get a fucking card for my schizophrenia and my Asperger's. Well, I found out recently that I have very mild schizophrenia to go with my Asperger's, ADHD, and mild OCD. I also suffer from a mother abandonment issue because of my being bullied my entire life. And it's actually very restricted. But I'm still trying. That's what makes me an alpha male. Even though I get rejected by every fucking shit that I like, I'm still trying. I'll be it. I'm going to whoever is the way I can. I want to figure out how to live. Yeah, I want to set Ozzy Osbourne. This soap's the bee's knees, man, and it's black and it smells like a living charcoal. You heard it. Ozzy's not going away anytime soon. Fuckers. Ooh, I'm starting to feel a little daytime buzz going. Yeah. And I turned off the comment section on purpose because I know how my fucking trolls think. I already know like the 10 things they're gonna say to me in the comment section of this video. So it's like I'm not even gonna give them the fucking satisfaction I don't know what the fuck they're gonna say. They're gonna call me an alcoholic. They're gonna call me a bunch of nasty names. They're gonna talk shit on Ozzy, and it's just like, fuck them. You know that my trolls are fucking miserable, to be honest. You want to talk shit on Ozzy Osbourne only because that's one of Cobra's favorite singers. That's the only reason they fucking do it. You know, and I'm not gonna fucking talk shit on my trolls' favorite musicians to get inside their fucking head. I'm already there, dude. I'm sitting there going, what's my next video gonna be about? And my fans are like, dude, you should do a stream for Ozzy. And I'm like, I was planning on it. I worry about that, man. But then again, I worry about everyone I care about, you know. Fucking, yeah. So enough of the Ozzy Osbourne music on YouTube. I don't want to get a copyright strike. Sitting in yesterday. Ugh. I care about Ozzy fucking Osbourne, dude. I worry about him. Even though his Parkinson's disease, you know, when he got that diagnosis, the doctor said it was the most mild form, which is, I guess, good, but still. Hey, look, if Ozzy Osbourne was severely mentally retarded and had a skullet, hey, crazy train! You know, like the stereotype with autistics who like trains. Okay. I honestly think King Cobra's Chronic would make some really pretty bud, like visually pretty and just taste wise. Like, oh my. Now, if you have like a favorite fruit, you can grow cannabis to taste like said fruit. So, like, if you like cherries, okay, like say you took some green crack marijuana seeds, and then you took a bunch of like cherries and you buried it in the soil with your seeds and packed it on top. You know, put the seeds on first, then your cherries on top of your marijuana seeds. Then you take and you pack it down in that rich soil nice and tight. And then you water it and you nurture it just like you would any other plants. And eventually what's gonna happen is the marijuana seeds will fucking grow through the mulch that is your cherries. And then you'll have cherry flavored weed when the strain fully matures. You know, that's the secret. People are like, "Hey, hey, 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 how do I get my fucking weed to taste like mangoes?" Well, that's how you do it. Holy fuck. I'm feeling good right now. I'm just gonna sip of this. Ugh, fuck. Ugh, fuck. You know, when Oz is in a good mood, you can tell because he looks like he's about to bust out laughing. You know, everyone's just in the middle. Everyone's trying to out serious each other, out badass each other, and oh, I'm more tough than you. Yeah, well, I'm more hardcore metal than you are. You know, and Ozzy Osbourne's just in the middle of it, smiling. It's infectious. Guilty as charged, Your Honor. I'm one of Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fans, and of course, when you're a celebrity, you get used to hearing that. I'm still not used to it, to be honest. People will message me on my fucking cell phone. Is this really King Cobra JFS? And I says, "Yeah, man, what's up, dude? I'm your biggest fan." "Oh well, I appreciate it. I don't understand the impact I have on the world or why people like watching me do stupid food hacks. Oh wait, because my food hacks kick ass. The only thing I did wrong with my McDonald's food hack is I wish I would have had one of those giant sandwich toothpicks, so I could have stuck it through the entire sandwich and microwaved it to melt the cheese, and then taken the toothpicks out, kind of thing. But I didn't have those on hand, so then when I tried to fucking microwave it, the whole sandwich fucking fell over. And I'm like, you look so much prettier when I just got done stacking it. My trolls are desperate when they're like, oh, hey, you know what? I fucking hate Cobra, and he's not the biggest fan of vegetables. So, it'd be funny if we did this, this, and this. And then Cobra's over here laughing about it, like, what's even funnier than that? I just turned it into the most unhealthiest McDonald's sandwich. Not a sponsor. Okay, good mythical kitchen. Let's see what they're popping off with. 'Cause this is a chillin' stream. We're just kind of chilling out, shooting the shit, talking about whatever's on our mind, kind of thing. What? Yeah, I saw this. Fucking saw this YouTube. $247 Taco Bell cheesy gordita crunch taste test. Fancy fast food. What? Okay, I love Taco Bell. Let's smash the like on that. Yeah, I like Taco Bell, but to be honest, YouTube, my favorite Mexican restaurant here in town is Poncho's. And my favorite thing to get from Poncho's is a California burrito with everything on it. Add beef, add bacon, add guacamole, add sour cream, and add extra cheese. So fire, dude. Yeah. Keep in mind, a California burrito already comes with like steak and potatoes. So, yeah. I posted a picture of it on Facebook. I was like, best burritos in town. And he's just looking at it and it's like, motherfucker. Now, Ponchos is not a sponsor. This is just free advertisement. Yo, they make some of the best goddamn burritos in town. You might have all these other amazing Mexican restaurants here in town that are all sit down like Ponchos, but Ponchos is open 24/7. Okay, you cannot fucking beat that, dude. You could be like fucking pissed off your ass, stoned and drunk, fucking high as a motherfucker, hungry as shit, and it's like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. And you can stumble into Ponchos and be like, hey, hey. We don't have a whole lot of fucking 24-hour restaurants in Casper, but Ponchos does it, man. They're awesome, hardworking, and delicious. Fox serial killer. Fox serial killers, man. If someone hurt a woman I loved and cared about, I would be fucking pissed. I'd find the motherfucker and I'd chop their dick off and shove it up their ass and then down their throat so they could taste shit. I can understand being angry at the world, but like so angry you want to do shit like that. At some point you have to ask yourself, okay, how would it feel to be in the victim's shoes? Some poor fucking family member is just like, our daughter, going to college and she had a bright future ahead of her and then some asshole murdered and raped her. Oh my god. Liquid Sunshine's a fucked off song, and it's really fucking sad. So yeah, there's that at least. See, I would never kill anyone unless they were trying to kill me, and then at that point, it's self defense. Even though I'd love to murder pedophiles, but I can't because murder is illegal. So I'm like, well, mythical Chef Josh, it'd be hard for you to be a serial killer because people recognize your fucking face. You're part of Good Mythical Morning. He was joking, of course. Like, yeah, I'm a serial killer. When I get stoned off of weed, I kill an entire box of Reese's Puffs. Oh, like I want to film TikTok videos of me eating Taco Bell in my clock tower's belfry and being like, "Look at all them bells! Look at all them bells!" Mm. I think like the bare minimum of bells I would put in my clock tower would be 48. It'd be 47 on a Grand Carillon, and then the 48th bell would be on a hemp rope. But if I could afford more, I'd totally do it. Ugh. I don't know. I like the idea of having 48 bells in my clock tower. I know this is going to sound super autistic, but one, four is my favorite number, and that would give me four octaves of bells. And two, Ozzy Osbourne was born in 1948. So it's just like, you know what I'm saying? Because the numbers four and eight are both divided by four, which also can be broken down into two, which makes an even breakdown of numbers. Always like one of those. Okay. I want to say it right now. Fuck the trolls talking shit on Ozzy Osbourne. You know that? Ozzy Osbourne could outlive my ass, and I'd be cool with it, to be honest. No, it's funny because I worry about Ozzy Osbourne, but I don't really worry about myself, you know. Like I accept the fact that it's all part of the circle of life and that I'm gonna go someday, but I don't know when and I don't care how, you know? Just gonna live my life to the fullest and keep rocking, you know. Hmm. Yeah. Absinthe be like, yeah, Taco Bell has therapy. It's called delicious fast food. Eat your feelings away, you fat fuck. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Cobra, calm down. This is as fat as I get. I have a very high metabolism. I'm busting balls, YouTube. It is what it is. Like, food is delicious, dude. Okay, if I were to create my own Taco Bell item, I would take a toasted cheddar chalupa shell and put a shit ton of cheese in the middle of it And then in between that shell and the cheese, on top of that, you put like a nacho cheese Doritos Locos Taco Supreme taco with like bacon, and it would be a supreme. It'd be so good. Who the fuck's knocking at my fucking door? Jesus Christ! I'm trying to do a fucking video here. What's up? Oh, thanks, man. Oh, you're good. Here we go. Thanks, sir. Have a good day. You too. Well, cool. Then next time, just leave it at my fucking door, and I'll get it after the fucking stream. Jesus Christ. No, I'm sitting here worried about Ozzy Osbourne. Fucking just like quit worrying about it. Fucking relax, focus on something else, kind of thing. It's like sitting there knocking on my fucking door like it's the cops, and I'm like, dude, okay, you got an order for me, cool. Then just leave it at my fucking door. Okay, thanks. You know what else tastes like college? Alcohol. At least he was polite about it. He was like, "Hey, sorry, man, I got an order for you." I'm like, "Cool." Do I gotta put a fucking sign outside my apartment door that says, "Hey, if the order's paid for, drop it off and leave it at my door. If it's not paid for, I apologize. My trolls are fucking cunts." Don't. Okay, now come on, kids, watch your show. Don't. No. No, and my person, as one of Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fans, what disappoints me about him retiring is just knowing how much Ozzy loves his fans, and how he wants to get back out there and just perform patient number 9 for his fans. I'm not disappointed about Ozzy retiring, because I totally get it, and I respect Ozzy for doing it. And I only hope that he heals up and he's able to continue performing. Maybe if he's got an extended couple more years off, so be it. Ozzy's true fans will totally understand. You know what I'm saying, YouTube? 100%. Oh man, I'm starting to feel a little swifty off that absinthe. There we go. And it's only been 1 cup, mind you. Oh, look at that. Take a break and do some shout outs for our Cash App and our PayPal. Because I would not be making the money off the YouTube. I don't always have money for wands or to make, so it's nice when I get the occasional donation. My fucking account went in the negative because of that food hack, and I didn't think it would, but it did. So it is what it is. But I don't mind my account going in the negative just to do a food hack for YouTube, especially when I know it's good, kind of thing. Yeah. Daniel, thank you for your $13 for congrats on 50K thousand subscribers. Another $7.77 on PayPal. Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, these were all done yesterday, so I've already covered those. Speeds, thank you for your $1 holler. I'll donate another 50 bucks if you say, okay, Speed's friend Jordan is gay. There you go. Cough up that 50, motherfucker. uh Thanks, Dad, for calling the police on me. That's most definitely what's up. Yeah, that's hilarious. Nice donation troll. Troll donation. That's hilarious. Man. Daniel, thank you for your $3 holler. Legit a funny, smart dude. Sometimes keep being yourself. I shall. Yeah. Dig the self reflection to Ozzy and Cobra Chronic. What the fuck does that even mean? I got $2 out of it, so there you go. Drones. Drums? Yeah, drums. For long live Ozzy, long live Gothic King Cobra. Aw. That tugged at my heartstrings for a minute, I ain't gonna lie. They're like, "You're gonna give me $1.69 in Cash App," and it says, "For long live Ozzy Osbourne and long live Gothic King Cobra." Aw. That made me feel a warm and fuzzy inside, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. Mose for "It's My Birthday, Cobes, will you please do a cover?" Well, you didn't mention which vocal cover you wanted, but happy birthday, Mose. Thank you for your $1. I got it for "What's Up, Aussie Boy? I'm having another baby. That's what's up." Well, shout out to Mark, Aussie Boy, he says. Yeah, being one of Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fans, I want to get that. Johnny, thank you for your $2 for happy birthday, Lawrence. Enjoy the Tool vinyl. Oh, you got a vinyl record with Tool on it? That's pretty sweet. That's what's up, Johnny. Thank you for your dollar holler. Brian, a circle of protection around your cat princess. She is sick. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I hope your cat starts feeling better. That's the thing that sucks about having pets, to be honest. They get old and they get sick and then they die. And it's just like, no, I have like a dog I had when I was a kid in high school. His name was Chance, and he was a rescue dog, and he had the worst life prior to my family rescuing him. And he lived a good long life, dude. He did. My family adopted him from the shelter, and we gave him the best life he could ever have. And Chance was not the prettiest of dogs. He was kind of rough looking, but I didn't care. That was my dog. My Chancey Poo. And yeah, my dog Chance was the shit. Oh yeah, fuck Cyrex. You know what I'm saying? That's what grosses me out about that. It's just like, oh great, you share the same name as my dog. Fuck you, you pedophile piece of shit. Anyways, people have often come over to my apartment and they're like, "What's with the dog collar hanging up on your wall there?" And I'm like, "That's my dog's dog collar. My dog Chance's ashes are at my parents' house, and I keep his collar hung up on the wall, kind of thing." Yeah, yeah. So you should give adoption a chance. There are a lot of awesome animals that just want love and attention. All the cute dogs get taken first. It is how it is. If you're able to give a less attractive dog who needs a forever home a chance, I'd recommend it. I mean, that's the problem with a lot of people anymore is that they're going based off of how cute the dog is, and it's just like there were so many fucking dogs out there who miss out on opportunities like that because of that attitude. See, ha ha ha! I see what you're trying to do there, Logan, with your $2 hauler. Shout out to I'm gonna say it because it's silly. I see what they're trying to do. It's like saying his last name is Hunt, first name is Mike, kind of thing. Yeah, I'm able to take the piss out of myself every now and then. But shout out to Logan and his friend Seymour Cox. Yeah, I see what you were trying to do there. Oh, that's ridiculous. Ooh, $10. Sweet. Hey, Cobes, you're the man. Keep on keeping and being you from Gary. Here is a Groveport, Ohio rock on brother. Fuck the mama boy, little dick basement trolls. I agree, Gary. Thank you for your $4.20 donation. Yeah, the majority of my fucking trolls are just a bunch of fucking assholes who have never even smoked weed or cigarettes. And if they try to get alcohol, they gotta steal it out of their mom's purse for money, kind of thing. Yeah. Seymour Cox. That's fucking great. That's fucking funny. I already clicked on that. See, I'm getting. Uh, oh, cool. $19.87. I'm only like 50 some odd dollars in the negative. So that'll help. This 20 bucks will definitely help towards that. Uh, man, shout out to where it's at, dude. I did not expect people to give me all this money, but I appreciate it. Ah. When I heard about Ozzy retiring, you were the first person I thought of, King Cobra. Long live Ozzy Osbourne and his heirs. The Gothic King Cobra himself. Check out my YouTube Per Parasykes TV when you're bored. Well, I wouldn't say I'm Ozzy Osbourne's heir because I'm not related to him as far as I know. Although it wouldn't surprise me with being 80% British. If I was like Ozzy's like 20th cousin or some shit, you know. I like to think of myself as Ozzy Osbourne's prodigy, but that's adorable because there's so many people out there claiming the same thing. Like just because you can sing like the Beatles and you kind of look like Ozzy, that you think. Thank you, Samuel, for your $1 holler. Neil says hi. Neil Bryn, huh? Well, I appreciate that. Trying to cover all these shout outs real quick, and then we'll get back to watching Mythical Chef Josh make a ridiculous taco. $1 holler for Fat Baby VHS. Thank you for your donation to PayPal. He says, they, he, she, they, them, whoever. Please keep good dogs away from Bic. Yeah, what he said. I'm pretty sure you don't want your dogs chewing on a Bic lighter. That would be, what, these things? Eh. Seymour Cox. That's too funny. That's like some Bart Simpson type shit. That is too. That's what it is. Like Bart Simpson calling Moe's Tavern and being like, "Is there a Seymour Cox at your bar?" And then Mo being like, "Hey, hey, hey." Holy Toledo, Batman. Appreciate you all donating. I think you might have a couple cavities, might want to get that checked out. Yeah, I'm aware of the fact that I have cavities or have had them, but my mouth ain't hurting, so who cares? Uh, hey, Cobra. I never see you eat Chinese food. Is there any good Chinese food in Casper? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Just because you don't see me eat it doesn't mean I don't, dude. I fucking love Chinese food. There are plenty of awesome Asian spots here in town that I go to with my family sometimes. You know, and I've done reviews on Chinese food before. There's a Chinese restaurant called the J&S Chinese Restaurant here in town. They have an amazing plum wine, and their food is just so. Yeah, I do enjoy that. You know, got some donations on the first too. We'll shout those out. Payment sent for $2.99. It didn't come with a name for the person. Just the fucking. It is what it is. Oh, wait, was that the person I clicked on? Shout out to Lindsay. Thank you for your $1 holler. Big fan. Can you shout out my friend Yang Chen? He is currently serving in the Taiwan Army and he will be getting a medal live on Taiwan News later this week. Hell yeah. Shout out to Yang Chen. Thank you for your service for your country. And congratulations on your medal, dude. That's what's up. Hmm. Oh man. Feeling just a little bit obnoxious. Well, that one didn't give me a message, so it's like if you donate money to my channel and you don't put a message, I'm not gonna read it out. So it is what it is. Can I get a shout out okay, yeah. Shout out to your friend Yang Chen, who is currently in the Taiwanese army. Damn, Ryan. Looks like you and Lindsay must be connected to the same thing. Looks like Lindsay and Brian there are fucking part of the same circle of friends, huh? Or Ryan, I mean. Yeah. Kyle, thank you for your $4.20 donations. At Cobra, I just stumbled upon your videos recently and I enjoy them so much. I wanted to send you some money. I wish I had more money. Dude, don't worry about it. Any amount you can send is appreciated. And you don't have to send any money. Your fans, the fans are where it's at, dude. You know what I'm saying? Fans are more important than the money. Just send, but I don't. Please listen to me on the ignore the trolls and keep doing you. I really do wish the best, man. Oh, I already do ignore the trolls, dude. They're fucking losers. Just remember that some of your viewers are actual fans and not haters. Keep it up, buddy. Thanks, man. Yeah, I only give the trolls a little bit of attention because they give me all the attention in the world. You know, I'm literally psychologically raping my trolls and causing them to troll me on purpose, which makes me a bigger troll. It's a dangerous way to get views on YouTube, but it works. Shout out to the movie Discord, CBT Pictures. Would love for you to join Cobra. Well, I appreciate that, Thomas. Thank you for your $30. Yeah, man, if you want to shout out, fucking donate to Cash App or PayPal. It doesn't have to be a shit ton of money, you know. You donate $1, I'll give you a holler. That's how it is. But yeah, apparently I got some food from my fans. Like, what the fuck's up with that, huh? So what the hell is this? My fans or whoever sent me some blimpies. You believe this? I got a looks like a Mountain Dew. Hold up. Grab a pencil and pad because we're gonna draw straws. See what I do. Yeah, that's Mountain Dew. What else do they give me? A spoon and fork? Oh, hey, nacho cheese Doritos, my favorites. Knowing me, it's probably going to be a fucking all veggie sauce covered mess, right? Let's find out. This cute little blimpie sandwich. Oh, look at that. Not a sponsor. Okay. Okay, I see you, YouTube. You actually put meat on it for a change. Appreciate that. Like, oh, hey, Cobra's watching a food video. Let's send him something. Oh, you sent me a food, so I'm going to food hack it. We're going to add some Doritos to it. Ooh. Mm. Hold on to these Doritos for later. Put Doritos on it. That's what's up. Hold up. What do we have here? Some leftover honey, excuse me, not honey, blah. Some leftover Parmesan garlic wings. Scoop it on there. Okay, if you not had Pizza Hut's boneless Parmesan garlic wings, you don't even know, YouTube. I fuck with Pizza Hut's boneless wings because they are quite delicious, if I do say so myself. But you got these garlic Parmesan wings and like this crazy amount of garlic Parmesan sauce, all the excess sauce in the container here. Ridiculous. We're gonna take that sauce and just beep 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 beep, beep smear it all over our sandwich. Mm. Oh yeah, don't mind me being a fat ass over here. Okay, enough of that nonsense. So on top of our blimpie sandwich with the boneless wings, oh, or the red ring of death action. I just put so it's got Doritos and it's got boneless wings. Ridiculous, YouTube. We should put meat on it this time. Try a couple bites of that. All right. I fuck with it. That's good. Mm, that's actually not that bad. Like, how many other ways can we stuff boneless Pizza Hut wings into like 10 different food items? You know, that's the beauty of a food hack. Which it does get boring for my YouTube fans because it's like all he does is take Doritos and stuff it into everything and then calls it a food hack. It's so fucking annoying. Appreciate the fans keeping me fed. Ooh. I'm gonna save the rest of that for later because I'm really not that hungry at the moment. But I do want to try it on camera for y'all. Mm. Stick that in the fridge. So putting boneless chicken wings on a sandwich, on a sub sandwich. Yes, that needs to be a thing. Why is that not a thing? Like, it don't even have to be pizza slut, dude. I'm serious. You put boneless wings on a sub sandwich. Oh yeah, that's fucking swings, dude. Put this in the fridge. I'll be right back. Man, that sub was all right. Excuse me. I'll eat the rest of that later when I get hungry. Blimpies. Oh, jeez. Not a sponsor. Pour a little bit of that Mountain Dew into our drink. Oops. That's pretty much what I had yesterday when I was doing the food combos. Is Mountain Dew mixed with this red absinthe. Nah, he beat me to it. I was just about to pause the video and go, none of your business, but fucking mythical chef Josh beat me to the joke. Do not hate yourself for doing it, mythical chef Josh. Having a dad sense of humor is the best thing in life, you know. Being able to make a joke out of practically anything and have people rolling on the floor because it's like, hey, that joke was so bad, but I can't help but laugh at it. Holy butt fuck, where'd that come from? Yo, someone hooked it up with the money. Appreciate that. Yeah. Well, I'm getting my first of the month stuff done tomorrow, as it is the third. And it'd just be nice to be able to have enough money in my account so I don't gotta take from that. And the fans are definitely helping with that. I appreciate it, dude. I do not ask for the money. I simply offer it as a business exchange, much like Cameo. Like, okay, so you can't afford tactical soap, maybe you can't afford a wand or a bitchin' t-shirt, but you still want to contribute to Cobra's channel. So you give me $1 and it's like, hey, it's my buddy Ace's birthday tomorrow. Can you give Ace a happy birthday shout out? And I'm over here like, yeah, man, that's just how it works. So if you have not put boneless wings on a sub sandwich with meats and veggies, I would recommend it. It's delicious. That's the kind of person I am when you're a fucking bachelor and you haven't, you know, taking leftovers and then combining it with the food you currently have to create something new and out of this world delicious. Yes. That's a great way to show that the food doesn't go to waste and then you get to come up with something new and original. And now it's like, hey, garlic parmesan boneless wings definitely belong on a sub sandwich. Zachary, thank you for your $5 holler donation to PayPal. Epic Power sucks at Call of Duty from Zachary. Thank you for your $5 to PayPal. Damn Daniel with the $5. Sent 15 today. Stay awesome. Plus accept my pending 13. I shall when I get off stream. Thank you for that. Meister, thank you for your $10. Shout out to Glenside Tattoo. We love you. Hell yeah. Shout out to Glenside Tattoo. That's what's up. I only have like 4 tattoos myself, you know. I got my Ozzy Osbourne knuckles. I got my cult symbol, which is a cobra from behind. You know, like you see the hood and the head facing forward, but you don't see the head kind of thing. Yeah. And then I got my Cradle of Filth band logo, my Ozzy knuckles. And then speaking of cobras, I got this wicked cool cobra that I got done at Black Sunday Tattoo Parlor with the pot leaves and the satanic pentagram on the head right there. I've had this tattoo for years, and it does need to be slightly touched up from being, you know, but that's just fine because Black Sunday Tattoo Parlor, in my opinion, makes the best tattoos here in town. Okay, like the dude who did my Cobra tattoo is a fan of my videos, and he specializes in doing these. So it's like, yeah, dude. You see me on the Now It's a Party documentary getting my Aussie knuckles done and then my Cradle of Filth logo. And I'm just sitting there. Most people cannot sit that still for a tattoo, but it's just like I love getting tattoos, you know. Praise Cobra, huffing cologne for the Dark Lord. Huh. Thanks, Haley, for your $1.20 donation to Cash App. Daniel for the $4 holler. I meant here's to Ozzy and make Cobra's chronic weed. Hell yeah, brother. 100% I'll drink to that. I'd have too much fun doing drugs with Ozzy Osbourne if he still partakes, but we all get to that point in our life where we realize, okay, we have a problem, we got to slow down or just stop, you know? And for me, my wake up point was honestly waking up in the drunk tank in Cheyenne, Wyoming, going, I could figure it for myself that I was in jail, but I was just like, "What the fuck am I doing here?" And then I asked the cop, I said, "Hey, am I in Cheyenne, Wyoming?" They look at me like, "Ugh, fucking drunk asshole." "Yes, you are." And once I blew complete zeros and gave my dad a call, he was just like, "You will not believe the fucking shit you did. You were a fucking asshole." And I was just like, "Oh." And that was kind of my wake up call, YouTube. I'm like, you know what? I love to drink, but it wouldn't kill me to slow down and then to quit assuming the worst before it happens. Gary, thank you for your $1 holler. Hey, Josh, would you like it if I sent you a Lego set? Well, it depends on the Lego set. Honestly, I don't play with Legos anymore, so it would just be, uh, no, I'm good. But I appreciate the offer. Daniel, thank you for your $3 holler. He writes, "You're legit funny and smart, dude. Sometimes keep being yourself." Well, I don't claim to be the smartest person on the planet, dude. I really don't. Uh, that donation though made me smile. Like, even if it was only like $1.69, it was the message behind it. Long live Ozzy and long, lo, long live Ozzy. Love, live. I don't even meant to say long. It's a typo. I don't really see myself as that important, you know. I'm just another Ozzy Osbourne fan. Just another face in the crowd, you know. Yeah, Johnny, I gave you a birthday shout out earlier. Again, I apologize if I don't keep up to date, like on the Cash App and PayPal donations. I don't want my entire channel to be about, oh, the fans give you money kind of thing, you know. That's why I don't do the Cash App, PayPal shout outs, but like maybe every other 2 days minimum, you know, because I do get a lot of donations and I appreciate that. Uncle Nick, thank you for your $5. Uncle Nick from New York City, get a beer, Cobes. Or a bottle of fucking absinthe. Yeah. Never gonna slow me down. For happy birthday, Lawrence. May the raisins be plenty. From Johnny. Thank you, JG, for your and Johnny for your $2. Emil, thank you for your $2, man. He's just like, for keep rocking out with the killer content from AP. I shall. I will go for as long as I can, YouTube. That's the goal. I don't even care if I build my clock tower dream house and I spend the rest of my life in this bitch in apartments. You know, I'll keep going for as long as I can. Yeah, Cyrix, you're a fucking pedophile, bitch ass, nasty looking, balding piece of shit loser. Fuck, your music sucks. You can go fuck yourself. Fuck Cyrax. Fuck him. He's a nasty bitch. From Uncle Nick and King Cobra. Thank you, Uncle Nick, for your $5. Dude, I hate Cyrax. I hate Cyrax more than I love Ozzy Osbourne, to be honest. The dude just gives me weird vibes, you know? Like, I keep telling Courtney Noy to quit hanging out with his pedophile ass. Quit inviting him on your fucking stream. And she's like, oh, I'm the worst. I just, I'm like, "Well, okay, 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 okay. Fuck off, Courtney. You can, you know, just say to yourself, fuck Wings of Redemption. Fuck Cyrax. Aaron, thank you for your $5 holler. They sent me a link to their Discord and says, I can't wait to meet you. I'm sure. I'm actually a really chill guy to hang out with, you know. Mark, shout out to your boy Ian. It's a different Ian, not the one I know, but who got circumcised on his this week, huh? Well, shout out to Mark and Ian. Thank you for your $2. I appreciate it. Maddie, thank you for your 250. Congrats on 50 subs, Josh. Love you. Aw. Thanks, Manny. Appreciate it. Trey, what up? Shout out to Chappie and Parker. Thank you for your $2 holler. Can you say section is the goat? Okay, yeah, I'm caught up on those donations. Oh wait, no, I'm not. Super high. I got two more. Shout out to Richard. Thank you for your 420. Can you sing Dragula real goth like? Oh, by Rob Zombie. Yeah, I'm sure I could for a future video. I've already played two songs of Ozzy Osbourne's in this video, so like I don't want to risk YouTube being like, okay, that's too many copyrighted songs, Cobra. Mm. John, thank you for your $1. Ready for some new wands? Rock on, man. Fuck Cyrax. Yeah, I'll be getting some more wands made for Etsy for sure. I'm gonna try to get a couple of wands made before Valentine's Day, you know, because even if I can't get a girlfriend to spend Valentine's Day with, I can at least help my YouTube fans out who watch my videos. You know, maybe your girlfriend's a King Cobra fan, and then you get her a King Cobra JFS official wand for Valentine's Day. Yeah. He went to Cobra Craft. Holy shit. $73. Oh, yeah. Cobra likey that. Cobra like that a lot. I'll be able to get my fucking account out of the negative now, thanks to what I'm doing. How much fucking money do I owe my bank still? Let's see. 35 fucking dollars in the negative. And you know what? I'm just gonna take that $73 and transfer the entire thing. That'll get my account out of the fucking negative. Beautiful. Now I've got food, I've got alcohol, so if I don't order any fucking more DoorDash for the next couple of days, we should be fine. Debit card received from PayPal. Nicholas Campbell, appreciate that. The majority of that, man, that's a lot of fucking donations, dude. Hell yeah. I've got some old guitar magazines and Ozzy on the cover. Would you be interested in them? I can send you them to your P.O. Box. Yes, I would be, Nicholas. Thank you. Send those to my P.O. Box. For sure, dude. Do you even have to ask twice? If it's got Ozzy Osbourne on the fucking front of it, of course I'm gonna want it for my collection. You know, my last girlfriend that I dated gave me a signed photo of Ozzy Osbourne for Christmas, and it was one of the best gifts I've ever received from a girlfriend. Thank you, Lena, for your $50 holler. I appreciate it. You're the man, Cobes. Love from the Goose Queen and Ryan. Well, I appreciate that. That's beyond most definitely what the fuck is up. Holy fuck balls, dude. That was pretty sweet. $75. Yeah, that'll help with my accounts. Please shout out my girlfriend's tattoo shop, Glenside Tattoo. We are all big fans of you, Cobes. Yeah, shout out to Glenside Tattoo. That's what's up. Thank you for your $10 holler. Like, holy fuck, my account's out of the negative. Cool. That's a little bit less stress to worry about. No, I woke up this morning and I make a habit of checking my account almost every day so I make sure it stays out of the negative kind of thing. And it's just like, how the fuck did it go in the negative again? And then I'm like, oh, that's right. Because I ordered the boneless wings to do my McDonald's food hack. Yeah. But it's out of the negative now, thanks to my fans. So I appreciate it. Logan, thank you for your $1 holler. Thanks, Cobes. That's what's up. How's Sean? I don't know. How is Sean doing? He's doing good, man. Thanks for asking. The $1 hollers are nice, dude. Hey, Copes, I never see you. Okay, yeah, I'm all caught up on the shout outs now. But yeah, the YouTube's not about getting shout outs. That's a bonus. Yeah. And smash the like button for Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness. Mm. Ooh, I'm starting to feel a little obnoxious. Yeah. Keep the stream going for a little bit longer. Let's see how this fancy fast food shit turn out. I think I owe it to my fans to take a big drink of my Mountain Dew Red Absinthe drink combo for all the amazing support that I get. 100, dude. Now, when you hear Satan's Bell, it's just you. If you know who sings it, you know that's King Cobra sound. I've discovered my own sound, and I fucking love my musical sound. You know the Ava Grande metal that I make, where it sounds like Ozzy Osbourne and Danny Filth and like power metal. You know, I love it. My musical sounds. Mm. Fancy fast food. That just seems like I can get into the like Mythical Kitchen. You gotta check them out. They're part of the Good Mythical Morning lineup with Rhett and Link. You know, and then you got Mythical Chef Josh who's just doing his crazy shtick. And you got Trevor and Nicole and everyone there. Right now, I cannot remember everyone's name off the top of my head because you know how that goes when you've been sipping. Ugh. But could you spend okay, if I'm spending 247.48 on a fucking goddamn taco, it better be the best fucking taco I've ever had. Oh, fennel, dried fennel. I thought you said a dry funnel tube. Did you not? I'm not gonna judge, but calling it Gert like you're trying to sound hip. You sound like these fucking douchey fucking soccer moms who call Target Target. Like, I'm not trying to be that guy, but if I hear someone call Target Target, I want to smack them in the face repeatedly. Especially if you're some like white suburban mom, you're trying to sound hip and like edgy. And it's like, oh my God, Cheryl, you want to go to Target for some za? And it's like, what the fuck are they? Speak English, motherfucker. They're saying, do you want to go to Target for some pizza? So why can't they just say that? Because it's not as fun. Uh, you know what I'm saying? Like these hip suburban soccer moms. We try to sound cool and edgy, like word. You know what I'm talking about? They're like, "Oh, what you doing?" They go up to their kids and they're like, "Are you making a talk tick?" And it's like, "Oh my God, mom, it's called TikTok." Oh, cool. Can I be in your talk tick? Okay, for the second time, I swear to God, it's called TikTok. Yeah. And here's the thing of it, man. If your parents are trying to be cool and with it, and you're at that age where you're just like cringed out by it, be patient with them. They're just trying to take an interest in what you're interested in. And it may come off as super cringy, but at least it shows your parents care about you. And Generation Z acts like they're so young and hip, but guess what? By the time you're my fucking age, TikTok's gonna be outdated, and all the younger farts are gonna be calling you an old piece of shit. And you're gonna get mad at them. You're gonna be like, "Bitch, I'm only 32. What the fuck?" Because I know how these Generation Z assholes think. They take one look at my ass and they're just like, "Ew, it's an older millennial. Gross." And they treat me like I'm 185, and I'm over here like, "Fuck off, you little cunt." A blood orange. Oh boy. So what's Count Dracula's favorite fruit? I heard it was a blood orange. Blah, 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 blood orange. One of the few differences between me and Ozzy Osbourne is Ozzy will make you laugh to make himself feel comfortable around you, which I totally get that. But I make people laugh because I like to make people laugh. I can give a fuck what they think about me. If you don't like me, that's your fucking problem, not mine. Pete Davidson likes Taco Bell. Yeah, dude. Now, if you go to Taco Bell, you gotta get Mountain Dew Baja Blast original mixed with the mango Fiesta tea. It's fucking fire, YouTube. Mustard oil, is that the kind of oil that sandwiches put in their cars? Strike two, Cobra. Your dad jokes suck. So yeah, I heard Big Ben the clock tower loves to cook. Yeah, Big Ben uses a lot of time in their cooking. Anyone? Time in their cooking? That's all right, because Big Ben the clock tower had an addiction to social media. I couldn't get Big Ben off of TikTok. You know that Big Ben the clock tower had a really nasty TikTok addiction. It was bad, dude. Every 5 minutes, swipe, boom, 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 boom. Big Ben couldn't even finish the Westminster chime without being like, I must check my TikTok. Some warm water and yeast. Did your tortillas get a yeast infection? Yeah, you know why the baker went to the gynecologist? She had a yeast infection. Anyone? She had a bun in the oven. She had to pinch off a loaf when she was constipated. These inappropriate baker jokes doing anything for the crowd right now. She had a bunch of Taco Bell. Now she's dropping off some air biscuits. Like straight up Asperger's, dude. And why the hell do they call it a gynecologist? Guys don't have vaginas. Watch it, Cobra. It's 2023. That's the kind of crap that'll get you canceled. But it's human biology. If you want to call human biology transphobic, then and you're just mad as hell because you can't cancel culture human biology. That's a part of our species. And if you get mad at human biology, then you're a speciesist. How's that sound, YouTube? See, Cobra could be an obnoxious asshole that calls names too. John Wayne Gacy. Remember, kids, if you see a man in a windowless van offer you candy, run away and scream as loudly as you can. Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. You know why the doe broke up with his girlfriend? Well, because he was super needy. Man, these jokes just keep coming and coming, YouTube. Oh my god. Yeah, so, like, the kids watching Good Mythical Kitchen are just like, "Wrap it and tap it, what are they even talking about?" But all the adults like me watching it are going, "Put a sheath on your wand before you send it off to battle." Yeah, and why the fuck do they call it a manicure? That's so fucking sexist because women can get them too. Why not call it a people a cure? Why is it called a manicure? I'm so tired of the fucking patriarchy inserting their bullshit into everything. Because usually women get those. You don't see men get them too often. So I feel like that's kind of sexist. But first we got the gynecologist and the manicure. Gall! As a feminist, I am triggered by this. As a MGTOW feminist, I am triggered by this. Of course, I'm making fun of these asshole cunts who are just like offended by everything that has anything to remotely sound like, oh, we gotta change Manchester, England to Peoplechester because that's sexist. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that when they founded Manchester, England, they probably weren't sitting there going, yeah, in about 800 years or so, give or take, more or less, this is going to piss off some blue-haired feminazi cunt with like green armpit hair down to her shoulders and knees. Like, you will respect her female penis. You will respect her armpit hair. And it's like, okay, your armpit hair is long enough to touch your knees. That's gross. Like I'm a dude with hairy armpits, and my shit's not even that long. I'm like, bro, what in the actual fuck? And here's the best part of it. Do you think the patriarchy gives a shit if you have hairy armpits? Like all of a sudden, men are gonna just stop doing what they're doing and go, "Holy crap, she has hairy armpits like a dude." I never thought of it about it like that before. I want to stop being a sexist, raging asshole. I want to stop ruling everything. All it's gonna do is make people go, "Ruh, do your thing, girl." It's called the European look. And I'll tell you why men rule the world and women don't. It's because in a life or death situation, if a goddamn boat was sinking for some ungodly fucking reason, men are gonna go last. It's what it is, dude. I know it sounds like some Bill Barr type shit, but it's the truth. And I don't like it, personally speaking. I wish women had some of the power too, before you go off and call me a sexist. In a fucking life or death situation, it's like, okay, old people, women, and children first. If you're a young man, screw you, suck it up and deal with it. Which I totally get it. I'm like, you know what? 100%. If I was on a fucking plane that was about to crash and there were only enough parachutes for the women, the elders, and the children, and not enough for my ass, I'd be like, well, I lived a good life. So, like, you know what? Hey, if you want to have some of that patriarchal power, maybe fucking next time the plane's crashing, we give the man the parachute for first instead. But you'll never see it in our society. And I'm all for supporting gender equality, but how is that gender equality? Especially when you hear women bitch about it, it's like, you don't want gender equality. You just want more privilege than men. I say give it to them so they shut the fuck up. Then it's like, okay, cool. Now I can play the victim. We can switch roles for a second. All the feminazis who are bitching about equality can shut the fuck up. Especially when we have the society we live in where women can run for president and women can run for prime minister. We live in a society where a woman can accuse you of rape and you have to try really fucking hard to prove your innocence. All because you're a man. And that's the kind of crap associated with our gender. All you men are just blah, 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 blah. If some ugly chick is checking you out and you're not into it and you reject her politely, she throws a fucking fit and says you can't handle a strong woman. But if it's gender fucking reversed and it's some creepy ass ugly dude checking her out, she can turn around and be like, quit raping me with your eyes, asshole. You're systematically oppressing me by checking me out. It's like, yeah, but you know you're hot shit. Otherwise, you wouldn't show it off. I'm not trying to be a cheeky bastard, but that's the truth of it, dude. Like, you want to bitch about gender equality when it's like men have no say in today's society, especially if you're white, straight, and cisgendered. I'm pretty much the enemy in today's society, dude. And I'm the last asshole that would do anything. You know, even though women could treat me like shit, even though blacks could hate my ass because I'm white, and even though LGBTQIAA plus hates me because I'm straight and cisgendered, I'm still going to fight for their cause, even though I have no say in today's society. That's called being the bigger person. Furthermore, and it's as far as society is concerned, oh, you don't deserve rights, you white piece of shit. And it's like, I'm tired of being blamed for yesteryear's problems because I'm born into this life as a 90s baby going, what the fuck did I do? I'm like, don't you dare assume all women are cunts because then you're a fucking raging sexist asshole. But if you're a woman and you assume all men are assholes and all they want is sex, then by golly, men better fix their shit, right? And don't you dare say all women belong in the kitchen because that's sexist. But say all men deserve to be in a war or underneath the hood of a car or building a fucking log cabin. Well, men better fucking learn their male expected roles. They better bow down and kiss their female cunt overlord's pussy. Learn how to build a house, you pussy. Grow a beard. And furthermore, I'm so fucking tired of women and men getting attacked because they're not masculine or feminine enough. And then as soon as they try, they get told, well, it's toxic. It's like, what the fuck are we supposed to do then? That's off topic. And save the gender relation rants for later. It's like, I swear to God, if Cobra does one more gender relations rant, I'm going to stab myself in the dick. Shut the fuck up, Cobra. We're sick and tired of hearing it. Like, you could have just asked me nicely. You didn't have to stab yourself in the dick. Don't you dare expect a woman to fetch your pipe and your slippers after a long, hard day at work and fix you a martini, because that's sexist. You know, it's only sexist when you expect women to realize their gender based roles. And then they bitch about equality and play the victim. And I'm like, to a degree, yes, women have been victimized in our society, but how the fuck are you going to play the victim when nobody calls it sexist when it happens to men? And then you want to bitch about gender equality, about how women have it unfair? Kiss my ass. Kiss my heterosexual goth ass. And that's not to say anything, because women have it hard too. Both sides have it hard in certain perspectives. It just depends on the situation. Do not get me started on gender relations. God damn it. Fucking gender relations pisses me off more than my 6 year dry spell, to be honest. Like, you tend to lose interest in sex when you realize that women and men are just assholes to each other. And you're like, you know what? I got this thing called having a wank, and it's much easier than putting up with drama on bullshit. Speaking as a guy, let me just say this. I'm gonna end the video on these rants here. I'll come back to that cooking show, whatever. Speaking as a man, we get tired and so sick and tired of it when women say shit like this. Do you still love me? Do you still think I'm pretty? Do these jeans make my ass look fat? What do you think about my friend Cheryl? Well, I've heard you bitch about Cheryl nonstop, so I think she's a complete cunt. Oh my God, how dare you say that? Cheryl's going through a lot right now. And it's like, didn't you just get done saying how much you can't stand her? No, dude, fucking, I keep going, but it's like almost 3 hours long of streaming, and that's enough. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the bullshit questions that women will ask to entrap your ass. So no matter what you say, you're still going to come out as a piece of shit. It's called verbal manipulation, and it works. Using your words to manipulate society and people into your favor, kind of thing. And it takes a level of intellect to be like, it's all human psychology, is what it is, which I tend to find human psychology very fascinating, personally speaking. Like, what makes humans tick? What makes them do the dumb shit that they fucking do? But goddamn, how many likes we got? 220 likes. That's pretty sweet. I kind of want to sing Paranoid by Black Sabbath now to close out the video. There's supposed to be warm wood in this, so I'm like waiting to like start tripping balls, but Eh, I feel more drunk than like psychedelic, to be honest. And speaking as somebody who's done acid and magical mushrooms, there's a reason why acid is illegal because it's fun to do. It gives you sort of a euphoric, carefree feeling like alcohol does. You know, when you drink alcohol and you smoke pot, everything's funny and just carefree and woo hoo 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 hoo, you know. Acid does that to you, but it also makes you see colors and trip balls. Psychedelics are fun, but you got to be careful when you're doing them, YouTube. I was gonna go into my fridge and grab a Mountain Dew, but there's a giant purple dragon guarding the fridge. No, the video started off with me just being like, "Hey, you know, long live Ozzy, and who cares if he retired?" I get he hasn't disappointed me as a fan because I get it. Ozzy's true fans will get it, you know, and have faith that Ozzy will get back up on stage. How the fuck am I already at like almost three hours of streaming? Time flies. This Corsair red absinthe. It's not bad. Hints of cherry, maraschino cherry, chocolates, and black licorice. I'm not the biggest fan of black licorice, like I said, but I'll fuck with this drink because you know, hey, this is late '60s, early '70s. Black Sabbath just starting out. It's a fucking vintage, dude. Get the fuck on with it. I'll have to find a way to reattach that. Well, I do appreciate you all tuning in to watch the stream. And if Ozzy's retiring for good this time and he actually means it, then honestly, I wish him but nothing but the best. But personally, he doesn't retire for a long time, you know. I'd love to see 100-year-old Ozzy Osbourne up on stage, fucking rocking out like he's in his 60s, still kicking ass. But yeah, check out Mythical Kitchen with Chef Josh and crew. Paranoid. Or we could just do the fucking music video. I don't care. I know this song like the back of my heart. Eh. Melissa McCarthy. Well said. That's actually really well said. That's honestly how I felt about it. Sad because I won't get to see Ozzy perform again, but understanding because his health comes first. That's what happened too, like, he got up to use the bathroom, and the lights are off in his bedroom, and he thought, "Okay, I'm near my bed," so then he decides to, like, j jump headfirst into bed thinking he'll land on his mattress, and it was dark, and he overshot the landing and ended up, you know. I'm not trying to smile while watching this, but I just saw Ozzy walk up to Sharon and just reach out and, the footage is making me smile. The news isn't. That was just fucking sad to watch. I'm sorry, but honestly, I don't blame Ozzy. Like Parkinson's disease and 3 surgeries in the last 4 years. That's got to be rough, dude. I've only had 2 surgeries in my life. The first surgery I had was to remove a cyst from my tailbone. And this the second surgery I had was on my eyes. I had my lazy eyes corrected and I had my cataracts removed. Prior to my eye surgery, I was legally blind, you know. But then I went to Colorado and I got eye surgery. See, before when I take off my glasses, I couldn't even see. It was blurry as shit. But now when I take off my glasses, because the screen on the text on the fucking YouTube is so big, I can barely read the text messages on YouTube. Like I noticed that Dame Drops posted another video eating at the worst reviewed steakhouse in his state. I'll be sure to check that out after my stream and give it a like. Yeah, but is it really farewell? I would like to think, hopefully not, that if he doesn't tour again, at least he can continue to make music, you know. And you know what? Honestly, everyone needs to have a like they don't really need it, but they want it. Everyone wants a relationship like Ozzy and Sharon's, you know. I honestly think, and personally, I don't believe in true love, YouTube. But when I look at Ozzy Osbourne and his wife Sharon, I see it. That's true love. They've been through so much together. They piss each other off constantly, but they're there for each other, you know, and that's what true love's all about, you know. It's not about the sex or the money or it's what true love is basically like, okay, your dick stops working, her ovaries shut down, she can no longer produce kids, you can't get your dick hard without the assistance of a little pill or some shit like that. Well, it doesn't matter because you're still together with each other, That's true love is when you realize that, you know, and this is why I go off on YouTube and I'm like, sex is not a need, it's a want. People want to be richer in life. People want more money in their life. People want more sex in their life. It doesn't necessarily mean it'll make them happy. And this is something I've had to learn because I'm now on my 6th year without a girlfriend. And the reason why I struggle with the dating scene is because a lot of women want me. Being a famous YouTuber with 50K subscribers, people are bound to have heard of you, you know, and because a lot of women want me, that's competition. And that's just it. Women are crafty like that. They won't let you know they want you unless they really, 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 really want you. Men tend to be the ones that are like more forward with that kind of thing. And, because women seem to think it's fun to keep men guessing. And it's like, shut the fuck up. Speaking as a man, I hate when women play guessing games with me. And it's like, I'm watching all these Ozzy Osbourne videos. They're just basically repeating everything he says. Speaking of Ozzy, stop playing Paranoid. She cute, I'd fuck her. They're the same song, girl. Haha! Woohoo! YouTube's like, you like Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath, so here's a recommendation for your shorts on YouTube. You got two different chicks, both showing off their tits and playing guitar. It's like, yo, like you don't gotta show off your tits to get my attention. You're playing guitar, but if you show off your boobs in the video, for me, that's a bonus. Or I'll stop watching that. Oh, they make chicks like that. Fuck. Yeah. Rock and roll babes are where it's at, YouTube. I'm a sucker for chicks who play guitar and sing. I don't even care if they're better than me at it, to be honest. It's just like, okay, cool. We'd have something to relate to. Like, holy shit, YouTube. Like, here's Kobo trying to sound just like Ozzy Osbourne, and then fucking here's this chick going, fuck that, I'm gonna put my own spin on it. That's what's cool about it. But fucking A, if I wasn't on YouTube, I'd pull up all three of those shorts and be like, it's amazing that my dick can still get hard after 6 years of not having any sex. Having a wank every now and then will keep your dick working, even if you're not getting laid. That's what I'm gonna say. I'll tell you right now, man. If you're going through a dry spell, fucking don't stress it. Just keep doing your thing. Maybe improve on your personality a little bit. And one of the things I've noticed about me personally, why I struggle with the dating scene, is because I have a nasty fucking temper. There's footage of me out there on YouTube getting blackout drunk and taking my hat and going, yeah, and smacking it on my chair and then throwing a huge autistic fit because I broke my cigarette. And it's not a good look. I'll delete the videos because I'm embarrassed by the way I acted on camera. And then my fucking trolls save it and go, haha, we showed you, Cobra. What, that I'm famous and this is what I look like when I lose my temper? Hey, you know. You know, I mean that's life, dude. You know, you get pissed off about the little things and you learn to just kind of shrug it off, let it go. But then it piles on you, dude, and piles on you and piles on you and piles on you and piles on you. And you sit there like, deep breath, take a moment, you know, keep your temper in check, smoke a doobie, something, you know, kind of thing, and fucking ah. But then it piles on you, and then one more little bullshit thing happens, and it just sets you off. That's how it is when you have a nasty temper and you're trying to control it anymore. Like, okay, so you stubbed your toe, big deal. Ah, fuck, that hurt. And then you get over it, right? So then you suppress the anger for it, and you just, it's part of life, it happens. But then it's like you stub your toe a million fucking times in the dumbest ways possible. You know, on top of everything else, society trying to normalize sickos and shit, that fucking pisses me off. To be honest, the fact that I haven't had pussy in almost 6 years, fuck that. I could give a fuck less. It'll happen when it happens, you know. I'm more pissed off at the fact that there are people out there trying to normalize sickos because, well, Caitlyn Jenner's allowed to chop off Bruce Jenner's dick, and now you must call that person a female, otherwise you're a bigot. And I'm like, you know, call him what you want to call him. I'm still going to be polite and call him Caitlyn or Miss Jenner or they, them, she, whatever. 'Cause it's the polite thing to do. But I'm like, okay, look, yeah, it's a bit weird that there are trans people out there kind of stealing the thunder away from actual women, but it's whatever. Okay, there's a big difference between that and some asshole trying to fuck your dog, you know. Like if your pronouns are dog fucker, I'm gonna be like, you're disgusting. I'm like, okay, just because we allow people like Caitlyn Jenner to be female and everyone's being bullied into accepting it, otherwise you're a bigot. And then the other side likes to bitch about how they're sick and tired of being bullied because they're trans. I'm like, so then you bully people to accept you, otherwise they're a bigots. Right. Hypocrisy's a bitch, ain't it? And that's the thing of it, man. I totally support trans people 100% as long as you don't abuse your power as a trans person. And when I say power, I'm talking political power, not the kind of shit that I fuck with. Well, back in my day, if you grew your hair out long, maybe it's because you listened to Ozzy Osbourne or like Cradle of Filth, you know. But these days, you grow your hair out long, people automatically assume it's because you're either gay or you're trans. And I'm sick of that, to be honest with you. Like, oh my God, you wear goth makeup and paint your nails black. You must be trans. And it's like, no, I'm freaking goth cisgendered. Quit assuming my fucking pronouns. Funny that when you assume a trans person's pronouns, you're an asshole. But when they assume you're trans because you dress goth and you call them out on it, you're being some kind of phobe. It's like, how does that work? Like, we can assume you're trans because you wear makeup, not because, oh, maybe you're goth. But don't you dare assume a trans person's pronouns because that makes you an asshole, right? I'm not trying to pick on trans people when I say this. It's the fucking truth. You know how many times I've heard the word faggots, gay, and tranny thrown at me as insults because I'm not afraid to be my goth self. And I still fight for equality for those individuals because the fact that people still use the word tranny and faggot as insults, it's a problem in our society anymore. If I gave a fuck about what anyone thought about the way I dressed, I'd stop dressing a certain way. Because even if I dressed normal by my troll's definition, there'd still be some asshole out there who says, "Hey, Cobra, grow the fuck up." I could give a fuck, dude. I'll put on my pipe slippers, an Ozzy Osbourne t-shirt, and some black pajama pants, and fucking lounge around my apartment, make a live video, and give a fuck what anyone thinks. How many times, and this does make me sad that Ozzy's retiring, but how many fucking times have we heard Ozzy say, "I'm retiring, I'm getting too old for this shit," and then fucking like a year and a half later, he gets back up and he's on stage, you know? Close out the video with some vocals. Uh, fuck. Vintage Sabbath. The original black and white. There's Tony Iommi playing his guitar this way, but the way it's filmed, it looks like he's holding it this way. Oh yeah, this is good Sabbath. One second. I'm telling you, if Ozzy Osbourne came out as fucking trans, I would still support Ozzy. I'd still rock my knuckles. It wouldn't mean anything about me and my gender personally speaking. But that's just what I'm saying, I know Ozzy's not trans, and who cares? You know what I'm saying? But people are so quick to call me some kind of fucking transphobe, and it's like, look, if my idols Danny Filth and Ozzy Osbourne came out as the opposite sex, I would still support their ass. And furthermore, as somebody who struggles to find acceptance just for being goth and practicing magic, I get so much crap for that too. So why the fuck would I go out of my way to crap on somebody for being trans? I get made fun of for being one of Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fans, for being a huge fan of Harry Potter, for practicing magic, and for being goth. So it's just like fucking. I'll be 32 next month. I'm not looking forward to my birthday. Be honest, I've grown to hate my birthdays, but it is what it is. Like, Cobra, what do you want for your birthday next month? Just send me money. I'll use it on marijuana and alcohol and crazy food hacks like I normally do. It's the autistic Ozzy Osbourne. I like Crazy Train. I'm sorry, but I gotta take the piss out of myself. Sometimes it's great because then, like, the trolls think they're being clever. Like, oh, we can bully Cobra, ha ha ha. But then when they see Cobra can make fun of himself, it's like, shit. Nothing we do works. Like Cobra, I heard you're obsessed with Harry Potter. What's your most powerful spell? The dry spell. Dun dun dun. If I want to get my dick wet, I'll take a shower. Women love the smell of tactical soap, so I'm gonna keep rocking my tactical soap and waiting patiently, dude. Yeah. With my woman, cause she couldn't help me with my mind. People think I'm insane because I am drowning all the time. Oh yeah, love me some Sabbath. Oh man, these fucking Generation Z cocksuckers don't know what music's all about, you know. Little, little topper of the glass. So yeah, I fuck with this absinthe. It's all right. Pour some Mountain Dew in there. You look at this music video, and you could tell Ozzy's fucking loaded. He's just that grin, dude. No, I've tried just about every drug out there on the planet. There's only been a couple drugs I haven't tried. You know, I'm not proud of it that I've experimented with drugs and alcohol in my 20s, but it is what it is. Honestly, I don't regret doing drugs in my 20s because that's kind of what you're supposed to do, you know. No, I love doing cocaine, but the thing of it is, the time and a place, and I don't want to make a habit out of it. So, like, every once in a while, once in a blue moon, like, oh yeah, we're doing it in like a couple years. Ah, what the hell? That's the stuff. Snowblind. I'm sorry, but I can't help but grin when watching this. Your cup's looking a little full, Cobra. You should like sip on that. Whew. I mean, I think of things, but nothing seems to satisfy. I don't lose my mind if I don't find something to pacify. You help me occupy my brain. Oh yeah. The thing about people like Ozzy Osbourne or myself, people who display mental illness like schizophrenia or who are incredibly a lot more intelligent than society gives them credit for. We often find that life gets boring. because there's no intellectual stimulation. Like, that's what sucks about being a lot smarter than you give yourself credit for, is because you're in a society full of fucking idiots who are sitting here obsessed with this, you know. And you try to have an intellectual conversation with people about life in the universe and what do you think life means and why the fuck are we here? And is this all really a dream or is this reality kind of thing? And they look at you like this. And I'm not saying this to attack anyone. This is just a generalization of society. Living in a society full of idiots is depressing, it's exhausting, and it's just boring, to be honest. And I know how that comes off too, is like, oh, Cobra, you think you're so, I'm not exactly what you call book smarts. I mean, I know some things when it comes to like book smarts. I'm horrible at math and spelling, but I'm smart in other areas. Like, I pick up on behavioral patterns that humans do, and I'm able to logically conclude a behavioral pattern with most people. Like, you ever stop and ask yourself, is the universe we're living in, is this real? Or is this a reality? Is this fake? Is it, what I'm saying? Kind of thing. Are we the product of some video game that an alien is playing in their college dorm? Like, you want to play humans? Oh, I'm totally down. And it's just like the Sims video game, basically, only aliens are playing it instead. People with like mental disabilities tend to be a lot smarter than most people give them credit for it because they just, people look at you and go, you're just fucking crazy because you're this, and this. And people who have Asperger's or some sort of mental disorder, sometimes, I'm not saying all of them because some of them are, mm, but the good majority of them are a lot more intelligent than people give them credit for. And they have an interesting outlook on life that tends to be how reality works. And people don't want to see how reality works. They're very comfortable with living in this safe space bubble of this is how they see it, this is how it's going to be, So it makes people feel a little uncomfortable. I can't remember the last time I've done acid. Acid's fun. You got to be careful with that. And pause the video for a second. At a minute and 9 seconds, and you see Tony Iommi's vintage guitar, and you're just like, as a guitar player, I'm drooling over it right now, man. That is vintage 60s, early 70s SG. Like when John Lennon said, and I quote, when you wake up from the dream, you start to realize that, well, what if it's you're in a dream within a dream, like some Inception type shit? You know, how do we know that when we die, we're just going to get reincarnated into another avatar? How we're not like possibly reincarnated from multiple lives into one soul? I look at the universe as a giant canvas. Each soul that pushes through the universe is a color for the painting. Creativity and reality are our paintbrush. Imagination is part of that canvas, you know. It really is. Because we're all painting our own picture, you know. We're all painting our own stories. But sometimes in life, you can't control what happens. Like, okay, so some bitch breaks your heart. You're going through a 6-year dry spell. You're born with autism, whatever, you know. There are some things like that you can't control because life is the biggest troll there is, you know. So all you can do is control how you react to it. But the reason why people troll me on the internet is because just like me, they're getting trolled by everyone else and by the life itself. Like life is the world's biggest troll. And instead of coming to concepts and being like, hey man, long as you're in a sicko, who gives a fuck? We're all just human beings trying to coexist, you know. It's well, life's being me. Life is being mean to me, so I want to take it out on Cobra because I can't change. I can't fucking change how my life is. And I'm like, you know, here's the thing of it. Taking it out on King Cobra JFS because you're jealous of his YouTube fame, and you sit there saying, "Oh, Cobra, no one's jealous of you." It's like, oh, I would beg to differ. You know, there are people out there who don't have the balls to put themselves out there and be like, fuck you. Ozzy Osbourne's one of my favorite singers. I don't care what anyone says. I support that man and his family, and I support Black Sabbath. And if you got a problem with it, suck my gothic dick, my gothic hippie vampire dick slash warlock. Well, actually, I wouldn't say I'm a warlock. I'm a cobra demon. I'm the most powerful there is, you know. My magic goes beyond your conventional black magic, white magic. When you're wielding the power of Satan, yourself, and the universe and the cosmos at your fingertips, and all you have to do to make it a reality is put thought into it. Because the power of the mind, YouTube, is a beautiful thing. The power of the mind is what dictates all religion, period. You want to have this intellectual conversation. Still going? Yeah. No, I'm sorry, but I got a little lost on a philosophical journey there for a second. That was the alcohol speaking to me like, uh, then I got distracted by Tony Iommi's vintage 60s, 70s guitar. And I had to stop and drool over it for a second. Then I'm like, then I'm like, what if this is all just a fucking dream? And the reality is, we wake up in another life and then forget that it's a dream. You know, what if once you realize that you're living in a dream and that this is all just fabricated reality of space, time, and existence? And by the time you realize what life is all about, and that you realize that you could be living in a simulation within a simulation, that this is all just fabricated. And you want proof to this, like, Cobra, where's your fucking proof? I'm like, look at video games. Video games, although they're fun to play, remind us that we live in a simulation within a simulation, and that the people controlling our simulation are the ones being controlled by a different simulation, kind of thing. Ooh. Ooh, I see Casper warming up. All the snow's melting. Beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. I love living in Casper, Wyoming. It's a small, quaint little town. I know every street corner like the back of my hand. Everybody knows fucking everybody. If I walk into public, people are like, "Are you that one King Cobra dude?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Your TikToks get me through, man. I appreciate it. And the TikTok channel Gothic Piss is not mine. It's one of my fans, allegedly. Which I'm not going to talk shit about people stealing my content and uploading it for their own personal channel. They're spreading my good name and making me more famous. You know, that would be like Ozzy Osbourne going, "Oh my god, I wish Cobra could try to be the next me. It's so irritating. Oh my god, here he is singing Paranoid again." Oh. But in my defense, there's a difference. When I do that, it's out of flattery and respect. When like half of my people do it, it's because they're trolling and they're too unoriginal. Like I see all these copycat Cobra channels, and I'm just like, really? I spent the last 10 plus years of my life busting my ass on YouTube, going off on rants, guitar videos, fucking drink combos, pouring my heart and soul into this YouTube shtick. And just to have a bunch of assholes be like, we're gonna copy Cobra because he's what's trending right now. Grab another sip of this. And what's next? That we're gonna say we can't call it Black Sabbath anymore because that's racist. I'm gonna be like, how is that racist? Because the word black's in it? Oh, because you assume it's racist because of that word? Doesn't that make you a bigger racist? You see these politically correct assholes who are like, oh my god, everything's offensive, everything's racist, everything's sexist. Did you just say the snow was white? Well, that's the color of snow in general. Unless the dog pees in it, then it's yellow. How dare you show off the white patriarchy by calling the snow white? The snow is pigmently challenged. And if you don't call the snow pigment challenged, then you are fucking racist. And that's how our society is. I might be exaggerating slightly. People sitting there waking up going, what's up? Hey, 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 take a CBD gummy and chill out. What's the matter? What's the matter? I walked outside. Oh my God, you guys. And the clouds. Oh my God. You guys, the sky was blue and the clouds were white. I am I am just so offended because there are people out there who can't get laid and they're getting blue balls. So the blue sky is a reminder of their sexless life, and the clouds are flexing their patriarchy and their white supremacy by being white. And so now I'm offended. I know I'm exaggerating to a point, but there are people out there who are like that. And I'm like, dude, it's just the sky. I think you're reading too much into it, man. It's cool that you care about not offending people and being an all right person, but Jesus Christ. Did you just call that snow yellow? Well, a dog peed in it, so it's yellow snow. Okay, there are some people who have urinary problems. So referring to that snow as pee covered yellow snow is offensive to people with urinary problems. And I'm over here like, you ever bother and talk to the people who you're getting offended for, or are you just going to assume it's offensive because you want to start drama and act like I'm part of this big movement, you guys? All the people who are getting offended because the Land O'Lakes Native American female on the front was seen as racially insensitive. But I'm like, okay, did you ever talk to the Native Americans and be like, so how do you feel about? I wasn't trying to be funny. Fuck off. I'm being serious. I wasn't trying to be punny. But you ever stop and ask them, how do you feel about the Land O'Lakes chick? Most of them would be like, that's some bomb ass butter. I don't give a shit, dude. I mean, think about it. You have the Washington Redskins versus the Land O'Lakes chick. Which do you think's more offensive? Which one do you think is going to be more offensive to natives? If you guessed the Washington Redskins, you are correct. You win a giant. No shit, Sherlock. No shit, Sherlock. Like, you know how the Aunt Jemima syrup bottle was seen as racially insensitive, YouTube? I'm like, okay, well, I am a 90s baby, and I grew up with Aunt Jemima, the original syrup bottle. I didn't see it about her race. I didn't see it about her being a woman. All I saw was a sweet person offering me some delicious syrup for my pancakes and my waffles. I didn't read too much into it, to be honest. And then come to find out that Aunt Jemima was one of the first African American women to make $1 million in this country after being freed as a slave. And people are saying you can't have Aunt Jemima on the syrup bottle because she used to be a slave. I'm like, okay, I'm white, so I'm not going to speak up for anyone. But again, did you ever talk to black people and be like, so how does this make you feel? Kind of thing. Are most people going to be like, hey, you know what? You're celebrating this woman's legacy, the first African American Negro woman to make $1 million after being freed as a slave. If anything, that shows progression. But instead of looking at it like that, all they do is focus on her past prior to that. And it's like, you can't have Aunt Jemima on the syrup bottle, so help me God, you racist motherfucker. Okay, there's a big difference between having Aunt Jemima on the syrup bottle, and then as soon as you open up the bottle, you hear, oh, child, put that syrup on your pancakes. Okay, I'm going to stop while I'm ahead. I don't want to push buttons. Like, watch it, Cobra. That's edgy shit right there, bud. You know what? The bottle would be super fucking racist if you open up the bottle of Aunt Jemima and all you hear is. Like, hey, look at that. The bottle comes with a catchy jingle. Oh, fuck that. Now, if you would have told slaves from back in the, slave days of black people picking cotton that, yeah, in the year 2012 or whenever, we're going to have a president called Barack Obama who's going to be half black, they would have been like, child, you have heat stroke. You need to go sit inside. I'm serious. If you would have told slaves back in the day that someday there will be a president for our country that'll be both black and white, they would look at you like, "Oh, you are suffering from the heat stroke, child. You need to go sit down and rest." So I'm like, yeah, I do feel some sort of white guilt, but it's like you also at the same time, I wasn't around back in those days. I wasn't even born yet, dude. So, like, as a white person, yeah, I do feel bad that my ancestors were like that. But what the fuck do you want me to do? You know, be like, Stewie Griffin from Family Guy. Who the hell do you think you are? Yeah, Stewie. I need to borrow your time machine for a second. Freaking sweet. You know, walk up to those slave owners, fucking boom, punch them in the face as hard as I can. Then yank the whip out of their fucking hand and then beat them with it for a chance. So, like, how do you fucking like it, asshole? Stupid ass cracker. Bam, motherfucker. Bam. How the fuck do you like it, bitch? Bam. People like you are the reason why I'm hated in today's culture. Fuck you. Taste this bullwhip, you little fucking cracker, honky, fucking whitey, fucking cracker. Bam. I, I don't know any fucking racial slurs for white people other than cracker and honky. So, racial equality. Don't even get me started on that. No, we're not going to go down that route. I'm like, if it's not okay for the white person to say the N word, it should be not okay for black people to say it. And that's called racial equality. I remember a movie with Samuel L. Jackson in it where it's like, he's like, you are teaching the white man to use that word. And I'm like, he said it, not me. If it's all about gender equality, if women get offended when men say the word cunt, then women shouldn't be allowed to say it either. That's called gender equality. Or better yet, we can stop policing each other's speeches. And like, words are just words. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt. I'm sitting here like, okay, if it's incredibly sexist when men say the word cunts, or when a white person says the N word, why is it okay for everyone else to say it? I'm not trying to be a racist or a sexist asshole. I'm just trying to ask questions because you are one or because you have one kind of thing. And I'm over here like, bro, you think it'd be twice as bad? Because I've heard women call each other cunts all the time. If I had $100 for every time I heard a woman call another woman a cunt, I would be fucking rich, dude. And I got no problems with it. I'm just saying, if like black people want to obsessively drop the N word and their rap music, cool. Do your thing, bro. You know, how you gonna get offended by it and then also make it a part of your culture? That doesn't make sense to me. I'm a very logical person, and I'm cool with black people 100%. That's why I said the N word instead of just dropping it on camera. Like, no, mm-mm. Tigger. That's how you spell Tigger. T-I double ger. Drop the T and add an N. No, 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 no. Oh bother. Oh wabbits. Tigger's being racist again. Oh bother. Cobra. Oh, there's a Pooh Bear voice. It's Winnie the fucking Pooh, you little fucking asshole. Don't you fuck with my honey. I swear to fucking God. I actually gained inspiration from black people using the N word because I'm the same way with the word retard. People are like, oh my God, you can't say the word retard. That's offensive to retarded people. And I'm like, why? Because some asshole used it as an insult? Go fuck yourself. Someone calls me a fucking retard. I'm like, thanks for noticing my Asperger's, bitch. You're literally going to take the power away from your bullies by doing that shit. I'm sorry, I got a little sidetracked. I was like going off on this equality rant, and I'm over here like, what was I doing again? Singing some Black Sabbath. No, like if you're a dude and you say the word cunt, or if you live in the Western world, people are like super offended, like, I can't believe you. But if you live in like the UK or like Australia, no one gets offended by that shit. It's depending on how you use your context of word. Like, oh, you stupid cunt versus, oh, good day, you silly cunt. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're calling you, like, good day, silly cunt. They're taking the piss out of you, right? Just having a laugh, like, what up, you silly cunt, kind of thing. Versus, oh, you dumb cunt. It's how you use the word, I guess. That being said, if you're white, you should avoid saying the N word, even though it's not racial equality. It's just the right thing to do. Uh, like either white people are allowed to say it or nobody's allowed to say it. Either men are allowed to say it or nobody's allowed to say it. And you might call me an asshole for saying it, but it's the truth. You think it'd be twice as bad if like you see women degrading each other? But what do I know? Like, oh my god. Spoiler alert, cunt is my favorite cuss word because it's the most offensive one. And you say it in the right circumstances, and it just pisses people off, and I love it. Like I'm sorry, and all I gotta do is, and I legitimately have Asperger's. So all I gotta say is, oh, I'm sorry, I have Asperger's. Sometimes I don't know any better. Cunt, fucker, fart, fucking cunt, fart, fucking cunt, piss drinking fart fucker. Lick my ass crack. Okay, I do have Tourette syndrome, but it's not like I was just trying to demonstrate. So I shouldn't make fun of people. I wasn't really making fun of. I was making fun of people for being overly sensitive pussies. Like, oh my god, you said fucking cunt. How dare you? You said cunt, fart fucker, piss drinking, shag nasty, shit heeled wanker. Where do you get off? Where do I get off? All of your mom's face, tits, ass, pussy, and back and face? Sir, you have the most repulsive language of any man I've ever met. Where do you get off? All over your girlfriend's tits, pussy, ass, back, and face. That's a load off my mind and my ball sack. Okay, enough with the political bullshit and finish the Black Sabbath. That's why if I say the N word, if I can avoid it, I would use an A at the end instead of an ER. And even then, I feel uncomfortable saying it because I'm white. Like just because you've been to jail one time and you're black below the waist, Cobra. Someone see the things in life I cannot buy. I can see the things that make true happiness. Some must be blind. Speaking of being fucking racist, when people accused Sharon Osbourne of being racist, I was like, okay, if Sharon Osbourne is this raging racist cunt that everyone's making her out to be, how come this is the first time we're hearing about it? I've been following Ozzy Osbourne and his wife Sharon for a very long time, for years, dude, since high school even. And never once have I heard people be like, oh, that's Sharon Osbourne. What they did to Sharon was honestly classic race baiting. You're white, you're a cisgendered person of whiteness who's straight. So, like, you're automatically deemed the enemy. You're straight, you're white, you're cisgendered. Men tend to get it more rough on that than women do, but regardless, it just fit this political a narrative that Okay, J.K. Rowling can't speak out against the assholes who are ruining it for trans people without someone calling her a fucking transphobe. That Sharon Osbourne can't ask questions to educate herself without being called some kind of racist. And it's like, okay, then don't call it whatever the fuck you want. Okay, you want to call it racist or whatever. Then don't get mad when people ask questions and go, well, how is this racist? Because anyone who asks questions and says, how is this racist? Please educate me. That sounds like somebody who's just trying to better themselves and be like, okay, I don't want to come off as like this kind of thing, you know? I think that's the only reason why Sharon supported Kanye West when he wore his White Lives Matter t-shirt. Because in her mind, it was like, okay, Kanye West is black and he sides with white people, and that kind of whole Martin Luther King Jr. vibe of blacks versus whites getting along kind of thing. And that's why she did it. But then Kanye West goes off on his anti Semitic crap, and I'm like, ew. That's what race baiting is. You're automatically racist because you're white. You're automatically a sexist because you're a man. And you're automatically a homophobe because you're straight and cisgendered, which automatically makes you a transphobe. And it's like, I'm so sick and tired of that. You know, like, yeah, there are some white people who are just the absolute worst, but then you attack people because you're jealous of them or because their skin tone or their sexual orientation. Fuck sickos. The political discussion makes me go, more alcohol, yes. But seeing vintage Black Sabbath right here, this song, dude, yeah, I can't help but smile. It's Ozzy, dude. I'm like, am I gonna call out the hypocrisy when a black person is just like N word this and N word that, and you try to be cool and emulate that, and they're like, watch your racist mouth crack out, and it's like, no, I'm not gonna call out the hypocrisy of it because that's their word. Like if somebody says the word retard and they're not retarded, you know what I'm gonna say? Hey man, that's our word. See what I did there? Play on. eh. I'm like, hey man, so by that definition, if you want to say the word cunt, you better become transgender, otherwise you're being culturally insensitive. And remember, it's not okay to hit women unless you're a transgendered athlete. And then it's called stunning and brave. Some dude benefits from having testosterone and being a man for like a good fourth of their life. Now they're like 30 years old and they've just transitioned into a female and they have all the benefits of being a man with all the privilege of being a female and they just beat the fuck out of some cisgendered bitch in some fucking competition and fucking nobody says shit because it's like, oh, look how progressive we are. Even Caitlyn Jenner is just like, that's messed up. Imagine being a woman and fighting for fucking equality since the 19 goddamn 60s, fighting for women's liberation and equality. Just to have, and then telling anybody who will listen that just because you have a vagina and tits, that does not make you a woman. Just to have the same assholes get these things and then say if you don't call them a woman, you're a bigot. But then at the same time, they're like, gender is fluid. I'm like, okay, so if gender is fluid and does not exist, then I don't have to call you by your proper pronouns. I'm not trying to be a dick towards trans people. It's these extreme woke assholes who try way too hard to make it into something. And then there are people like Little Mama who are just trying to live their best fabulous life, dude. And you can't let the woke assholes ruin it for trans people. Okay, so it's like you hear, and this is me just debating all these psychos on fucking TikTok, where they're like, gender does not exist. Gender is an abstract concept. But because now that person over there is stunning and brave, and they got a fake cunt and some fake tits, you know, have to call him a female, otherwise you're an asshole. What? But then by calling him a female, you acknowledge that gender exists after you got done saying that gender does not exist. How does that work? I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole. I'm trying to say this to make you think. I totally support trans people, but if we're going to support them, we have to have a logical conversation about this. This all started with the retro hippie 60s and 70s. You know, dudes started growing their hair out, chicks are cutting their hair shorter, and we're challenging the norms and the establishment and the system, man. And I'm all here for that 100%. But however, you don't get to sit there and say that gender does not exist, that gender is an abstract concept, that gender is fluid. And then in that same breath, you say gender does not exist, but so help me God, if you misgender that person, you're a bigot. Okay, so I've done nothing wrong if I misgendered you then, because you literally said gender does not exist. I'm not the one being a dick because I'm sitting here paying attention to what these people are saying on their TikToks and on their social medias. So, like, you want to call me an asshole? I'm just repeating the talking points that I've heard. I'm like, hey, look at that. You transition into a woman and you're already acting like one, saying the exact opposite of what you want, and then expecting to have it both ways. Congratulations, you now know what estrogen feels like. Honestly, fuck the fucking dry spell, dude. If I find a fucking goth chick who loves Sharon Osbourne as much as I love Ozzy, it's gonna be on like Donkey Kong. And if she just happens to be a fan of my fucking videos and a big old cobra tattoo on her right arm, yeah. Sharon! Sharon! King Cobra's going live again! Sharon! Sharon! And it's like, forget about fucking politics for one fucking bloody second. Forget about all the hypocrisy, the fake ass people, the two faced bullshit, and the how can you say this, but then you want this? That doesn't make sense. But I get called the asshole for saying it when I'm like, I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole. I'm just trying to make sense of our fucking crazy world. And you're joking, I was crying, you will love it, I will cry. Happiness, I cannot feel it, love to me is so unreal. Fuck love. You got love for your idols, you got love for your music and your fans and your family and your friends, and for yourself. Oh my fucking god. That's all you need. If it's food, please just leave it at the door. I didn't fucking order it. So as you hear these words telling you now, I'm not safe. tell you to enjoy life. I wish I could, but I'm doing it. The thing about Black Sabbath too is it's definitely a song about depression. It's sometimes honestly sometimes it's hard to enjoy life. YouTube. One second. Sometimes it's hard to enjoy life because of how life is. It's like we can't just give blacks and gays more rights without now we have to demonize white straight people. I hate that about our society. And we can't have that conversation without someone being like, "Oh my god, you white cisgendered straight piece of shit, check your fucking privilege." And I'm like, you know what? I acknowledge I have privilege. I acknowledge that I'm a fucking piece of shit white person who has privilege, right? Okay, fuck off. But how is it equality? Okay, how is it equality? Because if you go to throw the stereotypes of anyone else's race or gender in their face, you're being labeled as a sexist, a racist, a homophobic, whatever. But then you throw like the white, straight, cisgendered person stereotypes in their fucking face, and it's just like, oh, no one says shit, dude. I didn't want to just talk about like Ozzy retiring, kind of thing. I like just keep doing my thing on YouTube, you know. I'm not here to start trouble or drama with anyone. I'm just trying to make sense of a crazy world. Uh, hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Magnificence. I want to hear Ozzy Osbourne do a collab with Paul McCartney. That would be just the fucking shit. I don't even care, dude. I would love to do a fucking collab with Ozzy Osbourne, Paul McCartney, and Danny Filth, and then myself, and a couple of really awesome guitar players. Like 3 to 4 generations or 5 generations or whatever generations fucking yeah. Although I'm not like 100% British like Ozzy and Danny Filth are, so probably it'd be a little bit weird to be like, this is American Yank trying to sing with us, kind of thing. Yeah. So like, even if Ozzy's fucking no longer touring, I don't want that man to stop making music. I swear to God, dude. Now, Patient Number Nine's not going to be Ozzy's last album. He's got a couple more left in him. I know he does. Hey, oh God, that was horrible. Oh, good. Well, at least if it was food delivered to me, at least they quit fucking knocking on my door like, gotta make sure you get it. I'm like, dude, do you mind? Like, I don't mind hanging out with my friends and I appreciate the free food that I get, but it's like, it's rude as shit when I'm trying to fucking stream and spread political awareness and equality, even if it makes you feel a little uncomfortable. Like, oh, Cobra. I know you're autistic, bud, but dude, you're pushing it. Hey Jude, hey Jude, na 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 na, yeah. Hey Jude. You know what's funny about that too is one of my girlfriend's name was Judy. Her last name was Osborne, and I got a chuckle out of that. Oh, I had fun with her. She was fun. What caused me to break up with Judy is she would flirt with other dudes right in front of me while I was helping her raise her kid that the last piece of shit couldn't stick around for. And even more adorably, her kid started calling me daddy, even though I wasn't her birth dad, you know. 'Cause I'm just that great with people under a certain age. And I'm like, honey, I'm willing to step in and be stepdaddy, and it's taking your kid likes me. I keep your kid safe. I keep you safe. But instead of being like, oh, hey, Cobra's not, I don't hold it against her, to be honest. Because 2 weeks later, she got her kid taken away. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, I could have had her kid free if I would have just waited patiently. Shit. She would have been like, "Oh my god, Josh, they took so and so away." I'm like, "Babe, it's okay. Come here. Let me cuddle you with my big, strong, manly arms." Shh, it's okay, Judy. You can't tell me that women aren't the exact same way, dude. I guarantee if there was a woman out there who was trying to be with a man and help him raise his single kid, and that dude sat there and flirted with other chicks right in front of that woman, you'd never hear the end of it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Magnificent. Wonderful. There's a live version of us doing that song. Uh, hey, Jude. The Beatles, Hey Jude, 7 years ago. It's the concert version. I see it. Fucking AT&T with Apple. Oh yeah, this version. No lyrics, just them singing it. Magnificent. Wonderful addition. La, da, da! La, da, da, da. Magnificent. La, da, da. Beautiful. It wouldn't have Cradle of Filth without the Beatles or Ozzy, so that's why I can, what I'm saying? Like, I love Ozzy Osbourne to pieces, and I started liking the Beatles because Ozzy liked him, not trying to copy Ozzy if I can help it, but it's like, Cobra loves his British music. Piss off. Magnificent. A perfect condition. In the world. Visited this room. Is there an appearance for goodness knows how long against the Beatles? Now or never. Why does that sound like some fucking Bon Jovi shit? Like it's now or never. Tommy and Gina, who never back down, down, down. This is a song for the broken hearted. When I'm at the gates of hell, the fucking song Broken Hearts in the Rain. I'm like, at the time I was writing that song, I was just like, man, I haven't had pussy in almost 6 years. a lot of chicks want to fuck me, but then a lot of chicks don't because I got too many girls that want me, kind of thing. And it's frustrating sexually. So it's like, how do we turn that into a fucking song? Really, nothing's changed. I mean, I get rejected by every chick I've liked since the fourth grade. And then I get a bunch of chicks that want to fuck me, and still nothing happens. So it's what it is. Hey Jude. Very young Paul McCartney, just McCarthy. Yeah. Hey Jude. I gotta be careful singing the Beatles on YouTube because fucking they'll be like, Cobra, we don't care if you're Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan and you like the Beatles now and you're an amazing singer and you're super autistic. That's a copyright strike, mister. Hey, Jude. I know the trolls are super fucking pissed off now because they can't comment what a lousy singer I am in the comments. The only reason I keep chat on is so my fans can talk with each other and so I can plug my affiliate links with tactical soap and my t-shirts and my wands. But it's like, okay, if you're gonna be talking about Ozzy retiring in this video, keep the chat off so people can't sit there and be like, I want to talk shit on Ozzy Osbourne just to piss Cobra off because he's talking about him right now, kind of thing. And it's just like, but you know what? Ozzy Osbourne himself is bigger than me and my trolls combined ever will be, you know. The Ozzy Osbourne literally doesn't have to give a shit about me or my trolls because he's lived that life. But the fact that Ozzy loves his fans, it's not just me. He loves all of his fans. And that's just the way I like to be with my fans, you know. Yeah. No, like, what do you do? Have a mixed drink and be like, oh, he's retiring. That sucks, but I highly doubt he's legit about it because I've seen Ozzy do this before. Where he's like, I'm getting too old for this shit. I'm going to retire. And then a couple months later, he gets back up on stage like, I'm not retiring, you fucking wankers. Hey, Jude, make it back. Make a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her into your heart. Make it make you feel free. Just you falling in her. Minutes, you let it again. Oh, you again to make it better. When you feel the pain, make you carry the world upon your shoulder. Now you know that it's a fool who plays big role. Making his world a little colder. La 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 la, la yeah, with you, lay down. You found her I'll go and get her. How they learning again. Needed for someone to perform with. Don't mind me, YouTube, singing some Beatles and slamming a little bit of red absinthe with Mountain Dew. Exquisite. You can't say that my drink combos aren't original because it's like, okay, half the time I don't even know what the fuck I'm going to mix with it. It's kind of just like, what do I have on hand? Uh, Someone hands me alcohol immediately. I want to do a mixed drink with it and try it straight, and then do a mixed drink with it and be like, what do I have to mix with it? And half the time it's just like, well, all you got's Mountain Dew in the fridge. Okay, fuck it. See how it tastes. If you know that it's just you, it's you know too. It's all it's older. Yeah, they do to make it bad. You gotta strong and make it better. The letter on the ocean, oh, you begin to make it better, 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 better. Slam some acid, fucking blast some Ozzy and some Beatles. Hey, dude. Plastic Watch Savage, motherfucker, let's go! Fighting sexism and racism, man. Power to the people. The power is in our hands to spread the peace and the love. Even though I hate love, I hate love, but I'll agree to find out peace in the world. Hey, dude. Wow! You gotta have love for yourself and what you're doing and start loving general. You know, look at love for your family and your friends and your parents and your idols and the food you like and the drink you like and the culture and the music. That's different. I refuse to be a fucking walking stereotype of all my fucking problems. You know, people tell me I need to get laid, and I'm over here like, fuck you. It's not a need, it's a want. A society creates rapists and serial killers by primarily targeting men and putting way too much pressure on us fellas to get laid, and then demasculating us because we can't get none. They do the same thing to women. They call you a cunt because you can't find a man to get married to. And it's all seen as demasculating and defeminizing. And it's like there's way too much pressure on people to have sex and get married, and I'm sick of it. That you are a strong and amazing person. You don't need someone else to validate that. Look at me. Look at me, you two. Sex is not a need, it's a want. I want you to have confidence in yourself. and be like, I don't need sex and marriage to be happy. Hey, dude. No! Hey, Jude. Oh yeah, I've definitely fucked with the Beatles now because Ozzy's like, you know, me compared to Ozzy Osbourne, it's like I would be Ozzy and he'd be the Beatles, you know. It's actually a really brilliant way of putting it. Fuck the asshole who murdered John Lennon. Okay, I gotta play this one. I gotta play this one. This video might get silenced. I don't give a Ah, don't let me down by the Beatles. Get you some, YouTube. Don't let me down. Oh, the vintage guitars. Oh, oh, YouTube. Oh, oh. Fucking beautiful vintage guitars, dude. I didn't know John Lennon played guitar until I saw this video, and I was like, hell yeah. Like, I'm so goth, I'd listen to Ozzy Osbourne and drink red absinthe and listen to the Beatles. What the fuck are you doing? Let me down. And as a member of the goth community, I get so fucking tired of this pissing contest of you're not goth enough because you listen to, or you're not goth enough because you don't wear the same clothes that I do. It's fucking stupid is what it is. It's like you're not goth enough because you listen to Cradle of Filthy, Mallcore Poser. Real people listen to this band. And you're like, who the fuck is this band? And then the person telling you about them is just like, oh, they have like 5 members and only 4 people have ever heard of them, including myself. Okay, that's cool. You discovered a new goth band, right? But don't crap on me because I listen to Cradle of Filth, Ozzy Osbourne, The Beatles, Hammerfall, AC/DC, etc. Oh, you're not a real goth because you listen to AC/DC, and I'm like, who fucking cares? I'm a rock and roll goth. Kiss my ass. And like that's what kills me about the goth subculture. It's just anymore. It's like you escaped that narcissistic. You're not cool enough to be a member of us because you don't think exactly the same as we do. That's how the whole goddamn punk movement started in the first place. It's because people are sick and tired of these rich, snobby, fucking stuck up preppy kids, these fucking socias telling us outcasts, you ain't cool enough to be a part of our clique. And so you know what they said? Fuck you, we're gonna start our own clique. And now we have the punk movement, which evolved into goth, which evolved into emo, which evolved into scene, and now you have whatever the fuck it is now. Like fucking stupid. And the whole reason why the punk movement got started is because people wanted to express themselves and have a place to belong where nobody would judge them, you know? And then ironically, that's exactly what it's become. Like you go to express yourself as a member of the goth community, and it's like, okay, maybe that person's more of a Victorian goth. They wear lace and all this other shit. And maybe this person over here is more of a plaid punk army goth where they dress in camo and wear spikes. Well, maybe this person over here is more goth in the sense of their music, you know, they listen to Ozzy, whatever. You're all doing it a little bit differently, rebelling against the system, even the system which you created. That's pretty goth, dude. Oh, but it's like, oh, you're not goth enough because you don't wear the same black nail polish that I do. And I'm over here like, fuck suicide. Oh my God, you didn't spend $400 on some goth pants? You fucking poser. Like, no, I took some of my favorite black jeans and I custom made them with skulls and cobras because that's what I'm into. And no one else is doing it, so I'm kind of creating my own style while adding influences from other people that I worship or like. Poser! And it's like, okay, here you are copying everyone else on the goth scene, and then you call me a poser because I'm trying to be somewhat original with it. That's rich. That's fucking rich. You know how many times I've gotten called a mallcore goth poser because I go to Spencer's for an Ozzy Osbourne or Cradle of Filth t-shirts? I'm like, okay, if I go to Walmart and I buy a pair of black Wrangler denim jeans, and then I go to like Spencer's or Hot Topic and I buy a Cradle of Filth or an Ozzy Osbourne t-shirt, and then I got my spikes, my necklace, and then my hat right here, my pie high hat, a little cowboy hat right here. I'm set, dude. I got my style. I'm thinking like goth, hippie, cowboy, and a bunch of other stuff that I like dressing up and just who I am as a person and like combine it into my own thing, you know. Heck, I was sitting there at Walmart doing a little bit of grocery shopping and I had my cowboy hat on, I had my goth makeup and my bandana, my spikes, and this old timer cowboy looked at me and he goes, "That man ain't no cowboy." And I looked at him and said, "I wasn't trying, dude." And furthermore, my family owns a ranch in Wyoming. And guess what? I'm also super autistic. Shut right the fuck up after that. I was like, hey man, members of my family both own ranches. And so like I try to, I don't know how else to explain it, but one day I had the bandana and I wear it around my head like some Brett Michaels type shit, you know. And then one day I'm like, I want to try something different with my look. I want to wear it around my neck like an old West cowboy and then combine it with my spike collar. And I tried doing it. I'm like, you know what? I kind of like the way this looks. I'm gonna rock it. I actually played this song when I was paying tribute to Queen Elizabeth, and it wasn't meant out of disrespect. I'm like, I'm sorry, but she's British. They're British. I'm 80% British. You want a really fucking awesome t-shirt? You should check out my customized girl. It literally says Prince Andrew's a nasty wanker. And it says it in Harry Potter font, which makes it that much funnier. It's got a picture of the British flag and good old Big Ben. And right there in like red and blue writing, it says Prince Andrew is a nasty wanker. Then on the back of that t-shirt, it's got a black, well, excuse me, it's got a red, a blue, and a white pentagram with a crown in the middle. And it says, God save the Queen. It's not meant to piss on the Queen, God rest her soul. It's meant to piss on Prince Andrew, who's a fucking insufferable piece of shit. I'm like, dude, I caught Prince Andrew hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. I've seen the photos. I'm like, ugh. That's why your sad mommy died, is because she can't bail you out of court if you get caught fucking underage chicks again, you sick fucking wanker. In fact, I want to buy that T-shirt just so when me and my dad go to see London, I can rock that shit proudly, and people go, "Oh, I see you got the British flag on the front of your shirt, mate. What the fuck's it say? Prince Andrew's a nasty wanker. Oh, that's bloody good. Where did you get that?" I make it's on my customized girl T-shirts. I make T-shirts for women and men. Let me down. God, he ever loved me like she does. Oh, she does. Oh, she does. If somebody love me like she does. Ooh, she does. She does. Don't let me down. Love this piece of song. Oh shit. You see the copper sitting there on the rooftop looking all stern and serious, like, "Yeah. You better not do drugs in front of us, Beatles." Uh-huh. Oh, fuck off. Let me down. Let me down. I'm in love for the first time. Don't you know it's gonna last? Okay, I'll say it. Even though I hate love, personally speaking, there's not enough love in our society. It's like, oh, I'm gonna hate you because you're trans. Well, I'm gonna hate you because you're cisgendered. Well, I'm gonna hate you because you don't agree with me on abortion rights. Yeah, well, I'm gonna fucking hate you because you don't support guns. Well, I'm gonna hate you because you properly misidentified my pronouns. Yeah, well, I'm gonna hate you because I think pronouns are stupid. I mean, I hate love from a perspective of okay, I haven't had a girlfriend in 6 years. Wah, get over it. But outside of that, I will fucking agree that there's not enough love in our society. Love, 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 no past. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. No. Don't let me down. It was the first time that she really took me. Took me. Took me. Oh my fucking god! Try to sing. There's a genre for you. Try to sing Beatles in the style of Cradle of Filth. There's nobody ever really took me. Took me. Took me good. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Ooh. It's more precious. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, jeez. No, but I'll get copyright striked for this. Come together right now over me. This fucking thing's still going. I said I was gonna stop at like 3 hours, but here I am 4 hours later. Oh, look at me go. Look at Cobra go. Entertaining the masses. Hey Jude. Oh yeah. Starting to feel just magnificent. Wonderful. Magnificent. A splash of that. Yeah. Fucking here comes the sun. Doo doo doo. I say it's all right. So YouTube knew what the fuck I was looking up. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Extenuating circumstances. I choose not to. What? No. Oh, what the fuck is She-Hulk? But another virtue signaling TV show about how much men are fucking pieces of shit and how women rule, right? Oh God. The new cartoon Velma, can I just say this? Horrible. Okay, if they would have at least put Scooby Doo the dog in it, but like, no, if you're gonna do a Scooby Doo spin-off and you fucking take the dog out of the show completely and make it about this fucking fat bitch who has hallucinations and can't figure out her sexuality, like it's so obvious Velma's bisexual and she can't fucking come to terms with it. Because like you got feelings for Daphne, but you also got feelings for Fred, and it's just like this ain't the Scooby Doo I grew up with. And meanwhile, you got these naked high school chicks in the shower of the show, and you're like, that's a bit suggestive. All these creepy fucking right winged assholes on YouTube who are just like saying how they're all underage. I'm like, it depends on how you interpret the cartoon, to be honest. You're like, oh, they just turned 18, 19. They're about to graduate high school and go off to college. That's how I see them at that age, as the age they are in the cartoon Velma, but not everyone sees it like I see it, kind of thing. That because they're automatically in high school, it's got to be some sick, perverse shit that some creator's doing. And it's like, I'm all for hating pedophiles, but like sometimes the radical right tries way too fucking hard to make everything look like it's coming after your kids. And it's like, dude, stop. I'm watching Shoe on Head do a reaction to Velma, and she's just like, it's god awful. The storyline, blah, 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 blah. And then she made the comment about, like, she said it, and I was just like, that's not how I see it, man. Like, why do I keep watching it? Because I'm a Scooby Doo fan, and I think maybe they'll pull the head out of their ass and be a little less try too hard. Like, oh my God, cisgendered straight white men are the enemy, and girl boss, and hashtag Velma can't get her shit figured out. And when you watch the series Velma, you're just like, Velma is the biggest fucking cunt in that entire series. I'm like, the only reason I keep watching is because I like Scooby Doo, and I think maybe the show will get a little bit better. You might have a little heh chuckle with it, when you watch it, but it's like they completely took the entire Scooby Doo series and fucked it like a dirty 18-year-old barely legal school slut taking a shower in that series. I'm like, okay, you know what? The race swapping, I don't give a fuck. You want to make Shaggy black? You want to make Velma this Indian chick? You want to make Daphne Asian? Because by God, if you make one more white spin off of Scooby Doo, you might piss off the progressives. Fine. Fine. But okay, you know what pisses me off about Velma, the cartoon? You took Scooby Doo out of it. You took the rah rah raggy. Like instead of being a total pothead, Shaggy's like against drugs. And everyone who watches Velma and watches Shaggy, or excuse me, Norville snack reviews are all a bunch of potheads, ironically. And he's just like, what, really? Oh man. That's what pisses me off about Velma. They're trying way too hard to be woke, crapping on white, straight, cisgendered people. I'm used to it at this point. It's the fact that you took Scooby Doo out of it. It made it about this fucking fat fucking cunt named Velma. And I'm like, I'll watch it because I like Scooby Doo spin offs, and that's the only reason I continue to watch it. But there were times I watched the episodes and I'm like, this show's the fucking worst. They're trying way too fucking hard. Feature one episode where Velma's getting blackout drunk with her father. It's like, okay, here's a dad providing alcohol for his teenage daughter. That's a total good message to fucking send in a fucking spin-off. And I'm like, this is definitely not the Scooby-Doo I grew up with. And the only reason that people do the whole race swapping thing is because they're trying way too hard to appeal to a minority audience. Like, see, white people are bad. And we feel bad for not including you in everything. And some of these people of color and what have you are going, I feel like you're trying way too hard. Now, I have a friend, a fan who's black, and she talked to me briefly recently. I haven't talked to her in a hot minute. But she talked to me about these issues, and she's like, I feel like they're trying way too hard to represent the black community because they want progressive points, not because they actually give a shit. And it's all one giant virtue signaling woke pile of dog shit. Like, okay, God forbid, if you don't have one black actor in your movie, everyone's going to think you're a piece of shit. So, like, the whole woke bullshit, it just feels forced, in my opinion. And at the expense of, okay, now that blacks and women and minorities have all the privilege and all the rights, pretty much fuck you, white, cisgendered, straight piece of shit. And I'm like, look, I'm all for everyone else having equality to us straight, white, cisgendered men, but not at the expense of crapping on me. That's not how equality works. Fuck sickos. You can't tell me when you're feeling like a little bit blue and you like the Beatles. You're like, put on Here Comes the Sun and get over it. Here comes the sun, doo doo doo. Here comes the sun. I say, it's all right. Fucking unleash my inner 80% British. Remember, it's not cultural appropriation if you actually have a little bit of British in you. Is it cultural appropriation when people who have no British ancestry try to do a shitty British accent? Even if they're not from England originally? Yes. Oh, wait. No, it's not, because if they're white, it's not called cultural appropriation when you're white. It's called checking your privilege. And no one's going to go off and you're never going to see black people emulating white culture. You know, you're never going to see that because of how things are. And if they do, no one's going to call it cultural appropriation. They're gonna be like, "Hey, man, you should be lucky they even acknowledge your presence. Bow down to your mixed race overlords. But bow down and kiss female cunt and ass. Bow down to your other race overlords." And I'm like, I'll be respectful to them as long as they're respectful to me. I'm not gonna kiss your fucking ass just because you're black or female. And nobody expects you to. That's the thing of it, YouTube. Is people in these shows like Velma think, oh God, if we don't have one black character that's super gay, then everyone's gonna be offended. Like, oh my God, if you make one cartoon without a super gay black person, then you're a fucking bigot and you don't represent the communities. And it's like, dude, even gay people are like, stop it. They want representation too, but you're trying way too fucking hard. You're straight, so you don't get to speak up for them. And I'm like, you're right, I don't. But I'm like, you know what? If black people feel like whiteys are trying way too hard, you want my idea for a fucking sitcom? It's called Single with Kids. It's a Married with Children spinoff, but it's Ted Bundy. Oh, I mean, did I say Ted Bundy? God damn it, I got my Bundys mixed up. Al Bundy's daughter, she's single with kids. Her dad's trying to support her, and her mom's trying to support her, and her baby daddy's a piece of shit. And she has one super gay best friend who doesn't know he's gay. And then, of course, she's got a bunch of snarky female friends. But all they do is trash talk men. So basically, it's like a female version of Married with Children, only we'll call it Single with Kids. We'll call it Single with Kids. And she could be a mother with, like, I don't know, one 14-year old, one 12-year old, one 8-year old. And like she goes through the fucking life of being a single mom. And then the show could also talk about issues that teens have to face, like pressure to have shenanigans and try drugs and alcohol and trying to be cool and fit in. But it also then goes on about all the woke bullshit that single moms have to go through. There's your fucking next TV show, Hollywood. And then, like, instead of Love and Marriage by fucking Frank Sinatra, it's some random Taylor Swift song where she's like, guys are shits and men suck. Wah, here's the show. And it takes all the fucking woke female anti-male bullshit that She-Hulk and Velma preach and puts it into one goddamn TV show. And people would eat it the fuck up. Progressive Hollywood would be like, oh my God, Cobra, stop it. Single with kids. Instead of Married with Children, it's Single with Kids. Here's Al Bundy's daughter. And then, of course, her brother is the snarky uncle that's always giving her shit, like, yeah. And it talks about all the issues that single parents have to face. Like, oh, geez, you caught your 14-year-old trying cigarettes. What are you gonna do? Okay, thumbs up the video if you'd watch it. Single with Children. King Cobra JFS presents a remake and spin-off to Married with Children. Only it's going to be called Single with Children. And it's going to follow Al Bundy's daughter who's single with 3 to 4 kids. And she has a bunch of snarky female friends, and they all hate men and they all badmash men. And one of them's a dude who's actually secretly super gay, and that's the only reason they're friends with him, kind of thing. And the show's just super progressive and just one giant single mom whining about how hard her life is. Oh my God, people would eat it the fuck up. They'd be like, yes, hashtag girl boss. You can even pay Taylor Swift to make a song about it. He's a fucking asshole and I fucking hate men. With all these fucking women going off on TikTok screaming hashtag kill all men, I tend to think that'd be a really popular show amongst female incels. But we don't call them female incels. No, we call them feminazi man-hating cunts. All right. Because if I was trying to get laid, I would ignore the man-hating fucking females and be like, "I'd still try." But I'm like, no, I'm not trying to get laid. I'm trying to improve gender equality here. And acknowledge that if men are not allowed to be assholes to women, then women shouldn't be allowed to be assholes to men, regardless of, well, you have a penis and men have always traditionally ruled everything. And it's like, fuck you. Women are the gatekeepers to sex. So therefore, we should get to rule everything. And I'm like, fuck both of you. How about we share the power? This idea that there are some women who think that just because you have a vagina and that women are the gatekeepers to sex, that you should rule everything and men should be subservient to you. That comes from generations of women being oppressed by men for the same reasons, if not similar reasons. That's something you have to realize is that with the human race, it's a fucking power struggle, YouTube. That women and men are constantly pinned to compete against each other. Like, okay, if the Full House spinoff and a Married with Children spinoff came together and had a baby, and it was super woke as shit, and it was all about female empowerment, yes. And I'm like, you know what? How about male empowerment for a change? Because everyone's always going off about empowering women because of one, how sexist our society is towards women, and two, because people want to get laid. So it's like, hey, women shouldn't have to put up with that, and I want some pussy. So it's like, and it's like, okay, if men are fucking assholes, then fuck them, right? No one gives a fuck about manpower or male power or the inner god inside of us. It's all about goddess power, right? Well, here at Cobra Cult, we don't segregate. As long as you ain't a sicko, who gives a shit? For us, it's all about male and female empowerment, power to the people. We're not going to segregate you based off of your gender. We teach you to be your bestest, to realize your full potential, to believe in yourself. That you don't need conventional religion telling you if you do this, this, and this, and this, you're going to go to hell. Fuck that. Good morals and believe in yourself. That's pretty straightforward. And it's not that you'll go to hell if you don't practice, if you're a part of my religion kind of thing. It's you'll end up in jail. You'll end up with a lot of people hating you. You know, fuck this going to hell bullshit. Like, huh. Instead of believing in some bullshit sky god, I want you to believe in yourself. So believe in the powers of Satan and to believe in yourself. All the taboo things that society, fuck sickos, says you shouldn't do. Society says you're not good enough because you're not making that six salary figure. Fuck them. Society says you're not hot enough because you don't got the big boobs or the nice ass or the curvy waist. Fuck them. Society says your dick ain't big enough, so you ain't cool enough. Fuck you. And fuck them, is what I say to those assholes. Cobra Cult says, hey, you know what? If body positivity is for women, it should also be for us men too. And the only reason women are allowed to reject men for being fat, disgusting, hairy animals is because women are held to a higher beauty standard than men. It's the fucking truth. Most people don't give a shit if men are fat, hairy, disgusting animals. It's almost expected of men. Like, oh, if you don't have body hair, you're a beta bitch male. Funny how, like, if women don't shave their body hair, they're disgusting. But if men don't have enough body hair, it's because you're a little bitch who can't grow body hair. You know, I'm sick of that. Then it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, Mother Earth. It's all right. Mother Earth, come to me, protect me. Praise the goddess Lilith, darling, and the inner god's set. You bar a pet. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Was the sun? And look at that. Cobra's got this satanic goth hippie cult. It's all about believing in yourself and making the world a better place and smoking pot and practicing witchcraft. That pretty much sums it up in like a very short couple of words. It's the sun, I say. It's all right. It's something oh my god, I fucking love this Beatles song. But no, it's something I've had to fucking realize. My past self would have been like, oh, Ozzy Osbourne retiring. This sucks. Fucking drink your pain away. But my new and improved self is like, it's okay to have a drink and celebrate Ozzy's success. But drinking all the time is not going to magically make Ozzy Osbourne suddenly spring up and have the health of a 20-year-old again. Like, I want to keep rocking and rolling. It only makes me feel better about myself and being like, oh, well, great. And just life in general, you know. You're like, oh, hey, look, your idols are getting older and there's nothing you can do about it. People you care about are going to die someday and you have no control over it. All you can do is hope for the best and enjoy the time you have with them. Ugh. Knock on glass to save our ass. I don't want to fucking. Yeah. Word vomit. Blech. That doing drugs and living that hippie lifestyle, you know, using our satanic powers for good to make Satan look good and to make the world a better place. You know, and magic doesn't have to come in the form of you just waving your goddamn wand and being like, Avada Kedavra, bitch. No, working your magic can be as simple as just doing a good deed for somebody, you know, like holding the door for somebody. Well, if you're outside smoking a fucking cigarette, you know, and someone comes up to you and says, hey man, I'm having a rough day. Do you have an extra cigarette by chance? And you open up your pack and you've only got two left. And if you don't know the person, you don't care. You're like, well, as I got one, as long as I got one for later, and you hand it to them. And they're like, dude, thank you. You know, and this is how the world should be anymore. Like if the world could stop and continue to fucking hate sickos and stop persecuting somebody just because you're LGBTQIAA plus. And like, you know, I'm giving people the solution here, and they're just looking at me like, you're a stupid drunk retard. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Honestly, that's how the world should be anymore. And that's how it used to be, but people were just in it for themselves. People are so fucking greedy and they're just in it for themselves, and it's disgusting. Uh, Whatever happened to the good old days where, like, if you saw somebody on the road and they had their car on a tire jack and they're sitting there going, "Oh my fucking," they look like they want to yank their fucking hair out. People no longer will stop and go, "Hey, brother, you need some help?" Oh, hey, fellow human being. Even though I hate love and I hate the human race, I'm still going to go out of my way to be a caring person because that's what makes the world a better place. Fuck mass shootings. Being like, "Oh, hey," you see someone having a bad day and you go out of your way to help them a little bit, regardless of what you get out of it. And that's how the world should be anymore. It's because people take advantage of your kindness. They do. There's so much bullshit in our society that systematically oppresses us and places us into these categories. That people are not born serial killers or rapists, but society conditions them into becoming them by systematically oppressing them by saying, well, you want a girlfriend? Well, you're not pretty enough. So you're not handsome enough or whatever. And then while you're sitting there having your heart ripped out because you can't find the girl you want, and the girl you want thinks you're a fucking total creep, and you've done nothing to her but say, "Hey, I think you're cute. You want to go out to Starbucks? Maybe grab a cup of coffee sometime. To know each other. What's your sign, girl? You like Aries? You know what I'm saying?" She looks at you like, "Ew, get the fuck away from me, you pervert." You're only saying that because women are just as shallow as men, and they're allowed to get away with it because they have the vagina. If a man rejects a dude, or excuse me, if a man rejects a woman because she's not pretty enough, he's a shallow fucking pig. But if a woman rejects a dude for the same reasons, no one's gonna call her a shallow, hypocritical cunt. You're like, wait a minute, you're sitting here on your fucking Twitter bitching because nobody will fuck you because you're a little bit overweight and you're tired of fat chicks getting a bad rap and body shaming. But then some dude comes up to you and he's not your type, and immediately you're like, ew. I'm like, you know what? If fat chicks are allowed to have a preference, so are dudes who aren't. There's a big difference between body shaming versus, oh, hey, preferences. I'm not going to go out of my way to harass somebody because of your body or your gender. You know what I'm saying? That's stupid. Like, just because I won't date fat chicks doesn't mean I'm going to go out of my way to harass fat people. There's a fucking difference, dude. And furthermore, these individuals have a preference too. You know? I'm not trying to be the asshole that shows off stereotypes, but it's like you see some fat fucking ugly bitch who's got no titties, fucking no ass, and a busted ass face, and a fucking gut from here to Timbuktu, going after like the hottest dude with the biggest cock and the six-pack abs and the fucking ass in the face that make every woman go, "Oh my," and he rejects her because he's like, maybe he's already got somebody and he's just being polite and trying to be like, "Hey, look, I already have somebody. I appreciate what you're laying down." She's not going to hear no. All she's going to hear is, "You think I'm fat?" And then, yeah. And I'm like, that's kind of bullshit. Going out of your way to bully somebody because they're fat, gay, or trans is pretty messed up. But then rejecting them because you have a preference is different. And if these individuals want to get mad at it, you have a preference too. Otherwise, you wouldn't be chasing after the people and then getting mad at them when they reject you. Like how in our society, I can't support gay rights without being told you have to suck cock, otherwise you're not supporting gay rights. And I'm over here like, nope. If two dudes want to get married and they're of age and they're consenting and they're both human and they're non-related and it's consenting, I'll give them a yeah, that's what's up. Progression. Woo! That's as far as it goes. I'd be like, hey man, as long as you love each other, that's all that matters. Outside of everything else, you have to be human, non-related, of age, and consenting. Those are the basic four, YouTube. Well, what do you do if someone identifies as a non-binary alien? Then I'm like, well, if you also identify as a non-binary alien, but realistically you're both humans with some serious mental issues, and you're both of age and consenting adults who are alive and non-related, then do your thing. Like, love don't judge. This transgendered, non binary female alien, even though she was born a man, found a man who identifies as a transgendered, non binary male alien, even though she started off as a man. And they found each other, and it's just love at first sight. And now they want to both fucking each other's spaceships. They both sit down every Sunday and watch E.T. and grab a bowl of popcorn or Men in Black or some shit like that. I'm like, isn't that just being straight with extra steps? And then meanwhile, I'm being demonized for being straight. But it's like if a man transitions into a woman and finds a man, or excuse me, a woman who transitions into a man, it's seen as the greatest thing on the planet. You got some female who transitions into a goddamn male and a male who transitions into a fucking female. And then they find each other and it's just love at first sight. Everyone's like, woo, yeah, get it. But if you're a regular straight couple, like cisgendered straight, people look at you go, ew, you're nasty. And I'm like, yeah, but what they're doing is what I'm doing, but with extra steps and different identity politics. Seriously? And furthermore, when I got called a tranny or a faggot because I dress goth, I literally went off on these people and I'm like, okay, you know what? Don't assume you know me because of the way I dress. So I totally respect why trans people are the same way, where it's like, okay, just because you see a dude wearing makeup, you automatically assume there's some kind of faggot or there's some kind of gay dude. Or, you see a chick who has short hair, you automatically assume she's a lesbian. And it's like, quit assuming people's pronouns, asshole. Okay, you know what? Dudes can grow their hair out super long and paint their nails black and wear goth makeup. Maybe because they were an Ozzy Osbourne Cradle of Filth fan, or they listen to Alice Cooper, or what have you, or Dimmu Borg, or Gregoroth, or what have you. And that here's the thing of it, you sitting there assuming it's because they're trans or gay or whatever. That's the kind of stigmatic bullshit that continues to hurt LGBTQIAA plus. You disagree with me? Come at me. Fuck your stereotypes. You have a straight cisgendered ally on your side. Or like how when I started identifying as a cobra demon when I was younger, all my parents, both my stepmom and my dad, would take me to counseling and be like, "Oh, Josh thinks he has powers, blah blah blah." And now, if I say those are my pronouns, you have to identify that, otherwise you're a bigot. I love how life fucking changes. I love my parents to pieces, and the only reason my parents did that crap is because they were younger, I was younger, every parent worries about their kid going, you know what I'm saying? And because Christianity is more widely accepted in our society. And what's funny about that is, as a Cobra demon, I have learned to accept Christians and Catholics and Muslims and everyone else and Jews and be like, as long as you don't hate on me, I will not hate on you. That's called religious freedom and religious equality. Because, like Ozzy Osbourne said in Dreamer, it doesn't matter much to me. Without each other's hope, there ain't help. There ain't no hope for us. You want to fucking sit there and throw a fucking fit because, oh, well, you drink, you don't. You support gun rights, you don't. That person supports abortion. Well, that person doesn't. That person's a feminist. That person's not. That person's MGTOW. That person hates men. Fucking labels. That's what our society is anymore. It's nothing but labels. You're ADHD, you're schizophrenic, you're this, you're that. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. How the fuck do you join Cobra Cult? Well, first thing of all, you gotta pledge your loyalty to me and Satan. Then you gotta learn how to study witchcraft and magic. Then you gotta pledge to use your powers for good and to help other people. Then you gotta learn how to make wands, and that's a good start. You have to swear off and renounce Jesus Christ in the name of Satan and King Cobra JFS. Renounce your sky god for yourself. Be like, I renounce Jesus Christ and the sky god in the name of Satan and myself, for I am God of my own reality. I create my own existence. Fucking stop ranting and take a fucking sip of your. I do offer a couple of crash courses on how to make magic wands over the years. It's not how I do it personally because each person's going to do it slightly different, but the basic principles are there. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely. Mm. No, I've literally poured this drink. No, I didn't really top it off that much or anything. If you watch this entire live stream from start to finish, old Cobra would have had that entire bottle of absinthe fucking gone in one stream. But the newer, more mature Cobra is like, slow down on the alcohol, man. I know living is just a slow way to commit suicide and that we're all gonna fucking die eventually. But to some point, it doesn't mean you have to rush it. You like alcohol, that's fine. Have a drink, but don't fucking do it all the time. Speaking from experience, when you drink all the time, it can be fun getting that feeling that I'm feeling right now and having that feeling all the time where you're just like, "Eh." But after a minute, you keep chasing that feeling. You eventually you need more alcohol to achieve it. And one of the benefits of cutting down on my drinking is that I literally get drunk faster because I've cut down on my drinking. Darling, here I am, it's slowly melting. Within me, I guess it's here. Here, clear, black. Where's that sun? Ding, ding, ding. Here comes the sun. That's one hot, juicy load. That was a masturbation joke. I'm sorry. That was. All right. Like, it's one thing if you want to hate pedophiles and sickos and be like, fuck them, but all you do is hate people in general. Like, you gotta find a balance between, like, okay, you know what, hating the entire human race because a bunch of assholes suck is kind of unfair to people. That's why I'm like, a little bit of hatred gives you backbone, but too much hatred is just, dude. Things are fine. It's all right. It's all right. Oh, is this video still going? Yes, it is. I don't gotta worry about fucking stupid comments in the chat. One more song, Cobra. Do another Beatles song. Should I do Let It Be? Let it be, let it be. No, choose not to. I choose not to. Oh, like this is nothing new. Cobra rocking an Ozzy Osbourne t-shirt and singing some Beatles vocal cover action while sipping on some alcohol. It's nothing new. Although right now, hold on 1 second. Ah, there's a really pretty sunset outside right now, YouTube. The snow is starting to melt. When you get the blues and the pinks, I could stare out my window and be like, that's so pretty, dude. Like, I got a really gorgeous view from my apartment. Yeah. This apartment will do perfectly until I build my clock tower dream house. I find myself in times of trouble. Mother Mary's a fucking slut. Fucking me at the age of 18. Hell fucked up. In my hour of darkness, she's coming all over my dick. Speaking in words of it goes. Let it be. Let it be. Hell Satan. Long live Ozzy. Let it be. The words. Yay. Cobra, you silly bastard. That's not how the song goes. Hearted people living in a world degree. Well, let it be. Making fun of the sick fucks in the Catholic Church and all the assholes calling me that shit and all that. Oh, they may be parted. There's still a chance that they will see. There will be an answer. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. There will be an answer. me. What controls me? Who wants to win me? We're on a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine. We're on a yellow submarine, taking a trip in our favorite rocket ship in a yellow submarine. People are like, huffing cologne doesn't work to get you high, you stupid retard. I'm like, I disagree. There's like a little bit of alcohol in the cologne, and when that fucking hits your brain, it does what it's supposed to do. And it's like the only reason they say that is because you're living in a society that shoves drugs in your throat, and then fucking not only does society shove drugs down your fucking throat, but then they tell you that if you have a problem with alcohol and drugs, then you need rehab. I'm like, society contributes to the problems we have, you know. If you're depressed, take an antidepressant, even though the thoughts of antidepressant included could cause things of like thoughts of suicide, etc. But it's like if you smoke marijuana or do illegal drugs for your depression, you're seen as a druggie and a loser who needs help for their problems. But if you're a good little boy, and it's like, doctor, I'm depressed. Do you have anything to take the edge off? Yeah, here's an antidepressant that'll cause you to lose your ability to get a hard on. If you smoke marijuana or huff cologne or drink alcohol for or snort cocaine for your depression, for your fun times, then you're a druggy fucking burnout piece of shit. You only a burnout unless the doctor prescribes it, right? So I'm like, who the fuck is to write that cheat code in life where it's like, don't do drugs, kids, unless the doctor hands them to you. If you smoke pot, you're a fucking druggy burnout piece of shit loser, blah blah blah. But why the fuck would you want to huff cologne because it's legal and it gets you high? Huffing in general works. You can huff gasoline. If you're doing like model airplane glue, you know, you don't want to stick that directly in your nose. If you're huffing modeling glue, you want to leave that shit in the tube and just open the cap. And then, like this far, just the fumes coming out of the goddamn model airplane glue. Just, oh, that smells funny. Oh, that smells really funny. I'll keep sniffing that. Like, you might be a stoner if you listen to Pink Floyd, the Beatles, Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne. Went from Hey Jude to Hey You. That's how that goes, folks. You went from Hey Jude to Hey You. Hey Jude. That was really off key. Hey Jude. There we go. A little bit closer to Hey You. Out there on the own, sitting naked by the phone, will you touch me? Hey, you. Have you ever done magical mushrooms and then watched Pink Floyd's Brick in the Wall? It's like, whoo, that's intense. Especially when the effects start going. "Ah!" That's one. I actually have that movie on DVD. It's Pink Floyd's Brick in the Wall. I have that movie on fucking DVD, and that movie is really fun to watch when you're on psychedelics. It's like, who needs 3D glasses? I've got this shit built into my. Uh, Speaking of Ozzy, yeah, I'm bummed that he's retiring, but at the same time, part of me is like, nah. As soon as he gets better, he'll get back up on stage like he always does. And if he spends the remainder just physical therapy, smoking sweet leaf marijuana for his pain, relaxing, eating good, drawing like he loves, just activities he enjoys doing outside of performing in concerts. And personally, I don't even watch the news. Me personally, Fox News, CNN, I don't watch that shit. I don't watch the news. They're all controlled by corporations, man. Fox News and Cunt News Network. Fuck Fox News, fuck CNN. I prefer to form my own conclusion as an independent. It'd be like you got some media corporation controlling Fox News to be 100% Republican, and then you got the polar opposite of CNN being told you have to be Democrat. And the only thing being trolled are the people who are stupid enough to watch this crap and go, ugh. Because let me let you in on a secret. The news, excuse me, I turn on the light. There we go. Turn on the lights. CNN and Fox News are controlled by corporations like Disney. It's all propaganda designed to get you pissed off, angry, and hating. So if you start watching Fox News enough, eventually you're going to become a radical Republican. And it's no different with CNN. If you watch fucking CNN, you know what I'm saying? Eventually you're going to become a radical libtard. And dude, you cannot trust these media sponsored corporations like that, man. Not unless they're like old King Cobra, where it's like, I'm an independent. I am Democrat and Republican on certain issues. When it comes to gun rights, I'm very much Republican. When it comes to marijuana and abortion rights, I'm very much Democrat. I think it should be up to the woman to decide whether or not. Let it be, let it be, yeah, let it be. Someone always be. The night is cloudy, it's still light that shines on me. Try until tomorrow, let it be. the sound of Northern Mary comes bringing word to wisdom. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Yeah, let it be. Oh, be a master. Let it be. Let it be. Yeah, let it oh, be a master. Let it be. There's no love for wisdom like you. Like, goddamn, man, I have to give my voice a break for a second. Holy shit, YouTube. Vocal covers be like, whoa, look out. I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick and yeah, hold up 1 second. People's obsession with me can be unhealthy sometimes, I ain't gonna lie. The Casper Cobra Stompers, how stupid do you have to be? Like I said, people's obsession with me is really unhealthy. The only thing more dangerous than physical strength is the power of influence. And I'm very powerful in that. Otherwise, people wouldn't try so hard to fuck with me. Oh my god, dude. Like, good job. You gang stalked a fucking autistic retard to the point where, you know, really shows you how fucking sad their lives are. Would highly recommend putting your favorite chips and some boneless wings on a on a cold cut sub. So we got Joel Hassan with a $250 massive seafood boil challenge. King crab, lobster, and crab legs, Texas seafood challenge. Yeah, I don't see how Joel Hassan and you know, foodies can eat all this food. It's insane. It's in Texas. Scrambled crawfish, mocktails. Dude, I like watching these foodies on YouTube because people like Joe Hassan are just not human, in my opinion. They got this big ass, like 8 pound food of, you know what I'm saying? You got a big old platter of like 8 pounds worth of food, and they're sitting there shoveling it into their face and their gut within like 20 minutes or less. And it's like, oh, that is insane. Like Matt Stoney status, dude. And I'm not a competitive eater by any means. Get into it. All that seafood looks amazing. Yeah. You need to wrap up this fucking video. We're not even almost fucking 5 goddamn hours. Yeah, Joe Hassan's a pretty badass foodie YouTuber. Check him out. Like Matt Stoney or you know, all those other foodies that I watch on YouTube. Ian, that entire fucking plate of seafood in 43 minutes is still fucking insane. How the fuck do you eat this much food in one sitting? Like, I swear to God, Joe Hassan's gotta be smoking some weed on the side, like, I'm about to get the munchies. $250 worth of seafood challenge smash in like 43 minutes or less. Yeah, because I get inspired by like Joe Hassan and all these other foodie YouTubers to come up with my own crazy fucking food challenge. And it just looks fucking pathetic when I can't even complete my own challenge. So I'll just leave the competitive eating to the foodies out there who do that kind of thing. And if I get an occasional win, cool. You know what I'm saying? Like when I'm doing the call it home stretch bar and grill stretch your gut challenge that I came up with. And just taking food from like local fast food spots and being like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Trying to make some kind of weird challenge out of it, but realistically, I'm on a fast food challenge kind of oh, fuck me. Well, the $34 is appreciated. Yeah. Now, realistically, I'm not a fast foodie kind of guy. You know, like I do love fast food, but like doing a challenge with it, yeah. No, I'm not a competitive eater by any stretch of the imagination. But I love food. I love to eat. But then it gets to a point where even I'm like, you start to feel full to the point you're to that, or like when your gut starts to hurt because you're eating too much. And it's like, okay, stop, take a break, have a smoke, fucking, you know. So it's like, you know what I'm saying, YouTube? Fucking the foodies are where it's at, though. When it comes to like YouTube, wow. I'm just, man, I'm blown away by all the support that I have on my YouTube. The Cobra Stompers are fucking, the Casper Cobra Stompers are fucking retarded. You know, you can't control who the fuck becomes obsessed over me, let alone what the fuck they're gonna do. Approach this man with extreme caution. He's extremely dangerous, armed with a wand. And I'm over here like, well, I am dangerous to the right people, yes. I don't like using my magic to hurt people, but if it comes down to it, I will do it. I love to use my magic to help people, you know, and spread peace and make the world a better place. But very occasionally, I'll be like, you know what? I want some personal gain. And very occasionally, I'm like, I'm sick and tired of these assholes fucking fucking with everything, you know. Uh, I'm not the one that bans people. Sometimes my mods will ban people too. So Dru, thank you for your $1 and your $4.20 donation. Dru says, you deleted my honest comment, then you banned me. Well, that's not my fault. Sometimes my mods feel like, hey, you know what? Cobra doesn't need this crap in his life. So sometimes it's not me. Sometimes my mods are like, okay, asshole. We all know Cobra's this ugly, fucking balding retard with severe autism and Asperger's. And sometimes he drinks too much. And he needs to get laid, apparently, even though he calls it a want. You know, 6 year almost, I've gone literally almost 6 years without sex. And it does suck when you're craving some sweet of age female action that's alive, cisgendered, non-related, and consenting. And all of that used to automatically be implied if you said you were straight. But in today's fucked up society, the idea of woman is being redefined and changed. So now it's like what used to be automatically implied if you said traditional straight guy. Now you have to like really be specific. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, but are you into women who identify as non binary purple sparkly unicorn dragons? Like, do you identify as women who identify, you know what I'm saying? Are you into women who identify as man? What? There's a fucker for you. There's a fucker for you. You say you're not gay because you fuck with women who identify as men because they originally started off as women, but technically because they identify as men. Ah, there's something to wrap your head around. Is it gay to want to fuck women who identify as men, but are secretly still women and they're non-binary? You know, I'm not trying to be a dick and ask those hard-hitting questions that make your head hurt. And I'm like, you know what? If you want to fuck dudes, period, and you're a dude, that means you're gay. Okay, let's not make this more complicated than it needs to be. Yeah, but then some people go, but what about trans women? What about them? That's a dude who transitions into a chick. So technically, that's kind of bisexual. It's not being gay, it's not being straight. If you fuck a chick who used to be a dude, she might have all the lady parts that are required to be a female, but she still started off as a dude. That's kind of bisexual. No judgments. Christian Langton said, bro, sex and gender are two different things. It depends on your definition. Because if you talk about sex as in fornication, then yes, that is different. But the idea of your gender versus your sex, it's the same fucking thing. It's who you are, man, woman, female, non binary, transgender. That is your gender, that is your sex. It depends on the concept and the context of your words. This idea that, okay, if gender and sex are different, then okay, if people are allowed to bully me because I'm straight, white, and cisgendered, and then prior to this whole trans thing being forced down our goddamn throats, I got bullied for dressing goth, and now I get bullied for being straight, white, and cisgendered. So I've had to face all this bullying because prior to trans people being forced to be accepted into our society, I got bullied for dressing in a more traditionally female aspect, even though I identify as a man. So I've had to face twice the amount of harassment that these people have had to face. And I still stand by them, even though they fucking harass me for being straight. It's like I'm getting bullied for dressing up as goth. Oh, you faggot tranny piece of shit. And then I get fucking harassed by the trans people who are being told, it's not your fight to fight, you cisgendered piece of shit. And I'm sitting here going, okay, what the fuck? I get bullied for being goth because people are calling me a tranny faggot. And now I'm getting bullied because I'm not trans. I'm like, leave me the fuck alone, dude. Long as you ain't a sicko, who gives a shit? I get bullied for dressing goth. People sit there and call me a tranny faggot and a weirdo and a creep and a blah, 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 blah. And then that's probably all these intolerant assholes who hate trans people and gay people. And then when I politely explain to them that I am none of those things, I am just simply a goth heterosexual male doing his thing. That's like now I get bullied for being cisgendered and straight. It's like I feel like I can't win in today's society, YouTube. And I'm like, okay, so we're allowed to bully people for being straight, white, cisgendered, and man, but don't you dare bully everyone else for everything else because you're a bigot. Yay for equality. Like, we're going to bully you for being a witch because we're Christian, we're better than you, but if you bully us, it's intolerance. That's exactly how it is in our society. Is we're allowed to bully you because you're white, straight, cisgendered, and male. But if you bully us back or try to defend your side of the story, it's somehow called being intolerant. I'm like, funny how it's never called sexism or intolerance when the other side does it. But if a white, straight, cisgendered man does it, everybody loses their shit. And I'll acknowledge that, okay, the history of whites versus everyone else is fucked. And I hate it. I fucking hate it being told you have this privilege. And I'm like, what privilege? you know? Like, okay, so I mean, and that's what some people might say, but personally, I'm like, yeah, white people do have privilege, but so does everybody else. I can't go off on accuse if a black person is being incredibly racist towards me and crapping on me and throwing my fucking racial stereotypes in my face. I can't be like, Cracker, could you not do that? Like, hear me out for a second. Like, if I can't go off and be like, well, all you blacks are, insert racially fucked up shit, insert racial stereotypes of black people without someone being like, this cracker right here. And this is how they'd say it. I'm not trying to be racist. This is how they'd say it. They'd be like, is this nigga for real right now? Fuck your racism. That's exactly how it is. They'd be like, is this cracker for real right now? I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm all for racial equality, so why can't we all just get along? I'm all for fucking racial equality. So as long as you ain't a fucking nasty pedophile, sick fuck piece of shit. Outside of that, who gives a fuck? This person wants to. I draw the line at transgender. You start identifying as transracial or trans disabled. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with that cracker bullshit. That, well, you want to identify as autistic because you're trans disabled. I'm over here like, suck my autistic dick. You know what that's like for people who have to grow up going, what the fuck is wrong with me? Why the fuck do I act this way? And then going to a fucking doctor at the age of 13 and then them being like, finally, this is what's wrong with you. You've had to spend the last 13 years of your life going, I'm a little fucking retard, short and stout. Here's my huge dick. I'm fucking sick of life. Watch me pout. Like, trans disabled, cracker, get the fuck out of here. I'm a the everything in life anymore just gets to that point where it's like there's so much bullshit attached to it that the bare basics enough to get your point across. But people are too stupid to see it. They're just like, well, then you can't bitch about equality because, see, this person identifies as trans quadriplegic. Therefore, they have to have a wheelchair. If you tell them they don't belong in their wheelchair, then you're being trans disabled phobic. And I'm over here like, ah! See, back in my day, if you pretended to be in the wheelchair because you wanted attention, people would look at you like you're an asshole. Or back in my day, if you put on blackface and tried to act black, but if you were white as fuck, people were like, you insensitive piece of shit. But now it's like all you got to do is say you're transracial or trans disabled, and now people are being forced to accept it. Otherwise, you're a transphobe. And I'm over here like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. I'm like, there are people out there who identify as being super autistic because they're trans disabled. I'm like, that's not how having autism works, you fucking cunts. I'm like, I'm not trying to be a fucking dick. Like, you want to be transgender or like transplant or trans species? I'm like, okay, so this person identifies as a dog. That's where I draw the line. You start identifying as a trans baby because you're a 48-year-old man who identifies as a 4-year-old toddler. I'm like, what fucking drugs are you on so I can avoid them at all costs? I'm like, okay, at some point, you're just like, every adult misses being a kid to some point. I get that. Because, okay, a bunch of people are or coming out as transgender and we're all supposed to accept it. Otherwise, there's a big difference between bullying somebody into accepting it versus letting people go, yeah, I want to let them accept this on their own terms. And bullying people into being forced to accept the whole LGBTQIAA transgender plus bullshits is only going to make them hate it even more. Here's why I accept it today as an adult, because when I was a kid and I was watching Bugs Bunny cartoons, here's Bugs Bunny dressed up as a female in drag, fucking with Elmer Fudd the whole episode. It was seen as harmless and fun. It wasn't this woke narrative being like, you better accept this, so help me God. And most kids at that age don't give a shit, not because they're homophobic or transphobic, but because they're kids. All they care about is, hey, when's recess? When's lunchtime? When can I go home and watch cartoons? Most kids don't have the maturity to grasp the concept of non-binary because they grow up and they're being told boys have penises, girls have vaginas, pretty straightforward kindergarten cop type shit. And then they go into school and then they're being told now that the exact opposite, now that girls can have penises and guys can have vaginas. And it's super confusing and quite frankly it makes their brain hurt. It makes them overload on thought processing and it makes their stimulus of their brain go, ow. The feeling you get when you're watching a bunch of idiots on the internet try to debate gender, but it's like you're being told that gender does not exist. Yet at the same time, if you misgender somebody, you're a piece of shit. You're like, ow. I'm not trying to be transphobic or any of that. I'm simply just trying to explain it to you from the way I see it and how I understand these things. That coming from my perspective, I grow my hair out long, even though now I'm going bald. Fuck it. I paint my nails. I wear goth makeup, and people back in my day would use that as an insult against me. That's why I don't go out of my way to bully trans people. It's because when I'm doing my straight heterosexual goth bad boy self and people bully me, like, what are you, a tranny? What are you, a faggot? Just because the idea of a man wearing makeup and nail polish is seen as unconventional. So when these individuals talk about how gender does not exist in that kind of sense, I totally get it. But you cannot just completely erase the idea of gender because some dudes want to be heterosexual and then paint their nails. Or because some dudes identify as trans, but they're also non binary and they wear makeup, so you have to accept it. Otherwise, you are intolerant. You want to have a conversation about this beyond, okay, Ozzy Osbourne retiring, that sucks, but I call bullshit. As soon as he gets better, he'll be back up on his feet doing his thing. But forget about Ozzy for a second and let's have a conversation about something that's affecting our society today. Enough vocal covers. I don't want to get copyright strike. Transphobic or anything. I'm just trying to ask questions. If gender does not exist and that gender is a fluid concept and that gender does not fucking exist, then how come I have to call you a female because that's how you identify? Otherwise, I'm a bigot. The same people who are just like, oh, gender does not exist. There's no such thing as boy or girl or man or woman. But if you don't identify that person as a woman, you're an intolerant piece of shit. Society makes no sense, dude. I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole. I'm just trying to make sense of it, dude. And I'm not trying to be intolerant. Like, if you want to have that thought process, as long as you're not hurting kids, you know, and I'm like, yeah, it does it make sense? No. Is it stupid as fuck? Yes. Does it lack all forms of human logic? 100%. But outside of that, is it really hurting anybody? That's why people, I think, honestly, are making a bigger deal about this trans thing more than they need to. Like, as long as you ain't a sicko and as long as you ain't hurting kids, who gives a fuck if you want to say gender does not exist? But you must call them by the gender they affirm by, otherwise you're a piece of shit. I'm like, if gender does not exist by your definition, then by your definition, I don't have to identify you as shit. I could sit here and say, hey guys, I'm Tony Hawk. Want to see me do a Super McTwist 900? And I'm like, I support trans rights 100%. As long as you ain't a sicko and as long as you don't abuse your fucking trans privilege, then you know, you would get mad at me for abusing my straight white cisgendered male privilege. So why should it be any different for anyone else's privilege? The thing about the album Love and Vanity is you have to acknowledge that everyone to a point has privilege and everyone to a point is victimized, but not everyone's thoughts are validated or should be validated, and not everyone deserves equality. Like, oh, okay, you're a trans serial killer. Is that going to be the next thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, you identify as serial killer and trans, and if you let people arrest you for it, then, like, oh my God, you're a transphobe piece of shit. Like, you identify as trans killer, so you want to kill people, and that's a part of your identity. And if people don't accept it, then by God, they're transphobic. I'm like, fuck you. That's a little too far. That these people sit here and think that just because you're non-binary or trans, you can basically get away with rape and murder. And if we fucking call you out on it for abusing your privilege, that we're the assholes. I'm so fucking fed up with society doing that crap. I'm like, okay, so this person robbed a bank, but they're transgender, and that's part of their identity, so you have to accept it, otherwise you're an asshole. And not everyone in the trans community is like that, so don't get it twisted. Before all the ABC mafia comes after Cobra, like, I can't believe what, that it's not butter. I can believe it's not butter. It says it right there on the label. I can't believe it's not butter. I can. It says it right on the label. Like, gender is fluid. I'm like, no, 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 no. Gender is a social concept created by society. These are just labels. Okay, so because you have a penis, you're called a boy. Because you have vagina and tits, you're called a female. It's just a social concept and social labels. Outside of that, it's also used to define human biology and the way humans are as creatures and as a species. This idea of what is a woman or what is a man, it's all stupid in my opinion. No, because you look at Ozzy Osbourne, he's got this long, gorgeous 70s fucking rocker hippie hair. And then you got someone else who has the same length of hair because they're trans. People are doing it for different reasons. Yeah, it's all being looped together. That's why the episode I came up with for South Park's Goth Kids, where the Goth kids are being told, "You're so stunning and brave." Brave for what? Oh my fucking god! They think we're one of those trans kids. Did Cobra just write the next South Park episode? You had like the goth kids versus the emos and the vampire kids. Now it's going to be all of them versus the trans kids. It could be a reflection of how fucking retarded our society is. We're not trans, we're freaking goth. 5 fucking hours long. Jesus Christ. I didn't mean to go for a full 6 hours, but I get off topic and I get on my tangents and I want to make the world a better place. And I make comparisons. I'm like, okay, please explain this to me. If gender is an abstract concept and gender does not exist and that gender is fluid, then how come I have to call you by the gender you identify? If gender does not exist, then your gender-based pronouns are non-existent. And that's not me being transphobic. That's just people being called out on their own stupid bullshits. Half of it is what it is. Women get more privilege than men sometimes, so they feel like they'd be happier as the opposite sex. The other half of it's just doing it for attention. And then you have the small minority of people who actually do it because they experience gender dysphoria. And I'm not here to crap on people with gender dysphoria. I cannot begin to imagine what that would be like. Being confused about your gender because society's telling you that if you're a cisgendered piece of shit, that nobody wants you, you're ugly, you're disgusting, you're gross, that trans is beautiful and you have to accept it, otherwise you're an asshole. But we're seeing an increase of trans people lately is because society brainwashes people into a narrative, into whatever's popular. So because being trans is more popular than being gay right now, everyone's coming out as the opposite sex. And I'm over here like I'd rather come on the opposite sex. Thank you very much. If I identify as a goth, hippie, vampire, warlock, cobra demon, overlord, who rules the universe and has all the powers in the world, I'm not going to go around expecting people to be like, you have to accept me for my delusions. I don't think they're delusions, but everyone else thinks I'm delusional. Yet if I came out as trans, you would have to you'd literally have to fucking accept me, otherwise all of you would get canceled. And I'm like, you know what? That's bullshit. I'm all for supporting trans people, but when they start having more privilege and more equality, all because you identify as the opposite sex, at some point I'm like, no. And you can't call it equality when trans people have more rights than cisgendered people. And if the only reason why you get more rights is because straight white cisgendered people were dicks to you, so now automatically you're allowed to be a bigger dick right back. and that they don't accept your assholeness and tolerate it, then okay, you're the bigot. And I'm like, revenge hatred doesn't do anything, YouTube. I don't care if you're gay, white, black, straight, cisgendered, whatever. Revenge hatred is what it is. You can't call it reverse sexism or reverse racism, because if it was reversed, it would not exist. You have racism and then they call it reverse racism. It's like if it was reversed racist, then it wouldn't be racist at all. Have you people played the game Uno? It's a really fun card game to play with your family. And usually, when you put a reverse card down in the same color that's being played, it means the fucking cycle of turns gets reversed. And by the definition of reverse, if you look at the English language, the term reverse basically means the opposite of. Hey Siri, your phone is not connected. That's all right. Just to be a fucking asshole, I'm going to look up the definition of reverse. Reverse. Reverse image search. Reverse definition. Okay, so according to Google, the word reverse means, see definition in, move backwards or going in or turn towards the direction opposite to that previously stated. So going in the opposite direction of which the situation was stated. So if you're saying, oh my God, you guys, this person's a reverse racist piece of shit, I'm going to be like, wouldn't that mean they're not racist? So how are they a piece of shit? If you're referring to blacks and women being sexist and racist towards white men, that's called revenge, sexism, and hatred. I wouldn't call it reverse, because if it was reversed, it wouldn't be sexist or racist. And furthermore, can you blame women and minorities? Women and blacks have had to face oppression from minorities other than themselves, or what have you. You know what I'm trying to say, YouTube? Oh, excuse me. I've been on stream for like almost 6 hours, and the alcohol's starting to kick in. Women have had to fucking face oppression, and so have blacks and everyone else. If you're pretty much straight, white, and cisgendered and male, you're seen as the enemy in today's society. And I'm sick of it, man. I'm like, hey, I'm one of the good guys. I try to fight for the right causes and just ask simple questions. But the problem with my questions that I ask is that they have truth and logic, and they're cheeky, and they come off as, you can't ask questions like that. And I'm like, really, why not? Because it makes you think. That's called censorship, you assholes. I gotta take a leak, dude. Oh my god. The Casper Cobra stompers can suck my dick. Oh, we show Cobra, by golly. We put some more paper underneath his fucking door. Christ, my trolls are more obsessed with me than I am with Ozzy Osbourne, and that's really saying something. Like, we show Cobra. We show Cobra, you guys. I pissed on the Casper Cobra stompers. Sitting here, oh, I know, let's put a fucking piece of paper underneath Cobra's door that says Casper Cobra Stompers. Please approach King Cobra JFS with caution. This man is extremely dangerous and armed with a magical wand. I'm like, the desperate level of attempt is just beyond pathetic. I want to see who keeps doing it just so I can laugh in their fucking faces. Like, you know what they call it? The Casper Cobra Stompers? Because I'm going to stomp your fucking face in for wasting my time. Oh my God, he mentioned us. Quick, somebody put 2 more flyers underneath his door. People are going to read that and go, I know Cobra, this is stupid. Shh, 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 shh. Oh my God, dude. 341 likes, 427 views, almost 6 minutes long on the video. But here at like 6 minutes, we're gonna wrap the video up. I should have done it at like 3 to 4 hours, but you know how I do YouTube. I love going live and just telling it like it is. I'm like, that's really fucking sad. Uh, the Casper Cobra Stompers. Oh yeah, you showed me. Oh, this man. I'm sorry, but the only thing sadder than Ozzy Osbourne retiring are my YouTube trolls' lives. I'm not trying to be that guy, but it's the truth. Like they've tried everything else. We can't get Cobra kicked out of his apartment, though we've tried. We send him free food, and he just turns that food into a food hack and owns our stupid asses. Well, this will show him. I'm like, dude, you're taking this much time out of your fucking day to fuck with me? I own my trolls, dude. You don't see me going up to my trolls' apartments and sticking like little notes underneath their door like Cobra Troll Stompers Unites, Troll Slayers Anonymous. Please do not give the trolls any attention. It's like feeding an animal at the zoo. Do not do it. Do not feed the bears. Please do not feed the trolls. Ignore them and abuse the fuck out of them. That's all you have to do. That's what it is. I'm like, dude, you don't see me going up to my trolls' apartments and be like, where do they live? Okay, let me stick a note underneath their door. You better leave Cobra the fuck alone, or so help me God. And it's like, dude, I want to go down in history as the person who's the most hated person on the planet, and I've done nothing to deserve it. A lot of the hatred that people have for me is just from other people spreading rumors about me that aren't true. And then the jealousy, it's stupid. The whole thing is fucking stupid. This is exactly why I don't go out of my way to fucking hate on somebody because you're trans. Because I get so much fucking hatred just for doing my thing. As far as I'm concerned, as long as you ain't a sicko, who gives a shit? Like Cobra's live, let's knock on his door and stick a bunch of papers underneath his fucking. Oh, that's hilarious. Like you're gonna waste paper just to troll King Cobra JFS. I feel sorry for you, dude. Casper Cobra Stompers. That's so fucking stupid. I'm like, the level that people put into to trolling me is just beyond pathetic. It's like, wow, how sad is your fucking life? Oh, hey, Cobra's gonna read the note out loud on camera. Watch this. Nope, he just rips the paper up and throws it away and tells them to go fuck themselves and just keeps on doing his thing. Like, good job, you fucking gang stalked an almost 32-year-old autistic. And more than likely, it's either going to be one of my neighbors doing it for a goof or like one of my trolls locally here in town. And I'm like, how fucking sad is your life, dude? Oh, man. Man, 343 likes and almost six hour long video. As we learned from Sharon Osbourne, you're not allowed to ask questions without someone calling you a racist and then race baiting the fuck out of it because it's just convenient that Sharon's straight, white, cisgendered person. You know, it's what it is. And it's like, look, I'm all for like trans people and LGBTQIAA having equality to us straight, white, cisgendered people and everything. As long as you ain't a sicko, I don't care. But that doesn't mean you should be allowed to have equality over like, okay, now it's okay to bust my balls because I'm white, straight, and cisgendered, and because I like of age women. That's not woke enough. You have to be a pedophile or you gotta fucking support gay rights to be woke enough anymore. And I'm like, I'm sick of it. I'm like, listen, you can't let the pedophiles fucking ruin it for the gay people. It's not woke. That's just perverted and gross. And furthermore, it's like, hey, man, you want to suck your fellow grown ass man's dick? You have fun with that, cuz. I'm like, if you are a gay dude and you want to suck another grown ass man's dick and you want to get fucked in the ass by a dude, that's your prerogative. That's your kink, fine. As long as it's consensual, both of you are old enough for each other, you're both adults, and you're both non related alive humans. Who gives a shit? You know, there's nothing wrong with being gay as long as you ain't a sicko. Heck, even if kids want to do that shit with each other, they're at that age. And you're 15, 16, whatever. Been there, done that, brought the t-shirt. Put a condom on, be consensual and safe with it. There you go. Enough said. Like, consent is pretty straightforward. If you're at a party and everyone's getting super drunk and everyone's doing drugs and alcohol, sounds like a really good time, to be honest. But like, if a chick con- consents to pussy and giving you some, then what happens if she passes out? Like, if all you're doing is doing drugs and alcohol with chicks because you're trying to get laid, and you think, oh, if you're stoned and drunk, that like 9 times out of 10, the only reason guys will invite chicks over to their drug and alcohol parties is because they want pussy. Like, hey guys, I stole this pack of cigarettes from my brother. You want to smoke one? I also have this bag of weed. Hey, the drug counselor said you shouldn't smoke weed because that'll lead to other harder, more serious drugs. And you shouldn't smoke cigarettes because they're bad for you. You try to be the goody two shoes of the group, the square, not the circle. And it's just like the one line they will say that will get you to try drugs and cigarettes every time, and alcohol on top of it. Don't be a pussy. So like, okay, oh my God, your mom's gone for the night, and you want to be a sneaky little teen mom and dad's liquor from the cabinets, and they bring it down to the basement for you and your little friends to have sipping times with. And then it's just like, hey, who wants to play spin the bottle? I never had parties like that growing up myself because I was never invited. But that's all right. That's how you avoid teen pregnancy and drama and STIs. So believe me, just say no to sex until you're 18 or older and you're in college and it's consensual. You should use high school to focus on getting good grades and just developing a personality. And that, you know what? Hey, if you and your teenage buddy start getting down and funky with it, shagnanigan status, use a condom. Okay? Cobra's gonna teach you safe sex. Okay, fuck this abstinence only bullshit. I was a teenager once, so I know exactly what the fuck is up. I'm like, you know what? Put a condom on, dumbass. And the only way you're gonna find out your condom size is by trying them on, even if you're not getting any. So, like, next time you go to have a wank, next time you go to have a fucking wank, you take like the tip of the condom and you pinch it over your dick, and then you like unroll it just like that. You unroll it onto your. If you gotta practice putting the condom on a banana, so be it. Because I'm not gonna sit there and tell kids you shouldn't do drugs or alcohol or have sex. The adults do it, and the kids are just products of the adults they're around. So of course, kids are gonna want to try tobacco, alcohol, and cigarettes, and sex, and all the adult stuff. But if you're gonna do it, be smart about it. That's all I'm saying. Because of course kids are gonna listen to rock and roll and have sex and do drugs and be rebellious assholes. It's the nature of the beast. Instead of trying to stop them from doing it, teach them how to be safe with it. Because if you tell kids, oh, don't smoke marijuana and don't drink alcohol, and by golly, you better not have sex with your classmates, what do you think they're going to do? Anyone watching this video right now who's above the age of 18 or older will know that Cobra ain't bullshitting. The authority figures were just like, hey, kids. Growing up when I was a kid, it was like, don't smoke the marijuana and don't smoke cigarettes and don't drink alcohol. And now I'm a 31-year-old adult. I smoke marijuana. I smoke cigarettes. I smoke pipe tobacco, cigars. I love tobacco. And of course, I drink alcohol. I, however, as somebody who has great influence on a younger generation, am telling you right now to wait till you're in college to experiment with sex and drugs and alcohol, and just make sure that your studies are caught up. If it's the weekend, all your homework for your classes is done. It's turned in for the weekend, all your chores, you're being responsible with it. Okay, you're in college, and then someone pulls out a marijuana joint. They're just like, hey man, you want to spark up some sweet leaf? And they're like, I don't know. My drug counselor in high school said that could lead to destructive behaviors. Don't be a pussy. Oh my God, this stuff kicks ass. I can't stop laughing. Hey, what's a really funny word? Sphincter. What's a really funny word? Chicken sphincter. That's a fucking hilarious word. Oh my God, dude, that is hilarious. You know what sounds really good right now? What? Some goddamn Taco Bell. Meanwhile, one of your friends pulls out a giant ass bag of nacho cheese Doritos, and it's your first time getting stoned. And you're looking at that bag of nacho cheese Doritos like it's the holy grail of messiahs. Like, oh, like, oh. And it's like, people, we are stoned off the weed. We got the munchies. We want you to pick your poison, bro. We got Cheetos, cheese puffs, Doritos. We got Fritos. The classic stoner move where they're like their first time getting stoned and they're just like, I'm freaking out, man. Like life is so miserable and stressful. So that when you smoke a fucking plant that makes you feel all right with the world, you're just like, what is this? I've been told to hate life and to hate myself and hate the way I look. Why does this fucking plant that I'm smoking make me go, it's gonna be all right? I never really had that experience my first time smoking marijuana. If I can remember the first time I tried pot, all I can remember was I was a senior in high school. And the first time I got fucking stoned, I was getting over a flu and a cold. And my buddy Tevin Reams pulled out this big ass fucking pipe. And he was just like, hey man, we're just about to get fucked up. And I was like, yeah. Going off campus for school lunch. I come back my senior year for school lunch. Okay. I come back to campus after leaving campus to get stoned. And fucking, I barely missed lunch. Just about. All they had left was a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a chocolate milk. And I'm over here like, I'm cool with that. It was one of those Crustables, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches kind of things, you know. Or it's just like, hey, all I want's a bag of Doritos and some chocolate milk and a Crustables. Eh, it's quick and easy to eat. Walking down the hallway at NC holding my school lunch, be like, ah, I got food to munch out on. And people who knew what was up were like, Sandra's been smoking again. And then people who didn't know were just like, boy, he looks really happy to be having lunch right now. You know, when I fucking smoke weed, it's like I realize that, hey man, people suck, but we're all people just trying to live, you know? But when I'm fucking sober off that shit, it's like I hate the human race and people are all assholes. And fuck mass shootings, for that matter. You got a fart bubbling up. Can it be a potential wet and juicy? Let's find out. There's a lot of things that determine. Oh, fire in the hole, Captain. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that's gross. Woohoo! That's literally how I make my wet and juicies. I turn on the camera, I turn on the YouTube app, and I click on create a short, and I hold the record button, and then I hold the phone near my asshole, and I fucking rip ass as hard as I can, and then pull it up and be like, fire in the hole, Captain. 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 And I'm like, is that good enough for a wet and juicy? Because there were two things that will determine whether or not I post a wet and juicy to my YouTube. One, how loud and wet and obnoxiously gross was the farts. And two, the fucking response I make to it, like the comments. How funny is it? So if you got some long, wet, loud ass fucking fart, and then I'm over here like I told these trolls to lick my butt crack. I told them. I told these trolls to lick my fucking butt crack. I told them. They're always talking shit, these assholes. I telling them to lick my butt crack is a form of cannibalism because they're pieces of shit pelican fuckers. I told these trolls to lick my butt crack. And it's like, if the fart wasn't like loud and like that was pretty good. Dude, I fucking regretted it as soon as I did it because I get done filming and I'm just like, oh god. It's like, how the fuck did we go from talking about Ozzy Osbourne retiring to here's Cobra ripping ass on a goddamn cell phone? Uh, I'm young at heart for saying that, but farts are funny, dude. 359 likes after 6 minutes. Oh, golly gee willikers. I've only had to fake a couple of wet juicies like twice. If I'm near my cell phone and I can access my YouTube app quick enough and the farts loud enough and juicy enough, and then just the reaction, like I told these trolls to kiss my Asperger's, and then you hold the phone near your butthole and as hard as you can, People are gonna be like, "Oh my God, he's 32. What is he, 14? Jesus Christ, Cobra, grow the fuck up." I'm like, life is too short not to laugh at a good fart joke. If you're not laughing at farting, you're not living life. That's just the way I see it. You're never too fucking old to laugh at a fart, especially when it's a comedically well timed fart. I don't care who you are, like, dude. Someone makes a comment that refers to like butts and pooping, and then someone else goes, "That's gross," and then you rip ass, and then someone else laughs at that. Like, seriously, a well timed fart can make a friend for life, dude. That's how it is. That is the magic of farting. Like, maybe you and your best buddy are in school and you're not friends just yet. You're sitting at a table, and then like the dude sitting next to you is like, "Do you have Mr. So and so for math class? He's such an asshole." And then you fart and you go, "Well, yes, he is an asshole. And so am I for farting." And then, like, you and your buddy start laughing out hysterically, and that just turns into a beautiful friendship. It's funny how life can work like that. Dude. Okay. 8:51. It's almost 9 o'clock. Man, I've been going ham on these rants. And this is just a random collection of word vomits. I can't make everyone accept me for who I am, you know? So why the fuck should everyone else be forcing everyone else to fucking accept them? 6 fucking hours later, it's just like that's a whole day's worth of work. So like you could turn on this goddamn live stream in the background and have it as like basic white noise. Assuming that YouTube will approve the use of this live stream. Got some Antoine LaVey status on this goatee, dude. Get you some. Mr. Antoine LaVey, what went on in your hair? I seriously cannot believe I've been streaming for well over 6 hours and it's almost 9 o'clock. Well, see, I don't want to make too much noise and I don't want to be like rude to my neighbors. As it is almost 9 o'clock, I should wrap this up. Like the old King Cobra would have smashed an entire bottle in 6 hours or less. But the new King Cobra is just sitting here. I still got drink combo, you know. The only reason I'm cutting down on drinking is so it's better for my health, which normally I'm not very health conscious, especially with the way I smoke and drink, but it gets to be a problem when you can't even get drunk anymore. You sit here and you drink a shit ton of alcohol in one sitting and you don't even have a buzz. You know how irritating that is? And you're like, what the hell, man? I sat there, you sit there and slam a whole 6 pack of beer and then you drink a whole bottle of alcohol on top of it. And then it's just like you don't even feel the buzz anymore. And you're like, oh. Sometimes you gotta be sober to appreciate your buzz. And that's the goddamn truth. Excuse me. Sorry about that, folks. I didn't mean to just yawn like that. Fucking whew. Almost a 7 hour live stream. This is ridiculous. Nobody's gonna have the fucking time of day to sit here and watch this 7 hour fucking live stream and be like, fuck. Okay, let's finish this this drink combo in our cup and let's end the stream. How to break the limits of human consciousness from Mr. Morg official. He's a YouTuber I support. He does a lot of really cool videos on like stuff that's just out there, but not like out there in a bad way. One of those, oh, hey, how to question existence and your own mortality versus is reincarnation real or is Jesus Christ real or any of, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So I'd highly recommend you check out Mr. Morg official of Astra. As he was once, Leo, I hope I'm saying that right. Because Mr. Morg official is Hyperion, which I do find that fascinating how they created a religion based off of a video game. I'm like, you know what? No judgments. Holy fucking crap. I can't believe I'm still fucking live, dude. This is ridiculous. 6 hour live stream, that's a bit much. 3 hours should have been enough, but no. Cobra had to keep going. But yeah, this is a chillin' live stream where we're just chilling out and discussing various topics. I sort of have like a main topic that I try to focus on for the video, and then try to go from there and find something else. It's all random and unpredictable. You never know what kind of crazy shit's gonna go down. Hmm. But honestly, I don't feel like finishing my drink combo in one sitting. I got a little bit of this delicious absinthe left. I want to stick it in the fridge for later. I'm reconditioning myself to drink less. And it's not that hard, it's just a personal choice. And acknowledging that, okay, drinking alcohol and not catching a buzz fucking sucks. Yeah, if you're gonna drink a shit ton of alcohol and not catch the buzz, you might as well drink non-alcoholic drinks, dude. Furthermore, you cut down on your alcoholic consumption and you learn to drink just a little bit less. You'll get drunk quicker and alcohol won't be as expensive. And you'll be able to, like it just looks better socially. Like you get to the age where nobody gives a fuck how many Jaeger bombs you can slam. You go through that age and that period of your life where it's like, bruh, dude, what? Chad says he can slam 40 Jaeger bombs. I call bullshit. And then Chad does it, and next day wakes up with a huge ass hangover. At some point, it's just like you have to learn to drink like a distinguished, responsible drinker, not like, hey guys, it's not even Friday, let's party. You know what I'm saying? Like the YouTube fans, they sent me this bottle of red absinthe, and it's tasty. It's got like blah, hints of cherry and maraschino cherries and hints of black licorice. And it's not bad. What I'm saying, I like the taste of it. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of black licorice, I'll fuck with this because, well, one of my fans sent it. And then like, hey, if your fans send you a bottle of unopened alcohol and it's free, am I gonna bitch? Fuck no, I'm not gonna bitch. Especially if I need a fucking drink. No, this bottle fucking sat in the box next to my computer desk. And then I got the news that Ozzy Osbourne was retiring, and I was just like, man, I want some alcohol. And then I opened the box that this was in, and I was just like, my fans. I opened it up and I was like, no fucking way. And then when I opened it, I'm like, sweet, unopened bottle of booze. Now we're cooking. Now, I don't have to drink to have a good time, mind you, but, it's greatly appreciated. And people like seeing Cobra try fun and exotic boozes and liquors like red absinthe. Most of you Cobras haven't even heard of this, man. And hell, I haven't even heard of it until like when I opened it yesterday. But yesterday it was just like, okay, so I want to do a food hack, you know. I didn't want to make this entire 6 hour stream. I didn't want to make it about Ozzy Osbourne retiring. That came off as too ass kissing and like, Cobra, you're trying way too hard to get Ozzy Osbourne to notice your ass. It's pathetic. I'm like, I'll tell you what's more pathetic than that, my YouTube trolls. Like, Cobra, you're trying way too hard to get Ozzy Osbourne and Danny Filth to notice your autistic ass. It's pathetic. Hey, Cobra, you want some toilet paper for that ass kissing of yours? Oh, mind. Don't mind me. Wipe my mouth off here. Is it really ass kissing though when it's like, hey, these are some of my favorite musicians, and you talk about them on your channel and reasons why you like them as musicians? Not really, you know. And when you're a celebrity, you kind of get used to it to a point. Let me ask you this. You want to prevent teen pregnancy? Talk to your kids about condoms and safe sex. We're going to circle back to that briefly. Because if you don't tell them shit, they're going to figure it out for themselves. And you don't want your kids figuring out the birds and the bees, when they're at that sexually active age. And the first time they discover it, it's like, oh great, now she's pregnant. And both of you are scared shitless because you're not even out of high school yet. You know what I'm saying? So like have a bit of common sense. You either say no to sex and just stick to making out and fondling and the occasional cuddles, and then wait to have the full experience when you're in college and more responsible and mature. Or you put some fucking condoms on so you don't get the fucking slag pregnant. You feel me, fellas? Yeah. Because, ladies, could you imagine you're 16 years old, all your gal pals are going to prom and showing off their dresses, and you can't go to prom because you're pregnant. So now you're fat, you're bloated, or you're stuck at home raising a kid who's crying their fucking eyes out. And all you want to do is cry your own goddamn eyes out. Because you want like 5 minutes to be able to text on your phone and have a thought to yourself. But guess what? That 5 minutes to text on your cell phone, have a thought to yourself, all of that goes away when you decide that being cool is more important. All the kids are talking about having sex. So, of course, like any other stupid high school students. And speaking from my experience, it's all bullshit, dude. Guys will say that crap to make themselves seem more cool than they are because of our society's shitty attitude towards sex. That they treat sex like it's a need instead of a want. And only the cool kids are doing it. And it's so fucking cliche. Well, there's nothing cool about having to push a baby out your vagina before you're ready to have one, ladies. And I've often said if you want to scare teenagers away from having sex completely, you show them a video of an adult woman giving birth to a child. And like at that tender age of 12, 13 years old, and they've never seen anything like it, and they're just like, "What the fuck is that?" Women who are so obsessed with their figure at that age, who are worried about getting fat and being accepted, all of a sudden it's like they don't want to be slut shamed for giving birth to kids, and they don't want to become fat. So it's like, and on top of that, it's like this is what's going to happen to your vagina if you get pregnant. Like, could you imagine your vagina hole? Like, you get to that age when you're like, great, now you're having periods for the first time. That's a joy and a half, ain't it, ladies? Cramping and bleeding and bloating and moodiness. Now I want you to imagine your vagina stretching 4 to 8 times its natural fucking size, like big enough Just squeeze out a watermelon. Ouch! As if periods weren't painful and obnoxious enough, and everyone sits there and makes you feel gross because you got your period. Fuck that shit. There's nothing gross about having a period, but like teens getting pregnant, no, underage teen pregnancy is fucking gross. I'm like, there's this thing called masturbation. It's a wonderful thing. See, if you're having thoughts about the opposite sex, but you can't get laid, once you discover the joys of masturbating, you are saved. And the churches might sit there and say that it's a sin. But if God created everything, then why the fuck would God create sin? Oh, to tempt us. Bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing wrong with masturbating until you get to college and you get your first experience. Nothing wrong with that at all, YouTube. Because I hear Generation Z, they're just as fucked up and if not more fucked up than the last generation. You know, like, oh, you can become famous by farting on a peanut butter sandwich and eating it. Wow. Like, hey guys, it's your boy Benny here, and I got my favorite peanut butter sandwich. Oh, jeez. I want you to fucking subscribe to my channel because I'm about to fart on this peanut butter sandwich. So then it spreads the sandwich butter and the bread. Hey! Oh, God damn it. I can't sell it in a jar for $1,000, but you better subscribe to my channel. And I'm like, people are getting stupidly famous for the dumbest of things on the planet. No, it fucking kills me. I've done some stupid things for my channel to get famous and faked a couple of things to like get clout and recognition, so I got room to talk. But then you grow out of it and you're like, I want to get famous on YouTube for actually spreading good information. You know, all these fucking conservative asshole adults who are telling their teenage kids, don't have sex till you're in college. I fully agree, but if some shit were to happen, put a condom on, dude. Be smart about that shit. You want to avoid teen pregnancy? This thing called condoms. It's a beautiful thing. Abstinence only education doesn't work, especially when you're at a high school party with your fellow high school students and it's all puberty, peer pressure, and hormones and ugh. And it's like, oh hey, someone brought alcohol to the party. Great. Castaway, say I mean that's not the word, blah. Segue to doing stupid shit. And then you learn at a very tender age that alcohol can make you do stupid things. Hey guys, I'm gonna cannonball into this pool off the roof. It's just barely deep enough. I might break my ankle if I do it. Chad, what, bruh? This is gonna be epic, dude. Total jackass status. Chad, what? I don't think you should do this, bruh. Does it anyway. Cannonball, motherfucker. Haha, didn't break my ankle. Fucking gonna live forever. Yeah. You know that fucking feeling you have when you're a kid, when you're like doing stupid shit to impress your friends and impressing chicks, and by some crazy miracle you don't hurt yourself, and you're just like, you get this invincible feeling of, I'm gonna live forever. Haha. Cherish that feeling because trust and believe when you get to a certain age, eventually you're just like, oh, God damn it, I'm not in my 20s anymore, dude. I got to start to think about what I'm doing with my life. If you spend your entire teenage years and early 20s all the way up to your 30s doing stupid, dumb shit, chasing the dream, partying, fucking making friends, when you get to that age where you're supposed to like mature and calm the fuck down, as they say, you'll be a lot more well adjusted than the squares who are like, no, nah. My mama said my mama said my mama said I shouldn't do no marijuana. My mama said that's the devil's lettuce. My mama said my mama said. And now that I'm almost 32, I have slowed down from when I was a lot crazier in my 20s, but I still act up and get into trouble and misbehave, rambunctious. It's my rock and roll spirit, YouTube. You can't contain that. Most people are like, hey, you know what? The only reason I'm slowing down on my fucking drinking is because if I end up waking up in the jail cell and having to get picked up from the jail on Christmas Eve by my dad, that kind of makes me feel like shit. Like, okay, not my proudest moments. Like, oh look, Cobra's the black sheep of the family. Like, that's one thing that me and my dad bond on. We both love Ozzy Osbourne. Mama's gonna worry. In fact, I think my dad's cell phone ringtone for me is Crazy Train, to be honest. If that tells you anything about me and my dad's relationship, is that my dad grew up in the 80s when rock and roll was at the peak. And didn't have my autistic ass till like 1991. I was his first kid. So, like, my dad was like my age when he had me. That's really something to think about. And I can't imagine having a kid at this age. One, I can't afford it. And two, I haven't found the right woman yet. I found a couple of age women that I wouldn't mind having kids with, but I can't afford it and they won't give me a chance. So it's like, what do you do? Now, if I built my clock towered fucking dream house, trust and motherfucking believe, if I started a family of my own, it'd be nothing but a thing, dude. My son Jason being like, Daddy, 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 what? Can we ring the clock tower bells? Can we, huh? Can we, can we, can we, can we? Yeah. Give me a second to wake up. Oh, fuck. What do you want for breakfast, Junior? What do you want, champ? What do you want? That's what I call my son. I call him champ. Like, hey champ, what's up? Time out, champ. Let's have a conversation about this. I built a fort in the backyard of my clock tower dream house for my kid to play in. And I'd have a bunch of tinier train bells and make like a miniature bell tower for the fort that my kid would play in. And I'd be like, there you go. A little tree fort. And I would encourage my kid to play outside and be a kid. That's what kids are supposed to do. They're supposed to play outside and just be kids. You know, one of your friends dares you to eat an earthworm, and you're like, "Ew, I'm not gonna do that." And it's like, "I'll give you $1 to do it," and then you're like, "Fuck it, I want $1." And you eat it, and your friend's sitting there trying not to throw up, like, "Oh, god damn it!" And it's like, "Motherfucker, you owe me $1." Honestly, the biggest thing I miss about being a kid was the innocence that I had. That's why I fucking hate pedophiles, to be honest. Is kids are so innocent to how fucked up the world is anymore. And it just gets worse every generation. No, I'm sorry, but kids are stupid like that. They see a rainbow and they're like, where do rainbows come from? And you could tell them, well, God makes rainbows because Jesus Christ is his son. And if the kid was smart enough, they could pull out their smartphone and be like, click, click, bing. Bullshit. According to Google, I was a kid once. That's why I hate sickos. 100, dude. That when I was a kid, I had crushes on cartoon characters just like any other kid at that age. But that's as far as it went, you know. Sitting here watching Freakazoid, and my favorite cartoon villain from Freakazoid was Cobra Queen. And I'm like, hey, look, my favorite snake in the female form. You know what I'm saying? Like it conditioned. I wouldn't call it grooming, to be honest, because ever since I was a kid, I knew I was straight for of age women or for women, you know? And it just changes when you're a kid. Because when you're a kid and you're crushing on your own fellow classmates, that's different, you know? Oh, believe me, I was super girl crazy growing up, you know? And to be fair, I went to school with some really cute girls, man. God damn. And some of them totally liked me back, but they were afraid to admit it because Cobra's got game, dude. Fucking Saunders. Yeah. And you can tell by the ones who really, really like you back by the way they treat you. Usually, if a girl's mean to you, it's because she likes you back and she's not sure how to express it. Which isn't that like the dumbest of shit looking back on it, you know? Because it's like if you like a girl, why would you want to treat her like shit? Because all women want is assholes, apparently. And I'm over here like bullshit. In my experience, whenever I've seen women that I've crushed on date assholes, all they do is complain about them and go, "Well, I'm sick and tired of his shit." And I'm over here like, honey, if you're sick and tired of his shit, why the fuck you dating him? And when ask that question, usually I get a response of, fuck you, you don't know what it's like. And I'm like, I'm just trying to better understand your mindset, babe. I wasn't trying anything. If you think the dude's a fucking asshole, you got my cup of goodness. Holy crap, it's only 7:22. I thought it was like 8 o'clock. So what the fuck is up with the clock on my computer? Okay, so maybe okay, yeah. At first I thought it was like 8 o'clock, almost 9 o'clock. So I'm getting ready to like now it's only 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. So okay, that's weird. And a lot of people are gonna take what I just said in this video and fucking twist it as hard as they can to make me look like some kind of weirdo. And it's like your obsession with Cobra being like that when he hates sickos honestly makes my trolls look like sickos. That the majority of my fucking YouTube trolls have not grown up past the age of high school and they have that mentality. I used to hate women for rejecting me sexually, like to the point where it made me very angry and very negative towards women. But I had an attitude adjustment on that because now it's like I have this attitude of fuck them, that's their loss. And you realize that women have it hard on the dating scene too. And that's when you start to mature a bit and you're like, you hear women constantly complain about men and men constantly complain about women. And both sides are just nah, 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 nah. A lot of that negativity stems from having abandonment issues from my biological mother and from women rejecting me my entire life. But I've learned to like psychologically analyze it and be like, it's not your fault your biological mother is a cunt. And it's not your fault that women fucking are cock teases and they hate your guts because you're creepy and they don't even take the time to get to know you. But then they turn around and get pissed off because they get the same treatment from dudes they find attractive. It's what it is. The ugly, creepy, autistic dude chases after them, and they're like, ew, get away from me, you creep. But then they get pissed off when the dude they like rejects them, and it's like, oh, now you get to be the ugly one for a change. How does it feel, bitch? Oh, and they hate it too. That's why they go off and say, you can't handle a strong woman. And it's like, no, you dumb fucking slut cunt. You can't handle being told no. The only difference is, okay, if a man were to act like that every time he got told, if a man were to act like that every time he got told no by a chick, they would then resort to punching him in the balls and slapping him in the face and using full on physical assaults because you can't take no and you're too stupid to see it. So apparently they think their solution is to smack and beat the fuck out of him, right? I love how we're not allowed to hit women, but if women hit us, it's because you need to check your shit, Cobra, or you need to check your shit, men. And I'm like, yeah, but okay, it's one thing if the dude's being an asshole and he's being too aggressive with his flirting and he's trying to rape you and you beat the fuck out of him or pepper spray his ass. I say go for it 100%. Fuck that asshole. But like, okay, the worst he did was, damn, girl, you got some nice titties. Can I buy you a drink? And then you just immediately pepper spray him. It's like, well, okay, yeah, he's being an ass, but like, that's the worst he was doing and all the worst he was planning on doing. You know, I'm not saying all women are like that, but fuck, you try flirting with a woman. If you're not her type, she can beat the fuck out of you, assault you physically, and then accuse you of trying to rape her, and then you go to prison. And I'm over here like, how does that work? But if that's gender fucking reversed, and you got some fat chick who's like 900 pounds overweight, she got no titties, no ass, a busted ass face, teeth worse than mine, fucking sitting there going, I saw you across the room. You want to take all of this home? And you're just like, no. And I'm over here like, that's the truth. We're not allowed to reject women for being uglier than our standards, but by golly. And I'm like, you know what? That woman's a fucking hypocrite because it's like, you're going after my ass, clearly more attractive than you are by a long shot. You want to get mad when the fucking dude with six pack abs rejects you, but then the second the nice guy asks you out, oh, he's too fat for your standards, and he comes off as creepy. And it's never called body shaming when women do it. I'm not a fucking shallow. Okay, yes, I am shallow, but so are women. So fucking sue me. People are shallow. I love how women cannot have sex without being judged, or men cannot be equally as shallow without being judged. I fucking hate that shit. I'm like, you know what? Women and men should be allowed to have sex without being judged, as long as you ain't a fucking sicko. And women and men should both be allowed to be shallow. Yeah, it's never talked about when women do it. It's all about what pieces of shit men are, especially if you're white, straight, cisgendered, heterosexual. And I'm like, oh my God, King Cobra is an asshole when he drinks. And I'm like, no, I just tell it like it is. I speak my truth. And a lot of people feel the same way. It's like, hey, you know what? But they don't want to say it because they don't want to get called a sexist or a racist. It's like, okay, so everyone else is allowed to treat me like crap because I'm white, I'm male and straight and cisgendered. But if I fire back and treat them like shit, I'm the bigot, right? That's only because your people, Josh, were mean to everyone else back in the 50s and 60s. Okay, so how was that my fucking fault? Blaming me for the assholes of yesteryear only because you're guilty by association. And it's like, I don't go out of my way to bully someone because you're autistic or trans or fat or whatever. And furthermore, it's like, okay, if I go for the hottest chick in the bar and she says no, but no offense, you smell good, but no, you're not my type. Okay, so I go for the next ugliest chick. And I keep going and going and going. And then eventually you're down to the bottom of the barrel, fucking nastiest looking, fattest chick at the bar. And even she's just like, no, you're not my type. And it's just like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? Because that's kind of my mentality. If you get rejected by the hottest chick at the bar, then a chick who's conventionally less attractive is going to hurt less. And then eventually, when you get down to like the ugliest chick of the bunch, and none of them want you, it's just like, well, shit, I guess this wasn't my night. And then you look at all these chicks telling you no, and it's like, I don't want to hear any fucking bullshit BuzzFeed article about why can't you find a good man in your life when you fucking friend zone all the nice guys and all the people who treat you like shit, you give them pussy. I'm like, why? Why is it that when the guy tries to be nice to a woman, he gets friend zoned and simp shamed, but then the dude who's a complete fucking cunt to women gets the pussy? And it's like, you might as well let your fucking dog crap all over your goddamn living room carpet and then give them a biscuit for it. Good job, Fido. You partied in the house. Oh, such a good doggy. That's why I'm changing the whole nice guy franchise, YouTube. Nice guys don't finish last, we finish on top. When she gets sick and tired of dating that asshole and she starts thinking about you, the nice guy, the one that everyone else is called a beta bitch, a cuck, a soy, a simp, all these other fucking derogatory male terms. Don't you dare slut shame a woman for wanting sex. But if a man tries to be a nice guy, because he sees that women are sick and tired of dating assholes, and why are all men the same? So then you hear this complaint and you're like, well, logically, you would think that it's treat others the way you want to be treated. You know, if you don't want a woman being a complete cunt to you, why be a complete asshole to her? But then as soon as you try that, you get half the time it's women saying, the only reason you're nice to me is because you're trying to get laid. And then the other half is because men are like, hey, you simp. And it's like, so what are you supposed to do? Treat them like shit? That doesn't work either. Like you're damned if you treat them like shit, and you're damned if you're nice to them. So then you feel like a lot of men feel like they're scared to talk to women now because they're going to get accused of being a rapist or being some kind of simp. And it's all like physical or verbal abuse that's designed to systematically make us feel like shit for approaching you. And then you get pissed off because no man wants to approach you. that now all of a sudden you can't just give the one chick a compliment. You gotta buy everyone and her slutty friends a fucking drink. It's what it is, dude. If you go to buy some chick at the club a drink and you single out all her friends, you're an asshole. So now it's like, okay, now you gotta spend extra money on not getting laid. And it's like if you're going to the club to get laid, you're going to the club for the wrong reasons. Uh, you should go to the club to hang out and dance and socialize. If you end up bringing home a skank from the fucking club, that's a bonus. Okay, I'm using a combination of nice guy and asshole language to get my point across. If you can't pick up on that, you're fucking stupid. I never go to the bar to get laid. I go to the bar to socialize and have a drink. Like in today's society, you cannot approach women. You can't. In today's society, if you try to approach women, they look at you like, unless you're super like a 10 in their eyes, they're gonna look at you like you're a rapist. And it doesn't work like that for men. If some fucking dude sees an ugly female that's not his type approach him and he accuses her of raping him with her eyes, he's gonna get laughed at and be like, bro, what are you, a faggot? A chick's paying attention to you, dude. You could have had the chance to get laid, but guess what? You can't handle a strong woman, so fuck you for rejecting her for being ugly. But guess what? If you're not her type and she rejects you for being ugly, suck it up, you pussy beta bitch faggot male. I'm like, fuck that. Men are allowed to get laid without being judged, but as soon as they try to get it, they're simp shamed. Women are allowed to be shallow, but as soon as they fucking get laid, they're slut shamed. Fuck that shit. This is beyond Ozzy fucking Osbourne, the Prince of fucking Darkness, YouTube. This is just society's fucking batshit ass backwards fucking crazy. And the thing you have to realize is this is how gender relations work. And to better understand the opposite sex, you have to understand gender relations. And to ask yourself, how would it feel to be in the woman's shoes? And the only reason that guys face simp shaming is because women have been slut shamed for centuries. So now guys are getting a taste of their own medicine and they hate it. It's not guys' fault, it's not women's fault, it's society and the culture we live in and the times you're living in and the systematic oppression. And the sooner you realize that, stop blaming it on blacks, whites, women, minorities, gays, whatever, and start blaming it on people in society. And stop systematically segregating the blame based off of, well, it's all men's fault. Well, it's all women's fault. Fuck you. I did not mean to go 8 hours long with this, but it's like literally almost 8 o'clock. It's like 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. I got like 4 hours to kind of just hang out and chill and gather my thoughts. But man, holy shit, 391 likes. I wasn't trying to offend women or the trans community or blacks or anyone. I was just simply speaking what I see in front of me. Like, okay, if it's racist or sexist or blah, blah, blah to do this. Honestly, fuck the trolls. They're going to take this fucking 8 hour, almost 8 hour long video and twist it like, I can't believe. And I wasn't trying to pick on anybody. I was just simply asking questions. But in today's society, you're not allowed to do that. Yeah, man, I'm gonna keep making videos and playing guitar for as long as I can. And yeah, when I'm sexually frustrated from a fucking almost 6 year dry spell, and then I hear women and men who bitch about the same thing, I'm like, you're doing it to yourself. I'll admit I have confidence issues because of the lack of you know what in my life. I'll sit here and bitch and moan like some nasty fat cunt on BuzzFeed, and I'll sit here and be like, I'll never find anyone. And it's like, well, with that fucking attitude, yeah. But as a dude, I'm not allowed to bitch about why can't I find the right girl in my life? Because then people call me a pussy and a faggot and tell me to man the fuck up. But when a woman does it, it's like, it's okay, sweetheart. You'll find somebody. You just gotta keep being patient. And if she goes off and throws a fit because no guy wants her because she's fat and ugly, it's like, oh, fuck them, honey. They're all body shaming assholes. The only reason that doesn't work for dudes is because if you're a female and you're like 100, maybe like 110 pounds of solid female, you're not very big or muscly, but you got a dainty little female figure. And all of a sudden, some 400-pound fat dude wants to stick his dick inside of you. That's the only reason why body shaming only works for females. It's because women are held to a higher beauty standard than men, and men are not the ones having shit inside of them. And if you don't like it, too bad, fellas. You want to call me a simp or a white knight? Suck my fucking butt crack. I'm sorry, but if you were a dude and you were thinking about having someone else 8 times your size inserting something inside of you to sexually get off, you'd want them to be a little bit more compassionate, don't you think? Maybe be a little bit more sensitive to your needs. When you start to learn how to think like a female, you can channel your inner asshole male, which is what women want, but also learn how to sympathize with women and then make the appropriate action based off of the situation. And then right there, you're giving women the best of both worlds. Like you're able to be a male asshole without being chauvinistic or sexist or pig like about it. But at the same time, you're able to understand a woman and what she wants. That's the key, YouTube, to understanding the female sex. And listening to them when they bitch, complain, nag, and moan and groan, you know, and have a little cunt conversation where it's just like, "Wah, wah, 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 wah." Don't you dare call it nagging because that makes you a sexist. But if she calls it mansplaining, you better suck her cunt and deal with it, dude. Mansplaining. Could you imagine if us guys turned that around on women and said, "You're just girl guilting"? Hey, honey, what's wrong? Your girlfriend gets out of bed and she's just like grumpier than shit, dude. And she starts going off about having a period and how she's cramping and how she feels bloated and fat and how she thinks you're not listening and how you're a piece of shit male. And her mother was right. All men are the same. But don't you dare say all women are the same because that makes you a sexist and blah, blah, blah. Wham. And you're like, hey, honey, quit girl guilting me. Just because men don't have periods doesn't mean you gotta make me feel guilty about it. And then she fires off with, what about trans women, you fucking insensitive asshole? And it's like they can't have periods either. A trans woman is basically the equivalent of a woman who can't have periods or give birth to kids. Which there you go, fellas. There's a bonus to fucking trans women. People might call you a gay because that used to be a dude and still kind of is due to DNA and chromosomes. But You can call him a bigot and a politically incorrect asshole. So there's one advantage to fucking trans women: they don't get pregnant. Winning. And if they're already born a dude, how is it rape? Okay, Cobra, stop. Actually, as soon as they become a female, it's automatically rape if you fuck them without consent. Even if, you feel like, hey, they're freaks who just want it from anyone and anything, kind of thing. I'm like, hey, dude, consent is still consent. I'm sorry, that wasn't a crack on trans people. That was a crack on the way men get treated in our society. And probably why a lot of dudes decide to go trans is because of the way men get treated in society. Half of it is gender dysphoria, and the other half is the way men get treated. And then when they transition into a female thinking it's going to be so much easier, they realize that women have it just as hard, if not harder sometimes. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, boy, were you wrong. Odin's Men. Oh, I gotta watch that video. See, even fat shaming for dogs. What is this crap? Like healthy at any size, but it's like Clark the dog lost 10 pounds. Speaking of older dudes that you should support, Odin's Man's a good dude. He's straightforward and just tells it like it is. If you're conditioned with this libtard sense of things, then you probably don't want to watch Odin's Men because he'll piss you off with the truth. So apparently, if you Google who can menstruate, apparently Google says it's not a feminine thing. People of all genders can menstruate. Well, I'm telling you right now that men can menstruate too. It just doesn't look like the way women do it. It's called pissed off male syndrome. And men experience it when they have too much testosterone in their balls and something's pissing them off. And they can't just bleed out their asshole, so it comes out as blind, testosterone filled male rage. Yeah, so yes, men can PMS too. It's called pissed off male syndrome. And you tend to experience it when your football team is losing. And now you're fucking moody because Jeff Gorwin lost the race. Fucking puke face Tom Brady, fucking crybaby Brady, fucking lost the game. Like real men cry. Tom Brady's just a pussy. Like, oh look, the fucking queers lost the No, I'm not gonna crap on Tom Brady because that's just too easy. We all cry during emotional things. I mean, I'm sitting here. It's the tribute to 9/11. 20 years after 9/11 happened. I was in fourth grade when 9/11 happened, and I still cry for people. I'm like, okay, no offense to Tom Brady. I get being upset because it's like, oh man, you came this close to being in the Super Bowl. But it's like, dude, how many fucking Super Bowl rings does Tom Brady have to fucking have before he's satisfied? Like you see this dude crying after a football game because it's like, I came this close being in the Super Bowl for the millionth time. I'm like, okay, we get it. We get it. You're the star quarterback. The only reason I watch football is for the cheerleaders. Thank you very kindly. And because I got friends who watch football. Why the fuck do I want to watch a bunch of grown ass men in fucking tight pants tackle each other? That's like softcore gay porn. No offense to the NFL. And it's all no, it's not gay porn. It's called sport. It's called being a man. And I'm like, sure. Meanwhile, Elton John is not getting any dick from his boyfriend, and the internet's out, and he's like, "Oh, football's on. Stop it." I'm kidding, people. Jesus Christ, a lot of football fans are going to be like, "You motherfucker." At least now we know what the F in NFL stands for, and it's not for football. I'm kidding. Jeez. Try to include everyone in this. I'm sorry. Was that inappropriate? You're reminded of that one Eminem song. The quarterback yells out, "Hut, hut, but, I ain't done yet." No, I get why men watch sports. It's the idea of we're men. We're going to judge each other on how tough we are. And, by golly, if that man couldn't score a touchdown, he ain't no man. Women do the same thing, only it's called out bitching each other. You know what I'm saying? Like where it's sitting here like, oh, you ain't pretty enough. You're not tough enough to do this, this, and this. You ain't a real woman kind of thing. And it's like I get so tired of the genders judging each other and then judging their own gender. No, 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 no. The fucking woke retards don't get to determine shit because the rest of us have a fucking voice. People are so worried as being labeled as something that's negative in our culture and icky, and it's like you're afraid to speak up for what's right and be like, hey, you know what? As long as you ain't a sicko, I don't give a shit. You want to call yourself a they, them, Zer, fucking non-binary, sparkly purple unicorn dragon that also identifies as the opposite sex because how the fuck does that work? You sit there and say you're non-binary, but you're also transgender, and that gender is a bullshit social construct. That gender is fluid, and I'm over here like, has the planet gone mad? And I'm like, okay, so even then, it's like some people who are super into this to the point where you're like, okay, so yesterday they identified as they, them, but today they identify as they, she. So you call them a them because that's what they asked for yesterday, and now today they're pissed about it because you're a bigot. It's like it feels like a little kid making up the rules to a game as they go along because they want to win and have all the prizes. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, why the fuck are they calling it menstruate? Because men do not menstruate, women menstruate. So call it girl straight or goddess straight. You know what I'm saying? Or like call it your goddess flow. Because I'm so fucking tired of our society being like, men have periods. No, you don't. In fact, it's one of the reasons why I enjoy being a man. It's because I don't have to deal with fucking periods and bullshit. Good lord. Ladies, I cannot begin to imagine what that's like. That's gonna suck ass. Like, I'll take a 6-year dry spell over having a period any day. Oh, Jesus Christ. When you hear women complain about it, and it's like, you think women, when they go to have menopause, and why the fuck they call it menopause? Because men are gonna put their shit on. And they call it menopause because men are gonna put their shit on pause to help them out with. You're watching football because you're totally straight. It's not gay, right? To watch a bunch of grown ass men in tight pants tackle each other. And your woman comes in with a mustache thicker than yours. Like, God damn it. Hey babe, you one of those transgender types they're talking about on CNN? Like, no, you asshole, I'm going through menopause. Oh, sorry. And it's like, fix me an ice bath. And as soon as you fix her an ice bath, it's too fucking cold. I want a fur coat to stay warm. Fuck it. My body cannot make up the mind. Temperature drops, be like. And that's kind of like the cruelty of Mother Nature, if you will. It's like, okay, you no longer have periods. So you're going to start being more man like because you have no periods to the point where it's like, damn, honey, that's a nice mustache you got there. Fuck you, asshole. Well, I mean, hey, I got this thing that'll take care of that, you know. My Manscaped shave my Manscaped face shaver is pretty good with that. Oh, fuck you. Fuck me. Fuck you. I get tired of living in a fucking society where men cannot tell women to shave their armpits, their legs, their eyebrows, and their cunts, but we can have women tell us how to shave our balls. How is that any fucking different? Fucking hypocrisy makes me want to fucking punch people in the face. But I'm like, that doesn't solve anything. Neither does drinking, but eh. And it's like, oh, hey, you're not a man if you can't grow facial hair. You got women who are just like, hey, you're not a real man if you can't grow a beard. But don't you dare tell them how to shave their cunts. Oh, don't you dare. Mm-mm, don't you do it. Okay, so this is Odin's Man. My straight friends wants me when drunk. Scary. Ugh. It's about this trans woman who thinks, oh God, because now that she's a woman, loose air quotes, that dudes are going to want to rape her and she feels scared. And I'm like, no, 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 no. That's not how it works, honey. Okay, if they go into the situation not knowing you're a dude and they think you're a chick and they're a scumfuck piece of shit who rapes women, then that's how that plays out, honey. Okay? If you've known them for like a hot minute and they know that you're a dude transitioned into a chick and they're not into it, they're not gonna fuck you, whether it's rape or not. So Slava Ukrainia, motherfucker. I heard Ozzy Osbourne and Sharon say it's Slavia Ukrainia, motherfucker. I stand by Ukraine 100%. Oh my God, you'll do anything Sharon and Ozzy tell you. No, the fuck I won't. Shut the fuck up. I'm allowed to be Ozzy's biggest fan without it being anything more than just that. Like, piss off. Like, I don't care what Ozzy and Sharon have to say. When I hear about Ukrainians getting bullied by fucking Putin in the ass, Vladimir Putin, this crotchety motherfucker, can't get his dick hard, getting slower in his age. So to demonstrate he's still got the biggest dick in Russia and to demonstrate he's still a man, damn it, let's start a war with Ukraine. For no reason other than you feel like it, you're insecure with your fragile masculinity. Fucking communist cunt. Because if your friends are fucking straight and they know you're trans, you're not like by a lot. There's two kinds of females. Okay, at this point, that's how we're gonna have to acknowledge it. There's trans and cisgendered. That means you got two different kinds of males and two different kinds of females, but they're all male and female. So can we at least acknowledge that? Okay, the genders, as far as that goes, you got male, female, hermaphrodite, and trans, and just leave it at that. You can't say non-binary because people who are non-binary don't have a gender identity, and the whole thing is just weird to me personally, you know? And I'm like, here's the thing of it, is taking a knee really a bad thing? I mean, if we're gonna have that conversation. Now, granted, you wanna talk tradition and smash the like if you agree with me, but whenever I go to a sporting event or whenever I was in school and we sang or the national anthem, you stood up, you put your right hand over your heart, just like that. And if you have a hat, you take it off and you put it to your side and you stand at attention with your legs together and you show some fucking respect for this goddamn country. So, like, you want to call me a traditionalist for saying it, but that's how I was taught. Now, because that's the only reason why people are getting offended because someone took a knee during the national anthem. Like you're bowing to this country, like you're saying to yourself, I'm not worthy enough to stand on this beautiful soil that I call the good old United States of America. So I'm going to take a knee to honor people who are fallen. And I'm like, you know what? Who fucking cares? Like, George Floyd was murdered by a bunch of trigger happy fucking racist white pigs. And if people want to fucking take a knee for George Floyd, Who cares? Who the fuck are you to protest that, you racist piece of I get why you're saying, "Well, I'm not racist, it's just tradition." I get that. But, like, okay, what's worse? Hear me out. Let me just take a quick sip of my, absinthe real quick. What's worse? Taking a knee, bowing your head in respect, or doing one of these numbers? Like, people wanna get pissed off because of the whole, oh, standing at attention with the hand over your heart versus taking a knee, and people are like, "That's not tradition, rah, 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 ungrateful Americans." And I'm like, "Okay, so someone did it to protest the fucking violence towards Negroes from racist, white, trigger-happy pigs. Because you're not a cop if you abuse your power, you're a fucking pig, in my opinion. And you know what? I have mad respect for cops, but not when they abuse their power and make cops look bad in general. That's why you don't call a woman a cunt unless it's rightfully deserved. And it's the same attitude. I have mad respect for women, but I'm not afraid to call it out when women are being like that. You know, it's like not all women and not all cops are like that. But the thing of it is, the ones that are give y'all a bad name, and it's, say it with me, Terrence Pop, bullshit. Uh, for as belligerent as I was being on Christmas Eve, the cop could have very much done some really fucked up shit to me. But the cop that arrested me was super, super patient with me, and it was shows that the cop that arrested me in Cheyenne, Wyoming, had good police training and being like, "Hey, this person's got mental issues. They're a little bit drunk. Fucking, they don't have any weapons on them. You know." Well, that's just the thing of it. People tend to value the opinions of celebrities more than just regular people. So, like, you take somebody who doesn't have 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, but they have a hard, steady paying job and they make money other ways, the more traditional way, not the I want to be a fucking YouTube celebrity kind of way. People are gonna look at them and go, eh, you know, at that the thought of, oh hey, my opinion's gonna hold more value to a much bigger audience because I have 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, and that's it. It has nothing to do with my white skin or the fact that I'm super autistic or straight. It's simply because, well, you're a YouTube influencer with 50,000 plus subscribers, which I guess means something in today's society. So, like, of course, because celebrities hold influence, that's why, you know, and even if Ozzy and Sharon didn't support, Ukraine on this issue, I would support Ukraine because from what I've gathered and from the information I've been told, Russia's just going